while others transmigrated into princes and prime ministers. I found myself becoming a simpleton in a famine-stricken village. I looked at the dilapidated house in front of me, feeling a chill in my heart. Suddenly, a ding sounded in my mind. Transmigration welfare system activated. Binding host. Reward welcome package. Full recovery pill, beginner combat strength, beginner space storage, 5 pounds of brown rice, and 5 pounds of pork. I opened the package, and in an instant, my head stopped throbbing, my wounds healed, and my body was bursting with energy. Holy crap, this is going to be good. My sister-in-law walked in, carrying half a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Changfeng, eat something. She glanced at what I was holding. What's that in your hand? Looking at the rice and pork in my arms, I forced a smile. Sister-in-law, these? I hid them before. Afraid she'd think I stole them, I quickly added. It wasn't stolen. An old immortal gifted them to me. Quick, let's cook the meat. She took the items, confused. Old immortal? What old immortal? I panicked. I don't want wild veggies. They're too bitter. I want meat. Left with no choice, she went to cook. As the aroma filled the air, the door suddenly got kicked open. A scrawny, sleazy man walked in, shouting, Lu Changfeng, you always pass out for days every time you hit your head. Get up, or I'll beat you. It was Lu Eryong. Before I could respond, my sister-in-law stepped in. Eryong, Changfeng just woke up. Can he rest for 2 days? Eryong scoffed. Rest? What a joke. He lunged forward to drag me out of bed. My sister-in-law quickly blocked him, pleading in a hushed voice, don't hit him. I'll help with the work. Just don't hurt Changfeng. A disgusting grin spread across his face. Sister-in-law, if you marry me and keep me company for a few nights, I'll leave him alone. Fury surged through me. I sat up instantly and grabbed his wrist in one swift motion. You dare touch me? Are you suicidal? He sneered. I smirked coldly. You're the one asking for it. Trying to mess with my sister-in-law? Dream on. With a quick twist, there was a loud crack as his wrist broke. He screamed, bending over in pain. I then kicked his chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters across the room. Clutching his chest, he limped away, yelling, You idiot, just wait and see. My sister-in-law stood frozen in shock. Moments ago, there was a sharpness in my gaze that was completely uncharacteristic of the fool I was known to be. Before she could say anything, I spoke first. I suddenly hugged her tightly, flashing a wide grin. I won't let anyone bully you, sister-in-law. If they do, only I can bully you at night. Her suspicion melted away instantly. Still the fool she was used to. She gave my back a gentle pat. Silly Changfeng, stop hugging me. The meat's ready. Go sit and eat. Obediently, I sat down at the table as she brought over the food. She even took the first bite herself to ensure it was safe before serving me rice. Aren't you eating, sister-in-law? I asked. I'm not hungry. I already ate, she lied. Seeing through her intention, I feigned my usual foolishness. If sister-in-law doesn't eat, then I'm not eating either. And I slid the bowl back to the middle of the table. With no choice, she reluctantly said, All right, I'll eat a little with you. A little isn't enough. Sister-in-law has to eat more. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to keep up later tonight. Her face turned crimson as she hurried to serve herself a portion. After we finished eating, I sat deep in thought. The system was useful, but this small amount of food wouldn't last long. I'd need to head into the mountains to hunt. Sister-in-law, wait here at home. I'm going to check out the mountains. She frowned with concern. Changfeng, you just woke up. What if you run into a wild animal? I smiled and playfully pinched her cheek. Don't worry, I'll just run if I see one. After all, with all the bullying I used to take, I've had plenty of practice running fast. As I set out, villagers greeted me along the way. Changfeng, off to hunt again? Just trying my luck. Someone joked, if you catch anything, give your sister-in-law a share. She'll introduce you to a great bride. I shot back, I don't want some random bride. I want someone like my sister-in-law. How about she just becomes my wife? My sister-in-law turned beet red. Changfeng, stop saying nonsense. Once out of the village, I trekked up the mountain, scanning the terrain. Most of the wild vegetables had already been picked clean. After a good few kilometers, I finally spotted a plump rabbit. I aimed and shot. Missed. But by sheer luck, the rabbit slammed into a tree and knocked itself out. Talk about good fortune. I quickly tied it up and made my way back down the mountain. Almost home, I heard crying from the house. Anxiety surged, and I rushed inside. There stood my great-aunt, Li Tzulian, berating my sister-in-law viciously. She even threatened to break my legs. That was it. I was done taking crap from these fools. Before her hand could land on my sister-in-law, I intercepted it and shoved her to the ground with one push. You filthy mutt, she barked. Without hesitation, I slapped her hard, twice, leaving her nose streaming blood. Finally, I grabbed her like a sack of rice and tossed her right out the door, slamming it shut behind her. I turned back to my sister-in-law, who was in tears. I gently embraced her. Anyone who bullies you will have to answer to me. I'll protect you. Her feelings were mixed. In the past, I was a coward. Now, I was different. A part of her admired me, but another part worried my actions would stir up trouble. Changfeng, you hit great Aunt Li. Won't she bring people to beat you up? You should hide in the mountains for now. I reassured her by pinching her nose. What's there to be afraid of? With me here, no one will dare lay a finger on you. Pulling out the rabbit, I dangled it in front of her. Tada, sister-in-law. Look at this fatty. I caught it. A look of surprise lit up her face. Changfeng, amazing. Scratching the back of my head, I chuckled. Sister-in-law, let's cook this rabbit. I want rabbit meat, and maybe some of yours later too. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and without saying a word, she took the rabbit to prepare it. Li Zuoyan continued to wail outside, but I grabbed a kitchen knife, opened the door, and coldly said, "One more word, and I'll chop you up. Now scram." I pressed the blade to her neck, and she turned pale, trembling. I'll leave. I'll leave." She limped away, whining to the other villagers about her plight. But the villagers shook their heads. "Oh, come on, Li, don't badmouth him like that. Changfeng may be a fool, but he's never hurt anyone. If anything, he always slaved away for your family. What more do you want?" Hearing their mockery, she left in a huff. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law brought water to a boil, placing the rabbit in to scald and prepare for skinning. Sitting nearby, I watched the meat jiggle in the pot. My sister-in-law's hands moved skillfully, but my eyes kept drifting toward her. "The rabbit's still twitching," I said seriously, "as if it's begging me to eat it." She glanced up, realizing my gaze wasn't on the rabbit, but on her. Her face flushed again, and she slapped my shoulder playfully. "Silly Changfeng, what nonsense are you spouting now?" Clueless, I patted my growling stomach. "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry." She finally realized she had overthought things, and her cheeks turned even redder. Half an hour later, a savory aroma of meat filled the air. It was a simple, pure meat fragrance, with just a pinch of salt added. The flavor was far more enticing than the heavy spices of modern restaurants. Perhaps hunger had heightened my taste buds. My sister-in-law brought the stewed rabbit to the table and picked up the chopsticks. "Eat up, Changfeng." All right, I dug into my meal, wolfing down rice and meat, mimicking the way I would act when I played the fool. It was authentic and satisfying. As I obediently ate, my sister-in-law reminded me to slow down. Gratefully, I said, "Sister-in-law, you're so good to Changfeng." Then I cheekily added, "I'd like to do what we did at noon again tonight." She blushed and quickly cut me off. "Focus on eating." As we continued eating, she reached over, picked a grain of rice off my face, and popped it into her mouth. I stared at her rosy lips, feeling a spark within me. She urged me with a playful smile, "Hurry up and eat." After dinner, she began tidying up the house. I sat on a wooden stool in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze and the sunlight of the setting sun. It felt pretty relaxing. Looking around, the courtyard was spacious but shabby, and the house was old and drafty. I made up my mind to use my system to earn a fortune and renovate the house, especially since there would be more women in the future. I was also planning to put my sister-in-law to the test again tonight. Just as I was deep in thought, a piercing yell came from outside the courtyard. "Lu Changfeng, who gave you the guts to hit my brother and my mother? Are you trying to die?" It was my uncle's daughter, Lu Yunyao, tall, broad, and undeniably unattractive. At over 20 years old, she was still single, with too high standards but little capability to match. Bursting into the courtyard, she continued shouting and cursing at me. I sighed, realizing that this family would never let go, so I had no choice but to confront her head-on. Standing up, I pointed at her. "When did I ever hit your family? Don't make things up." She arrogantly fired back. "My brother and mother both pointed you out." I suddenly smirked. "Actually, I was the one who hit them, and now, I'm thinking of hitting you too." Before she could react, I slapped her, with 60% of my strength, enough to send her to the ground. She fell hard, blood trickling from her lips, and a tooth flew out. She whimpered, looking at me in disbelief. Apparently, the family wasn't sure whether I was pretending to be crazy, so they sent her to test me. But she hadn't expected to get beaten the moment she arrived. Hearing the commotion, neighbors began gathering to see what was going on. I immediately switched back to my dumb persona, squatted down, and helped her up while mumbling, "Oops, she fell down accidentally." The neighbors asked with concern, and I replied in an innocent, aggrieved tone, "She fell so badly." My sister-in-law came out upon hearing the noise and asked what had happened. I repeated the story, and she quickly helped Yunyao up. Yunyao fumed and accused me, claiming I had hit her, but I insisted, repeatedly denying it. "She fell on her own. She's blaming me unfairly." She cursed at me, calling me a bastard. I pretended to assist her while pressing on her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. Feigning concern, I asked, "Does it hurt more somewhere else now?" She bit her lip in frustration, unable to respond. When we got to the courtyard door, I suddenly plopped down on the ground. "I'm not helping anymore. If I send her all the way back, Her family will frame me again. My sister-in-law tried to comfort me, coaxing me not to cry and offering to assist. Yun Yao insulted her, calling her a slut, and threatened to inform her family to come and teach me a lesson. I dashed out, picked up her knocked-out tooth, and chased after her. Speaking quietly, I advised her, "You should put that tooth back in. It'll be harder to get married without it." She burst into tears, calling me an idiot. With a clueless look, I replied, "Don't call me names. I mean well." The villagers watching whispered among themselves, speaking up in my defense. An aunt chimed in, saying that my uncle's entire family were terrible people, and joked that I should grab a stick to protect myself. I nodded firmly. As night fell, Yun Yao wept as she made her way home. Her brother, Lu Eryong, sat nursing his injured wrist, howling in pain, while their mother, Li Tzulian, angrily shouted with her face covered in bruises. Yun Yao tearfully recounted her encounter with me, speculating that I might be faking my stupidity. Li Tzulian suspected my sister-in-law had influenced me negatively. Eryong vowed to deal with her once his wrist healed. Meanwhile, I wasn't hungry after having eaten rabbit earlier. After washing up, I began pestering to go to bed. My sister-in-law prepared my bed before planning to sleep in the next room. But I grabbed her and brought her into my bed, making us lie down together. She stayed silent, not daring to move, pretending she'd forgotten about what happened at noon. But I hadn't forgotten at all. I acted without hesitation, not giving her a chance to refuse. We spent the whole night together, the rickety wooden bed creaking loudly, almost collapsing. The physical strength granted by my system was useful for more than just fighting. But despite the entire night's effort, the system didn't reward me with additional benefits. I quietly decided that I needed to marry more women. The next morning, I didn't know when I woke up. Breakfast was already prepared, a porridge with rabbit soup and bits of meat, giving it a rich aroma. Halfway through eating, someone outside yelled, "Wives from the government are here to be assigned." Hearing this, I perked up. Having been fretting about where to find more women, the opportunity had arisen. My sister-in-law smiled slyly, telling me to go choose one. She probably thought, with how much energy Changfeng has, it'd be good to have others share the load. At the clearing in the east part of the village, crowds of people surrounded the area. The local authorities were enforcing marriages due to the declining number of men from years of conscription. All men over 18 years old were required to marry and could not refuse. At 19, I qualified, but since I was regarded as a fool, they had previously let it slide. After all, who could afford to care for me? When the villagers saw me arrive, they taunted, "Chongfeng's here to pick a wife too. Want to raise more little fools?" I didn't get angry. I was used to such remarks and remained patient. A soldier with a military baton barked, "Get in line. Anyone who causes trouble will taste my baton." The crowd fell silent. Most of the women present were struggling individuals, war captives, or those exiled from their homes. Tonight, I'll bring home 2 little new members. I didn't bother explaining much and took them one by the hand. Both women were so frail they could barely walk, but luckily, I supported them along the way. I reassured them, "Don't worry. I might not be the smartest, but as long as you're with me, there's always food on the table. You won't go hungry." The 2 women exchanged a glance and finally nodded, reluctantly trusting me. When we arrived home, I pushed open the door to my worn-down old hut and said, "This is your home now. It's not much, but it's livable." The 2 women looked around inside and felt a wave of despair wash over them. Shen Furong whispered tearfully to Shen Qingluo, "Big sister, we might actually starve to death here." Shen Qingluo patted her sister's hand gently. "It's still better than what could have happened to us. We'll find a way to get by." I didn't know what they were thinking as I stood at the door and hollered, "Sis-in-law, I've brought home my wives." The 2 women were stunned. "Sister-in-law?" A stunning woman emerged from inside the house. Despite wearing coarse clothes, her eyebrows were elegant like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. The 2 women whispered to each other in disbelief. They never expected that someone as simple as me would have such a beautiful sister-in-law. My sister-in-law greeted warmly, "Changfeng, you really brought wives home." I grinned, "Sister-in-law, I wanted to help lighten your load a little." She blushed and lightly scolded, "Silly boy, don't say such things." Then she turned to the 2 women and said, "Sisters, come in and sit." The interior was simple, with just a bed, a table, a cabinet, and a cooking stove. The 2 women stood there awkwardly. My sister-in-law said enthusiastically, "From now on, we're all one family. No need to feel shy. I'll make lunch now." Shen Furong hesitated, then offered, "Sister-in-law, I'll help you." Shen Qingluo chimed in, "I'll help too." But my sister-in-law waved her hand. "You've been through so much. Focus on resting and regaining your strength first." Shen Qingluo's eyes welled up, and she softly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." I smiled. "Don't worry about anything. There will always be food. Let's do introductions first." Shen Qingluo bowed slightly to me. "Husband, I am Shen Qingluo, and this is my younger sister, Shen Furong. Shen Furong also bowed lightly and softly addressed me as husband. I nodded and teased them. Go fetch water from the yard and wash your faces. You're looking like little kittens. The two women blushed and agreed. After washing up, my sister-in-law cooked rice, reheated some leftover rabbit meat, and brought everything to the table. As the two walked back inside, their clean faces were delicate and beautiful like porcelain dolls, their beauty undiminished. I couldn't help but stare in awe. My sister-in-law chuckled. Silly Chongfeng, sit down and eat. The two women were starving, and the sight of the food had them swallowing hard. I grabbed them each a bowl, filled it with rice, and gave them some meat. Eat up. They accepted their bowls and started wolfing down the food, as if they hadn't eaten in days. After finishing one bowl each, they still looked hungry but didn't touch the remaining food, perhaps out of fear that we'd be upset. Shen Qingluo apologized softly. Husband, we're so sorry. We've been starving for so long. We couldn't control ourselves. I laughed heartily. You're not full, are you? Eat as much as you need. I served them 2 more large bowls of rice, with generous helpings of meat. My sister-in-law added with a smile, we have enough provisions. A few meals won't make a dent. The two women expressed their thanks over and over. Finally satisfied after finishing their second bowls, they were overwhelmed with emotion and suddenly kneeled, bowing to me. Thank you, husband, for saving our lives. Husband, you're our living Buddha. Hearing them address me as husband repeatedly made me feel a warmth in my heart. I glanced up at the sun, thought about the timing, and decided some things were better left for after dark. After lunch, I decided to head into the mountains to try my luck. Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong stayed home to help my sister-in-law tidy up. Before leaving, I advised, stay put at home and behave. I'll be back. The two women nodded obediently, and my sister-in-law reminded me to be careful. That afternoon, I spent hours roaming the mountains. I gathered a good bunch of wild greens and managed to find over 10 ripe August melons, but I didn't catch any game. At one point, I spotted a wild goat, but after chasing it for what felt like forever, I lost track of it. Disappointed but carrying my harvest, I returned home, exhausted. Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong consoled me. It's all right. The wild greens will last us a few days, and the August melons still taste nice and sweet. My sister-in-law smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. There'll be more chances. I silently nodded, putting my hopes in tomorrow. As night fell, my sister-in-law prepared a simple porridge with bits of meat in it. I ate quickly and got ready for bed. Before sleeping, the women went to the next room to wash up. My sister-in-law asked me gently, Chongfeng, which wife will you spend tonight with first? I glanced at Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong, both of them radiant in their own right. Doesn't matter. Shen Qingluo blushed and stepped forward. I am the elder sister. I'll serve my husband tonight. All right. After washing up, I lay down first. Shen Qingluo also finished cleaning herself and gingerly stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. Her cheeks were flushed as she undressed shyly. I made space on the bed and patted the spot beside me. Qingluo, come on up. She nodded and thought to herself that, given how tall and handsome I was, perhaps she had found some luck in marrying me. I smiled. All right, second wife, I'm ready. Her eyes darted to me, noticing I wasn't wearing a single stitch of clothing. Her blush deepened before she climbed into bed, and soon, water flowed where it was meant to, unfolding naturally. By the end and after some, let's say, vigorous movement, the bed creaked so loudly it felt close to breaking. I mentally noted I'd need to reinforce it with new wood tomorrow. Shen Qingluo, thoroughly transformed, softly murmured, husband. I responded. From the other room, my sister-in-law and Shen Furong were restless from the noise and barely got any sleep. The next day, all 3 women woke up with heavy bags under their eyes from exhaustion or embarrassment. Even Shen Qingluo had dark circles under her eyes, her expression a mixture of emotions as she avoided direct eye contact with me. While they washed up, I sat on the bed, summoning my system. Hey, little system, what's my reward for last night? The system beeped. Congratulations. Host has successfully welcomed ravishing beauty Shen Qingluo. Reward, Supreme Archery Skill, Pinpoint Precision. I laughed. Supreme Archery? Nice. Instantly, my mind flooded with knowledge and techniques, drawing bows, shooting arrows, mastering precise aim, tracking prey by sound and footprints, and even identifying animal scents. I felt like I had transformed into a seasoned hunter overnight, every shot now a guaranteed hit. I asked the system, that's it? No other rewards. The system stayed silent, as if it had never existed. I shrugged it off. Time to make the most of this new skill. More women meant more rewards to come, surely. After breakfast, a simple porridge with meat bits, I announced, you all stay home and be good. Today, I'll definitely bring back some real game. My sister-in-law smiled warmly. Be safe out there. Shen Qingluo shot me a shy glance and murmured, Husband, I'll be waiting for you. Shin Furong added softly. Do stay safe, husband. I pinched all three of their cheeks playfully. Don't worry, I've got this. My heart knows its limits. As usual, I carried my bamboo basket on my back, held my bow and arrows, and stepped out of the house. Before, I would never have known where to find any game. Now, with divine-level archery skills, everything had changed. I could see sharply, spotting even tiny bugs from 100 steps away. My hearing was super sensitive, discerning distant sounds with clarity. To be a true hunter, these abilities were essential. Taking a round through the nearby mountains, I spotted a wild goat with black fur on its back dashing past. Wasn't this the same one I couldn't catch yesterday? Clearly, it was taunting me. If I can't catch it today, I'd be wasting the system-awarded archery skills. Closing my eyes, I located its position by sound. I drew my bow swiftly and loosed an arrow. The arrow flew with a graceful curve, fast, precise, and ruthless. The wild goat collapsed with a cry of bah, falling to the ground. I trotted over and mocked. You didn't get away yesterday, and today you dared to provoke me again? Hoisting the goat, probably weighing 40 to 50 pounds, I began heading down the mountain. It would be enough to feed the women for days. Remembering that I had a storage space, I stored the game inside, heading home empty-handed. When I reached the courtyard gate, I took the goat out of the space and hoisted it back onto my shoulder. Throwing my voice into the air, I called, "Wives, I'm back." 3 beauties rushed out, vying to see who'd reach me first. When they spotted the prey on my shoulder, they were stunned, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. My eldest wife was the first to react, trying to help me put down the goat. I waved her off. No need. Don't get your clothes dirty. She blushed with delight at being called the big wife, happiness showing all over her face. Walking into the courtyard, I threw the goat onto the ground. Eldest wife exclaimed, "Changfeng, you're amazing to have taken down such a big, plump wild goat." Raising an eyebrow with a grin, I teased, "Big wife, you haven't seen how amazing I can actually be." Flushing, she laughed shyly. "Silly Changfeng, stop talking nonsense." I chuckled. What's with all the seriousness between a husband and wife? You can't share a bed and stay serious, can you? Covering her face, she fled to heat some water. Second wife, Xinqing Luo, sat beside me, alternating her gaze between me and the wild goat. She probably wondered. The villagers called him a fool. Are they just jealous of his wit? Seeing her frown, I pinched her cheek playfully. Second wife, still thinking about your husband's heroic feats yesterday? Her cheeks flushed red as she stood up and scurried away. Now it was just me and Shin Furong, the third wife, left in the courtyard. Suddenly, I pulled her close and gave her a kiss. She blushed, ready to run. Before she could, I leaned in to murmur, "Third wife, you're my date for tonight." Feeling bashful, she scuttled off. With all 3 wives flustered and fled, I couldn't stifle my laughter. This life, having traveled back to ancient times, was simply too exhilarating. Even though these were famine years, I had the system's blessings. Life wouldn't be too hard. Thinking back to modern times, where I had barely any savings and had to pay a bride price of $38,800 to date anyone, utter humiliation. Here, wives were free and each one breathtakingly beautiful. Their looks trounced those of any top-tier celebrities like Fan, Bing, or even the big names. As I reveled in my newfound reality, the system chimed in my mind. It notified me that after marrying the exquisite Xinqing Luo, I was granted god-level archery skills, while both physical strength and storage space received an upgrade. A status panel appeared before me. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 1, equivalent to 6 adult men. Storage space, level 1, 100 cubic meters. Connections, Chu Wanru, Xinqing Luo. Rewards, god-level archery. Smiling in mild annoyance at the system's delay in reporting, I felt a sudden surge of power coursing through me. My limbs felt like they were being refined, my strength further amplified. Big wife called out, saying the water was ready. Inside the kitchen, over the crackling fire sat a big boiling pot. Using a damp cloth to hold the scalding pot handles, I carried the hot water outside to the courtyard to prepare the goat for cleaning. All 3 beautiful wives pitched in to pluck the hair. Shin Furong excitedly commented on how tender the meat looked, already anticipating dinner. Jokingly, I teased her, "We're feasting on goat tonight, but there'll be more of your husband to enjoy as well." All 3 of them blushed bright red. Feigning a pout, Big wife scolded, "Stop saying such nonsense." Smiling cheekily, I decided to listen. Once the hair was plucked, I prepped the goat for cooking, slicing, and butchering with ease. Though I'd never done it before in modern times, the system's hunter's knowledge guided me naturally. Skillfully, I cut the head, ribs, and heart while gutting it clean. The 3 wives helped move the meat into the pot. Meanwhile, I dealt with the offal. Big wife watched, astonished. This seemingly foolish Changfeng had suddenly become so capable. She planned to clean and sun-dry the goat's hair for making clothes later. The courtyard filled with activity as Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong swept and mopped the ground. I sliced ribs and instructed Big Wife to wash and start cooking. Swallowing hungrily, she eagerly responded, with Shen Qingluo joining to assist. Calling Shen Furong to massage my shoulders, she shyly complied. Sitting on a wooden stool in the courtyard, her initial tender pressing encouraged me to grab her hands, coaching her to increase the pressure. Grinning, I was immersing myself in the joy of the moment when some uninvited guests entered the gate. I frowned. It's them again, Big Uncle and his annoying family. Leading the group was Lu Qingyan, followed by Li Zulian, Lu Dekue, Lu Eryong, and Lu Yunyao. They barged in, radiating anger, their eyes blazing as they clutched a stick nearly a meter long and pointed it at me. Lu Qingyan roared, "Lu Chongfeng, why did you hit your aunt, sister, and second brother?" Shen Furong trembled with fear. "Husband, what should we do?" Big Wife and Shen Qingluo, who were cooking, also hurried out, visibly distressed. I remained calm, gesturing to my wives, reassuring them to stay unafraid. Feigning my usual foolish demeanor, I responded, "Big Uncle, I didn't hit them. What are you talking about?" With a scowl, Lu Qingyan bellowed, "Look at your aunt and sister's swollen faces and your second brother's broken wrist. If not you, then who?" I shook my head. "Big Uncle, second brother got beaten up and blamed me because he lost money gambling. He didn't dare tell you about the gambling, though, to avoid being scolded." Li Zuilian shrieked, enraged. "You're lying. When did second brother gamble?" Ignoring her, I continued. "As for aunt, she smacked herself, teaching sister to cover it up. And sister's missing teeth? She tripped on her own. A lot of people saw it." Big Wife chimed in passionately. "Big Uncle, that's the truth. I can testify to it." The commotion drew villagers outside the courtyard, who also chimed in. "It's true, old Lu. Lu Yunyao knocked out her own tooth. We all saw it. Why are you bullying silly Chongfeng? The poor guy's harmless." Lu Qingyan, feeling embarrassed, put the stick away quickly and turned angrily toward Lu Eryong, suddenly lashing him with blows. "You lost money gambling and blamed Chongfeng? Are you in cahoots with them?" Li Zuilian darted forward to intervene. "How can you trust that idiot over your own son? Chongfeng's just talking nonsense." But Lu Qingyan sneered, "The idiot's more trustworthy. At least he doesn't lie. You all are conniving liars." Chased around, Lu Eryong let out wails of pain. Lu Yunyao tried to stop the chaos, but was shoved aside by Lu Qingyan. Angrily, she wailed, "Father, aren't you supposed to help us? What is this?" "Shut up," Lu Qingyan roared. Meanwhile, I stood to the side with my three wives, watching wordlessly as the courtyard turned into their battleground. Once satisfied, Lu Qingyan stormed off, hurling the stick aside. Suo Yanli scolded him, calling him a confused old man. With her loud voice, she shouted, "Chongfeng Lu, you crafty little rascal. You hit someone and didn't admit it, then had the nerve to turn things around." I didn't want to say much. I quickly pulled three women with me and rushed inside the house, slamming the door shut behind us. Outside, Suo Li kept screaming and cursing. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore. "Li," they said, "what's the point of bullying someone who isn't all there? Get lost." Suo Li wasn't about to back down. Putting her hands on her hips, she shot back, "How's it any of your business if I scold someone? Mind your own affairs." Eryong Lu, already furious because I had broken his wrist and then beaten him up further, was boiling inside. Seeing the three beauties with me made him even more jealous. When looking for a wife, he had been picky. Yet, while his wife wasn't unattractive, she couldn't compare to the women in my household. Pulling his older brother, Dekue Lu, aside, he grumbled, "Big brother, with dad not here, we could rush inside and teach that fool Chongfeng a good lesson." Dekue disagreed, shaking his head. "Eryong, you lost a bet, got beaten, and now you're blaming him? Attacking him isn't right." Eryong, fueled by his anger, protested, "Big brother, he woke up after I hit his head, and now he's talking utter nonsense. He broke my wrist. He even hit mom and our little sister." Trying to stoke the fire further, he added, "And what's the deal with a fool managing to keep three gorgeous women? Our wives can't hold a candle to them. Why don't we just teach him a lesson and take the beauties for ourselves? What do you say?" After some consideration, Dekue nodded, albeit cautiously. "Not a bad idea, but let's not act impulsively. We'll go back for now. I have a plan." Left with no other option, Eryong begrudgingly followed his brother. Meanwhile, Zulian Li and Yunyao Lu eventually left as well, still shouting curses as they went. The villagers dispersed, leaving our house in quiet once more. Inside, my sister-in-law voiced her concerns. "Chongfeng, you've broken Eryong's wrist, and now he's been hit by Uncle too. Do you think he'll seek revenge?" I lightly patted her head, chuckling as I reassured her. "Sister-in-law, there's no reason to worry. They don't have it in them to do anything." Seeing my confidence, she finally relaxed. Qingluo Shun and Furong Shun couldn't fully grasp what had happened, but they'd overheard Zulian Li's loud curses. That was enough for them to feel uneasy on my behalf. I, however, brushed it off casually. Forget about them. Check if the ribs are done cooking. If they are, let's eat, then get some rest. Lifting the lid on the pot, the ribs weren't quite ready yet. I put it back and added more firewood to the flames. My sister-in-law tended to the rice. Half an hour later, the food was ready, steamy rice and deliciously simmered ribs. She served up the ribs on the table, as Qingluo and Furong brought bowls and chopsticks. I sat at the table with an air of confidence, ready for the three women to serve me. In these famine-stricken times, even the thought of having a full meal felt extravagant, let alone enjoying flavorful wild goat meat like this. The women munched on the ribs hesitantly, clearly trying to ration. Understanding their intent, I brought out a full pot of meat. Eat as much as you'd like. I promise there will never be a shortage of meat in this household again. Furong looked at me with wide eyes. Really? Ruffling her hair playfully, I grinned. Would I ever lie to you? She beamed with excitement. That's amazing. To always have meat to eat. Husband, you're the best. I burst out laughing. Who else would it be, if not me? Qingluo also stared at me adoringly. Just yesterday, she thought I was slow-witted, but now, she could see how capable I truly was. After dinner, the women cleaned up, while I lounged in the yard to enjoy the cool night air. Though it was August, the breeze was pleasant, and the stars above were breathtakingly clear, such a contrast to the modern world where skies like this were rarely seen. Sitting there, I began analyzing my current situation. My physical strength was at level 1, my space manipulation ability also at level 1, and I possessed god-tier archery skills. For the time being, life was stable. A casual trip through the mountains could always provide wild game, and I could sell any surplus for silver. While sudden wealth seemed out of reach, a steady life wasn't a problem. But the world was unstable. Chaos loomed, and wars were unpredictable. Any wealth I accumulated could be seized, and my women could fall into the hands of bandits or soldiers. If I wanted to ensure protection for everyone, I had to become stronger and more prepared. Leveraging my eternal legacy system would be critical, whether for accumulating wealth or strengthening my abilities. If necessary, I'd even consider expanding my team for greater security. After strategizing in the yard for some time, I eventually retreated back indoors. Tonight, Furong would serve me. Qingluo had already helped bathe her earlier in preparation. I gave my face a quick rinse, then lay down on the bed. Furong, shy and nervous, had already settled in, awaiting me. As the door closed, our shared night began. The young girl, timid and uncertain, remained on edge. But I was patient, ensuring she felt comfortable as I guided her gently. Next door, my sister-in-law and Qingluo overheard the subtle movements, their faces turning red with embarrassment. It turned out to be another sleepless night for everyone. The following morning, Furong was nowhere to be seen when I awoke. Rising from bed, I immediately summoned the system. Ding! The system emerged. Congratulations. You've now bonded with the stunning Furong Shun. As a result, you've unlocked beast language comprehension and advanced to level 2 in both physical strength and space manipulation. I quickly checked my status panel. Name, Changfeng Liu. Age, 19. Strength, level 2, equivalent to 9 adult men. Space, level 2, capacity, 200 cubic meters. Companions, Wanru Chu, Qingluo Shun, Furong Shun. Rewards, god-tier archery, beast language comprehension. Beast language comprehension? I muttered, puzzled. Does that mean I can understand animals when they speak? Determined to test this, I stepped outside. Under a large tree in the yard, I waited for a bird to fly by. Finally, a sparrow approached, chirping away. Yet, I couldn't make out a single word of what it was saying. Frustrated, I cursed under my breath. Damn, what a useless skill. At that moment, my sister-in-law called me in for breakfast. After the meal, I grabbed my bow and arrows to head back into the mountains. The three women bid me farewell at the door, reminding me to be cautious. With a mischievous grin, I kissed each one goodbye, leaving them blushing and retreating shyly inside. In the mountains, I roamed for a while without spotting any animals. Eventually, I ventured deeper. A plump rabbit darted through the bushes, and I quickly aimed and shot, taking it down effortlessly. Tossing it into my basket, I continued my hunt for larger prey. Further along, I spotted a hawk and a crow locked in a fierce mid-air struggle. Unconcerned, I pressed ahead. Suddenly, something grazed my forehead before hitting the ground. Looking down, I saw a bloodied, injured crow. I leaned over to pick it up. I wasn't planning to kill you, I murmured. But since you practically threw yourself at me, I'll consider it fate. Just as I moved to put it into my basket, the crow spoke. Please, don't kill me. Let me go. Startled, I froze. What did you just say? The crow gazed at me with desperate, pleading eyes. Kind sir, you're a good man. I beg you, spare my life. I can be very useful to you. Ecstatic, I slapped my leg in disbelief. I can actually understand you. So this is the system's beast language comprehension skill. Reflecting on my earlier encounters in the mountains, none of the animals seemed to speak before. Did this skill only work with the crow specifically? Was this bird some special gift from the system? Unaware of my thoughts, the crow continued pleading. Master, if you spare me, I swear my loyalty to you in return. I eyed the injured bird in my hands, considering its potential. If the system gifted me this, how could I say no? Watching over a hunter's prey from the skies would make any hunt far more efficient. Combined with my god-tier archery, the back mountains could practically be considered my personal food storage. Smiling, I tightened my grip on the bird. All right, little crow, you're coming with me. Here's an English adaptation of the scenario. I looked down at the wounded crow on the ground and said, I won't kill you, but you have to pledge yourself to me as your master. Follow me and don't ever betray me. If you dare, I'll slice you up and fry you on the spot. The crow shivered and shook its head furiously. Don't worry, master. Once a crow pledges loyalty, it's for life. I'll never abandon you. Up in the sky, an eagle circled, its piercing gaze locked onto the crow. The crow, too injured to fly, panicked. Master, the eagle's coming. Save me. I stayed calm and assured it. Relax, I won't let the eagle harm you. Placing the crow in a woven bamboo basket, I pulled out my bow. The eagle hovered high, reluctant to come closer. Relying on my sharp senses, I aimed and released the arrow. The air rang with the whistle of my shot. A pained cry echoed as the eagle plummeted from the sky. The crow, relieved yet curious, chirped nervously. Master, is the eagle dead? I nodded, walking over to collect the fallen bird. Picking up the eagle, I casually tossed it into the basket. The crow flapped anxiously and cawed. Help! Even dead, it scares me. I couldn't help but laugh softly. Calm down. It's completely dead. It can't hurt you now. I grabbed some straw and carefully covered the basket to keep other animals from noticing the crow. Slinging my bow over my shoulder, I resumed my hunt. Barely half a kilometer later, I froze in my tracks. Before me stood a massive wild boar. 400 pounds of bristling brown fur like iron needles. Its shoulders rose like a small hill, its gleaming tusks promising a vicious fight. The boar slammed into a tree, its sheer force shaking loose an explosion of leaves. I felt a surge of excitement. What a catch! Fresh meat for home, and selling this could fetch me a fortune. The boar's eyes met mine. It could tell I wasn't scared. With an enraged roar, it charged at me full speed. I didn't flinch. When it got close enough, I pulled back my bowstring and let loose an arrow straight into its neck. The boar stumbled and collapsed in a lifeless heap. Satisfied, I approached, stashed the carcass into my dimensional space, and went about collecting wild vegetables and chopping firewood. Upon returning home, I released the boar from my spatial storage right in my yard. The commotion brought out the 3 charming women who shared my home. All 3 squealed in delight, jumping at the sight of the boar. My older sister-in-law smiled warmly and caressed my face. Changfeng has grown up so much. Are you hurt? I leaned close and whispered playfully in her ear, I might be. Tonight, you can help check. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she swatted at my chest with mock anger. Stop saying nonsense, or I'll sew your mouth shut. Feigning fear, I clamped my lips shut, only for her to roll her eyes with a laugh. You're getting cheeky, aren't you? The 2 younger women, Shun Qingluo and Shin Furong, stood nearby, eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. They had been through so much before meeting me, taken by corrupt officials and barely managing to avoid harm due to their slim frames. But now, luck had brought them to my side, and they saw me as their savior and provider. Shin Qingluo's voice was soft, but filled with pride. Husband, you're incredible. Shin Furong chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Yes, husband. Not long ago you left, and now you've returned with such a big catch. I puffed out my chest dramatically. Impressed yet? Both women giggled, blushing as they shyly swatted at me. But each playful tap was so gentle it was like a tickle. It was enough to make me want to call it a day and head to bed, maybe dragging one of them along. But first things first, I had a boar to butcher and prepare. I directed my sister-in-law, go boil a big pot of hot water. I'll need it to scald the boar and scrape the hair. She nodded and got to work. With 2 cooking stoves in our home, she loaded pots of water to ensure there'd be enough. Meanwhile, Qingluo started the fires, while Furong kept me company, chatting away as I worked. As the water heated up, I pulled out the wounded crow and the dead eagle from my basket. The eagle went straight to the ground in an unceremonious heap. I gently took the crow in my hand to examine its injuries. Furong's curiosity got the better of her. Husband, did you hunt that crow too? I shook my head. No, the eagle injured it. I stepped in to save it. Her teasing question came next. Are we putting it on the menu along with the eagle and the boar? The poor crow recoiled, trembling, but I stroked its tiny head. Don't worry, little one. I promised to save you, and I keep my promises. The crow let out a faint caw, a sign of gratitude, as I continued my inspection. With 2 small puncture wounds in its back and a broken leg, survival would have been impossible without me. This encounter, arranged by the system, had allowed my rare Beast Whisperer skill to shine. I instructed Furong to fetch water to help clean the crow, who turned into a scrawny, wet mess once scrubbed. I chuckled softly at the sight, then set it on the courtyard wall to dry off in the sunlight. Stay put and don't move. Once I'm done here, I'll find a doctor to fix you up. The crow bobbed its head obediently. Returning to the boar, I carefully poured hot water over it to make scraping the hair easier. The 3 women huddled around me as I worked, chatting and occasionally offering a hand. Once the boar was cleaned and butchered, I separated it into sections, half for storage in my dimensional space and half for selling in the nearest town. Explaining the mystical storage ability to the women, I clarified its value and the importance of keeping it a secret from outsiders. They solemnly agreed. Handing my sister-in-law some meat for cooking, I left with the remaining portion and the crow to head into town. On the way, I passed by a gossiping neighbor woman who tried to pry about the crow. Responding with a cheeky remark about my sister-in-law's cooking, I left her muttering angrily in my wake. The town was a bleak sight amidst the chaotic times, with ragged villagers and a slow economy. Setting up in a busy street, I began hawking my fresh wild boar meat. While customers trickled in, business was slow. By mid-afternoon, I still hadn't sold all of it. With the crow growing restless and hungry, I decided to approach the largest inn in town, the Spring Breeze Inn. Mingyuan, the butcher, cheerfully accepted my wild game delivery, paying me 30 coins per pound and even inviting me to bring more in the future. Feeling grateful, I offered him a small gift and pocketed the hefty silver coins he handed over. Just as I was about to sit down and treat myself to a hearty meal, I felt the injured crow in my arms shift. Its back bore 2 noticeable wounds. I needed to get it treated first. Worried it might not make it to my meal otherwise. I walked out of the Chunfeng Inn and asked around for the nearest clinic. Holding the crow close, I stepped inside when I found one. I explained to the doctor that I needed help treating my pet crow's injuries. The man paused and gave me a perplexed look. A crow? You need me to treat a crow? That's a first, he muttered. I pleaded desperately. This crow isn't just a pet, it's my sworn brother. It once saved my life. Doctor, I beg you, please help it. The doctor seemed doubtful, likely thinking I was out of my mind for calling a bird my sworn brother. However, he made no further comments and nodded. Its injuries aren't serious. Just some ointment and a bandage should do the trick, he said. After thanking him profusely, I paid the 10-coin fee, cradled the bandaged crow, and slung my bamboo basket on my back as I headed out. After wandering a bit, I returned to Chunfeng Inn. The ground floor was empty, so I decided to head upstairs. Signaling the waiter with hand gestures, he led me to the 2nd floor and seated me by a window. When asked what dishes I wanted, the waiter rattled off an elaborate list of house specialties. The names were utterly foreign to me, so I asked about the prices. After a quick calculation on his abacus, he replied, all of them together would be 3 taels of silver. I froze for a moment, doing my own mental math. Having just earned 4.5 taels from selling pork, the expense made my heart ache. I reluctantly settled on golden crispy roasted chicken, fried tofu, and a vegetable soup, all within a safer budget range. The waiter acknowledged the order and headed to the kitchen, leaving behind a pot of tea and some salted crispy beans for me to snack on. Slowly chewing on the beans, I glanced out the window at the bustling street below. I carefully placed the crow on the table, letting it peck at some of the beans. You won't be able to fly for a while, I told it. For now, stick with me and share my food, all right? The crow nodded lightly, letting out a soft caw. Soon, the dishes arrived, along with a bowl of rice. I dished out some rice for the crow before eagerly digging into the meal myself. As I ate, I found myself critiquing the food. The chicken's pretty good. The tofu tastes about the same as how I make it. The vegetable soup? Meh, it's average. After finishing, I called the waiter to settle the bill. 90 coins, comfortably within my planned budget. Tucking the crow back into my robe, I prepared to head downstairs when a commotion from below caught my attention. Peering over the railing, I saw a frail young woman surrounded by 3 thugs. Please, let me go, she cried, pleading. 3 big brothers, have mercy. The one-eyed leader sneered and grabbed her shoulder. Your father owes the gambling den 2 taels of silver. Who's going to pay it? You, he mocked. Through her sobs, the woman offered. I'll gather wild herbs, chop firewood, sell embroidery. I'll pay it back in time. Please, don't sell me. The burly man with a bushy beard interjected. What's the point of talking? Just sell her to the brothel. I bet we'll fetch a decent sum. The short, pudgy one snickered and added. Why not let us have some fun with her first? The one-eyed thug laughed uproariously. I'll go first. You two can have your turn after. His two companions eagerly nodded in agreement as he grabbed the young woman's wrist, causing her to cry out in fear and struggle. Frustrated by their behavior, I muttered under my breath, "This is outrageous. Three grown men bullying a defenseless woman in broad daylight. Where's the law and order?" Ignoring the waiter's alarmed attempt to stop me, I stormed down the stairs. "Sir, don't. Those three are infamous gamblers from the East Market. One-Eyed Dragon, Big Beard, and Little Monkey. They're notorious bullies. It's best not to provoke them," he warned. I nodded lightly in acknowledgement, but kept going. On the street, I walked straight toward the scene. The One-Eyed Dragon was dragging the sobbing woman by her wrist. My voice rang out, cold and steady. "Let her go." The thugs turned, startled by my sudden interjection. One-Eyed Dragon released the woman and gave me a once-over. I hardly looked impressive, dressed in tattered clothes, hardly resembling anyone of power or importance. He smirked and demanded, "Who was that? Who dared speak up?" I met his glare head-on. "It was me. Didn't hear me the first time?" His smirk twisted into a scowl as he cursed and stepped toward me. Before his lackeys could come to his aid, I quickly reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 taels of silver, offering them in exchange for the woman's freedom. The woman, whose name I later learned was Fu Linger, dropped to her knees, overwhelmed with gratitude, promising to repay me with lifelong loyalty. But One-Eyed Dragon merely laughed coldly. 2 taels? Too late. With interest, her father owes us 20 taels. Linger's face turned pale as despair settled in. She sobbed, questioning why they were driving her to the edge. But the thug shrugged indifferently, stating that gambling debts are always high interest. I clenched my fists, furious at their shamelessness. My system pinged, notifying me that my strength level had risen to level 4, equivalent to the strength of 15 men. The odds had just tipped in my favor. One glance at Linger told me what I needed to know. "If I help you today, will you turn your back on that wretched home, on the gambler who calls himself your father?" I asked. Linger's eyes burned with determination as she replied, "I will. If you save me, I'll follow you wherever you go. That man is no father. He already sold my sister, and now he wants to sell me. I wish nothing more than for him to disappear forever." Her words, filled with righteous anger, galvanized me. I pulled her to her feet and stepped in front of her. "Stand behind me. Whoever tries to harm you will answer to me, Lu Changfeng." With that, I flung the 2 taels of silver in One-Eyed Dragon's face. "Take it or leave it. That's all you're getting from me. If you don't want it, then scram." Enraged, the man lunged at me with a roar. I sidestepped effortlessly and delivered a crushing right hook, sending him hurtling several meters before he crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. His companions, shocked but furious, charged at me. I seized both their wrists mid-attack and smashed them together with a sickening crack. Their broken wrists rendered them howling and incapacitated. The crowd that had gathered erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Who would have thought a plain-looking young man in ragged clothes could single-handedly bring down the notorious trio? However, their awe was tinged with apprehension. Crossing the gambling den's enforcers was bound to attract trouble. Young man, someone in the crowd whispered urgently. "You've made powerful enemies. You might want to leave. Run quickly." Fu Linger was trembling with fear as she stood beside me. I gently patted her shoulder. "Don't be scared. With me here, no one will harm you." Her tears rolled down again, moved beyond words. I picked up the silver coins on the ground and pointed at the 3 men. "You didn't want the money, but the person is mine to take. If you dare to come after us again, I won't just leave scratches next time. Your lives will be at stake." Having said that, I grabbed Fu Linger's hand and led her away. It was the first time a man had ever held her hand. For some reason, she didn't feel uncomfortable and decided to follow me for the rest of her life. As we walked to another street, I asked, "Is there anything you'd like to buy?" Fu Linger shook her head. "As long as I'm with you, there's nothing else I want." I chuckled and tapped her nose playfully. "Then how about I buy you some big buns to eat?" Her eyes lit up. "I'd love that." Her gaze sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but swallow hungrily. Knowing she had to be starving, I took her to the steamed bun stall and asked the vendor, "How much for a bun?" The vendor held up 3 fingers. 3 per bun, good meaty ones. I promptly replied, 50 buns, please." The vendor looked startled. 50? Are you sure? Fu Linger, just as surprised, said, "Sir, I can't eat that much. Just 2 will be enough." I patted her head gently and grinned. "No worries. We'll save them for later. You can snack on them over time." The vendor quickly wrapped the buns in oiled paper. Paying 151, I took the package and handed her 3 buns right away. "Eat them while they're still warm." I stored the rest in the bamboo basket slung on my back. Fu Linger held the steaming buns with trembling hands, tears falling once again out of gratitude. She eagerly finished 1, 2, 3 buns before finally feeling full. I smiled. If you can eat more, go ahead. Offering her 3 more buns, she waved her hands in refusal. Let's save them for later. I reassured her, don't worry. You won't go hungry as long as you're with me. Just eat without concern. Though she didn't fully understand my identity, having seen me stand against the gambling den, she knew I wasn't a bad person. Fu Linger resolved to follow me closely. She devoured 6 buns in total. When I asked if she wanted more, she shook her head. I'm full. Afterward, I took her to the tailor's shop on South Street and bought 2 bolts of fine linen for 161. Packing the cloth away, I took her hand, and we left the town, heading towards Yentu village. On the way, we encountered an ox cart. I gave the driver 4 to take us straight to the village entrance. During the ride, I asked, "You're not worried I might be a bad person, following me like this?" Fu Linger shyly replied, "When you saved me, I knew you were a good man. To defy the gambling den, you must be a hero. No matter who you are, I'll follow you for life." Looking into her sincere eyes, I felt a warm wave of affection inside. I was tempted to propose to her right there and then, but with the driver nearby, I held back. Smiling, I responded, "You're right, stick with me, and you won't go hungry. That said, I already have a few wives at home, so don't read too much into it." Fu Linger nodded obediently. "Understood, sir. I'll get along well with the other sisters." When the cart reached Yentu village, I led her by the hand back to my home. Fu Linger eyed the rundown, thatched house in the yard with a bit of confusion. How could someone who owned silver live in such a place? The creak of the old gate drew the attention of 3 beautiful women inside. "Changfeng, you're back? Husband, you must be exhausted, right? Did all the pork sell?" I smiled and replied, "All of it sold, for taels of silver." Noticing Fu Linger, all 3 women looked at her curiously. Pulling Fu Linger forward, I introduced her. "This is Fu Linger, my 4th wife." Hearing the word wife, Fu Linger blushed and bit her lip. The 3 women chuckled. "Don't worry, sister, we'll take good care of you." I gestured toward them, introducing her in turn. "This is your eldest sister, 2nd sister, and 3rd sister." Fu Linger bowed respectfully. "Hello, eldest sister, 2nd sister, and 3rd sister." The eldest smiled warmly and took her hand. "Come on in, dear sister. Let's sit inside." I handed her the bolts of linen I had purchased earlier. "Here's some fabric to make a few sets of clothes." The eldest wiped away tears as she accepted the fabric. She hadn't expected to wear such fine material. Both Qing Luo and Furong touched the cloth, tears quietly streaming down their cheeks. Next, I pulled out the large meat buns. "For mornings when you don't feel like cooking, just eat these." Qing Luo couldn't resist. "Husband, can I eat one now?" I gently patted her head. "Eat as many as you like." The 3 grabbed buns and started munching away. The eldest called out to Linger, "Come, sister, have a seat. Let me cook something for you." Meanwhile, Furong kept Linger company chatting. Soon, the smell of fried meat wafted through the air. Delighted, Linger exclaimed, "I haven't had meat in years." Furong chuckled. "Your husband is amazing. We have meat every day here." Dinner was ready in no time. Steaming stir-fried pork served with coarse rice. I picked up a large piece of meat with my chopsticks for Ling. "Eat up." Moved, she started crying again. The eldest teased, "Silly girl, there's meat at every meal. No need for tears." As night fell, I had initially planned to spend time with Linger in our bridal chamber. But recalling my promise to the eldest earlier, I decided not to disappoint her. Gently pulling her aside, I asked, "Remember what we talked about this afternoon?" Blushing, she hesitated. "You just brought home a new bride. Spend the night with her first." Grinning, I whispered, "Linger can rest for a few days. Tonight, we're keeping our plan." "It's settled then." Announcing to everyone, "You all go to bed. I'm heading to the well for water." Waiting in line for an hour, I finally fetched enough water and lugged it home 2 hours later. Returning, I noticed everyone was already asleep. Believing my eldest was waiting in my bed, I gently slipped under the covers, only to realize something was off. My eldest was slightly larger, but this figure seemed smaller. Linger's soft voice reached my ears. "Husband, Linger is here to serve you tonight." I was dumbfounded. Didn't I agree to spend the night with the eldest? Linger explained, "Sister said today is my wedding night, so it's my duty to serve you." Her words suddenly made sense. This was all arranged by the eldest. "All right, Linger, let me take good care of you tonight." Upgraded and stronger than ever, I now had the stamina to extend the battle for half an hour more. The bed creaked relentlessly, taking more wear and tear each day. In the room next door, where the 3 ladies shared one bed, they could hear everything. The eldest felt a slight pang of regret, wishing she hadn't offered me up, but she quickly let it go. She understood it was all for the sake of energy exchange. By dawn, Linger had already woken to start her chores, albeit wobbling slightly. The eldest kindly urged her, "You worked hard yesterday. Take it easy today." Then she established a household rule. after serving the husband. The next day, I had to rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, I was too powerful. Sitting up, the system promptly notified me of a massive set of rewards. A space spirit spring appeared, capable of quenching thirst and curing ailments. My combat level increased by 3, equivalent to the power of 12 men. Space storage capacity expanded to 300 cubic meters. I gained god-level archery skills and the ability to understand animal language. My companions increased to 4, accompanied by an additional gift pack. The gift pack included 10 absolute loyalty pills, god-level brewing techniques, 100 pounds of fine rice, 200 taels of silver. What a big surprise. The decision to rescue Linger in the county was absolutely worth it. By noon, I was fully dressed and stepped out of my room. My sister-in-law and Xing Luo were preparing lunch. Furong was busy cleaning the courtyard. I checked on Linger in my sister-in-law's room. She was still resting in bed. I felt a pang of concern and gently touched her forehead. Linger, you've worked hard. Embarrassed, she pulled the blanket over her face. The main course for today was stir-fried double-cooked pork, paired with wild vegetable and rib soup. Linger sat up at the table, and I handed her a bowl of rice. Eat up. A crow near the window watched us enjoy our meal and cawed excitedly. I placed it on the table and gave it some rice and ribs. After eating its fill, the crow commented, "Caw, caw, caw. This food is incredible." All 4 women took a liking to the crow, taking turns petting its head. The crow cried out to me for help. "Caw, caw, caw. Master, please stop them from messing with my head." After lunch, I grabbed my bow and arrows and took the crow to the mountains for hunting. On the way, I swapped the water in my flask for spirit spring water. I gave the crow 6 sips. Half an hour later, the crow shouted excitedly, "Master, my injury is healed." I unwrapped the canvas that had been strapped to its back, inspecting the wound. It was completely healed. This spring is miraculous. The crow attempted to fly, then returned saying, "I've fully recovered." I nodded. "You'll come hunting with me from now on." The crow soared into the woods to scout and returned a few minutes later. "Master, there's a plump wild goat ahead." Following its directions, I approached quietly and landed a perfect shot, then stored the goat in my space. We ventured further, and the crow alerted me again. "There's a 3-meter snake in the grass ahead." "Perfect, I can sell that snake." Another precise shot, and it went into storage. Along the way, I shot several wild chickens and packed them all up. The crow then pointed out a bamboo grove ahead, filled with turtle doves. In the grove, within half an hour, I had shot 40 turtle doves. The crow continued its reports. "Master, there's a fox ahead. It's an old friend of mine. It's being bullied by its group. Can we save it?" I frowned. "Let's take a look." In a clearing, over 20 foxes were mauling a scruffy, battered fox. Blood covered its body, and it was barely hanging on. "Is this scruffy fox truly a friend of yours?" I asked the crow skeptically. The crow nodded. "We were enemies once, but later became friends." "Please, master, it's in a terrible state." I smirked coldly. "Why should I save it? What's in it for me?" The crow pleaded desperately. "It can guard your house. It's smart and has a keen sense of smell. Considering the 4 beauties back at home, a guard might not be a bad idea." "All right, I'll help." Drawing my bow, I shot 12 arrows, each hitting its mark and taking down 12 foxes. The rest scattered in fear. The crow rushed to comfort its friend. "Don't be scared. This is my master, your savior." The small fox trembled nervously as I approached and stroked its head. Pouring half a flask of spirit spring water down its throat, I watched as its wounds began to heal slowly. The crow explained to the fox that I was its rescuer and encouraged it to accept me as its master. The fox jumped into my arms, signifying its willingness to follow me. I named the crow Little Black and the fox Little Clown. The crow was overjoyed, and the fox wagged its tail in contentment. Carrying the fox, and with the crow perched on my shoulder, I descended the mountain. Just as we reached the foothills, young Lao-san, the village troublemaker, blocked our path. He strolled toward me, chewing on a blade of grass, his eyes lighting up when he spotted the red fox in my arms. In the past, young Lao-san would always snatch any of my hunted game. "That thing is hideous," he sneered. "Give it to me, and I'll do you the favor of tossing it out." Feigning ignorance, I asked, "Is it really that ugly?" He nodded. "The ugliest. I'll sell it for you and split the profit." I mocked. "Didn't you say it was ugly? How is something ugly worth money?" Unfazed, he pressed on. "Give me the fox and crow too. I'll take them to the county and sell them. I'll make sure you get your share of the money." Smiling, I replied, "Brother 3, you're such a kind-hearted person. But I'm not selling." Frustrated, young Lao-san lunged to grab them. "These things are hideous. I'm only helping you out. Hand them over now." Enraged, I retorted, "I said I'm not selling. If you try to take them by force, I won't hold back." We started brawling, with young Lao-san yelling, "I'm just trying to help you. Now give me the fox." I countered, "Help my ass. Get bent." With that, I punched him square in the face, leaving his cheek swollen. Young Lausen clutched his face. You dare hit me, you fool. Balancing the fox in one arm, I landed punch after punch with the other. You're the idiot, you and your entire family. One of my punches left him with an even bigger swollen cheek. He growled through gritted teeth. You'll regret this. Come on then, genius. Come bite me. The crow mimicked me, squawking, bite me, bite me. Humiliated by the crow's taunts, young Lausen grew even angrier. But he couldn't land a hit. Instead, I grabbed his head and spun him around until he was utterly disoriented. Then, I kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. The impact broke 3 of his ribs. I yanked at his clothes, slapping his face until blood poured from his nose and a few of his teeth fell out. You think you're smart, huh? Then why do you keep getting beaten up? How dare you bully me all this time? Fight back if you can. Oh wait, you can't. His cries drew a crowd of villagers. They were amazed. I had always been the one to take beatings in silence. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Has the sun risen from the west today? This is unreal. Still fuming, I hauled young Lausen up and yelled, Are you calling me stupid? You're the dumb one here. My antics amused the onlookers, who had no intention of stepping in, since I had always been kind and helpful. Deep down, they were rooting for me. Once I'd gotten my fill of vengeance, the villagers half-heartedly stepped forward to break up the fight. Angrily, I picked up the fox and walked away. When asked about the fox by curious villagers, I replied indifferently, Don't ask. I'm in a bad mood. Though no one dared to snatch it from me, a few villagers seemed tempted by the fox's unique beauty. Greed led to plans to steal at night. With a fox in my arms and a crow perched on my shoulder, I strolled home in high spirits. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, I saw my 4 beautiful wives basking in the sun. Each of them was stunning, resembling celestial beings, their figures mesmerizing. My heart warmed instantly. Changfeng is back. Husband, you're home. Husband, what are you holding? This fox is so ugly. I entered the courtyard and closed the door, setting the fox on the ground. Clown, don't be afraid. They're my wives. The fox slowly relaxed. One wife asked, Changfeng, are you planning to sell it, or, kill it? The fox eyed me cautiously, prepared to flee. I gently stroked its head. Don't worry, I won't harm you. This fox's name is Clown, and I'll keep it to guard the house. The crow on my shoulder pecked at my face, as if reminding me to give it a name too. I chuckled. The crow will be called Little Black. My wife, Furong, giggled. Naming the fox Clown doesn't sound very nice, does it? I laughed and replied, Well, it is kind of ugly. My eldest wife went inside to heat up dishes and called me for dinner. I put the fox and crow down and went in to enjoy the meal. Afterward, I used a few planks to craft a simple shelter. Tomorrow, I'll head to town to buy a saw and build you a proper place to stay. Late at night, I whispered to my eldest wife, Last night, you switched out with someone secretly. Tonight, no switching. Her face went red as she replied softly, Got it. The two of us embraced passionately, and the bed frame creaked in rhythm. Next door, Ling Luo, Furong, and Linger blushed with pounding hearts, unable to sleep. By morning, my elder wife was sore and rested all day. I felt no fatigue, only invigorated and sprightly. Breakfast consisted of steamed pork buns and stir-fried pork kidneys. As I ate, I teased, You think I'm not strong enough, so you made pork kidney? The 3 younger wives lowered their heads, blushing silently. My eldest wife murmured, Husband, it's not that you're not strong. You're too vigorous. I burst into laughter. After breakfast, I checked on the fox and crow in their shelter. I noticed the fox's wounds had improved greatly, and the large scar on its face had healed halfway. I spoke softly, Clown, you're healing well. Here, have some water. I offered water from the flask, and the fox drank obediently. Turning to my wives, I said, I'm going to town to sell the fox I caught, and make some silver for yummy treats for you all. Ling Luo responded sweetly, Stay safe, husband. Furong pouted, saying she wanted candied hawthorn. I promised to get her some. Linger worried about potential trouble with gamblers and wanted to accompany me. I told her she'd be of little help and should stay home. Moved, she hugged me tightly. I reassured her, If anyone causes trouble, use a stick to fight back. Thinking the house needed better protection, I figured buying a few slaves would be wise. I instructed Ling Luo to feed the fox and crow, noting the fox would alert to intruders, and the crow could come find me in town if needed. With a bamboo basket and flask on my back, I set off lightheartedly. In town, I first visited the pharmacy. The medicinal herbs Chaigu sold for 600 coins, and a black gold python sold for 3 taels of silver. Next, at the Spring Breeze house, I sold a dove for 1.2 taels and the fox for 36 taels, earning a total of 37.2 taels. Despite the profits, I felt the income was slow. Recalling I'd gained divine brewing skills after taking in Linger, I decided to venture into winemaking. With an additional system reward of 200 taels, My total silver reached 240.8 taels. At the rice shop, I inquired about glutinous rice prices. The shopkeeper quoted 50 coins per pound. I requested 100 pounds, suggesting a discount for the quantity. The shopkeeper, surprised, asked, "Are you sure you want 100 pounds of glutinous rice?" I nodded. "Yes, for future large-scale purchasing." The shopkeeper softened his tone. "Well, since it's a bulk order, I'll give it to you for 40 coins per pound." Happily, I agreed. "Great. What about polished rice?" 30 coins per pound. "All right, I'll take 100 pounds of polished rice and 50 pounds of flour." I carried 2 bags of glutinous rice on one shoulder, 2 bags of polished rice on the other, and tucked the flour under my arm. The shopkeeper stared in awe as I left. Finding a secluded spot, I stored everything in my spatial space. I purchased wine-making yeast for 20 coins, for sticks of candied hawthorn, and spent 50 coins on roast duck. I bought 4 silver hairpins for my wives, costing 4 taels in total. Finally, I arrived at the slaves' market. Iron cages held malnourished and injured slaves who had been mistreated. The slave trader approached, asking, "Looking for slaves? Male or female?" I surveyed the cages. "Show me around." After inspecting over 50 cages, I chose 6 male slaves and 1 robust woman in her 50s. The woman was practical and efficient at work, while the men were tall and strong, ideal for guarding the house. "How much for all of them?" The trader grinned. "The original price is 21 taels. I'll give them to you for 13 taels." Satisfied, I paid. The 7 slaves knelt gratefully, pledging loyalty. I went on to purchase 300 pounds of coarse rice, assigning 1 bag to each male slave to carry. Additionally, I bought a large iron pot, a saw, machetes, sickles, hoes, bowls, and twine. From my spatial space, I retrieved absolute loyalty pills provided by the system, ensuring each slave swallowed one in front of me. The pills guaranteed unconditional loyalty and unwavering dedication. Pointing at the 6 men, I assigned basic numbers as temporary names. "You'll go by slave 1 to slave 6 for now." I then addressed the woman. "You'll be called Aniwan." In unison, they responded respectfully, "Yes, master." The feeling of having subordinates was exhilarating. Upon returning to Yentu village, I called out, "Wives, open the door." The 4 beauties came running with smiles. I led the slaves into the courtyard, instructing them to stack the coarse rice in the house. "These are the slaves I bought today. 6 male slaves for guarding and 1 female slave for chores." The slaves knelt and greeted my wives courteously. "Hello, mistresses." My eldest wife looked surprised. "Changfeng, how much silver did you spend? Did you use it all up?" I reassured her, "Don't worry. I planned it all out." Ling Luo looked concerned about our growing household and the strain it might bring. Furong shared similar worries about expenses. Linger, however, silently supported my decisions. Smiling, I comforted them. "Relax, I've got everything handled." Turning to the slaves, I said, "Wait in the courtyard. Once my wives finish their meal, eat to your fill. Then come with me to gather firewood. Tomorrow, we'll start building new rooms." The law allowed us 3 main rooms max. We had 2, so 1 more could be constructed. There were no limits on side rooms, so I planned to build 5 alongside 2 storage rooms and a dedicated kitchen. I had Ling Luo lead Furong and Linger to prepare food, giving coarse rice to the slaves. The aroma made the previously starving slaves drool. Noticing this, I added, "Ling Luo, fry some meat for them too. I've never tasted meat before. Even just once would be nice." Qing Luo nodded, sliced the meat, and started stirring it in the pan. When the meal was ready, each bowl was filled with brown rice and slabs of fatty meat. The slaves cautiously ate, their expressions filled with gratitude, yet remaining silent. After the meal, I led 6 male slaves to the mountains to chop wood, while Aunt Wang and the women stayed back to tidy up. With full bellies, the slaves worked harder, each able to carry 2 trees, so the 6 carried 12 trees in one trip. By nightfall, I personally chopped 40 prime cypress trees. I ordered each slave to carry 2 trees down the mountain, leaving the remainder for myself to transport. They nodded and obediently carried the trees back. Under the cover of dusk and the cawing of crows, I moved discreetly. I spotted a fat rabbit snoozing in its burrow. Once I was sure the slaves had already returned, I quietly stored the 28 remaining trees from the grassy clearing into my dimension. Back at the courtyard, with a loud thud, I dumped them all in a heap by the wall and shouted, "Come out and haul the trees." The slaves rushed out, flabbergasted at the neatly stacked pile of timber. How had the master managed to carry so many back without a sound? But they were loyal and didn't ask. Their respect for me grew even deeper. It was already dark, so no work could be done that night. I instructed them, "Make do under the eaves tonight. We'll build a proper shelter tomorrow." The slaves knelt down and bowed, grateful for even a place to rest. I tossed 5 plump rabbits into the yard and headed into the house. The fox was sleeping under the table. I gave it some spiritual spring water to help with its recovery, which was nearly complete. Rubbing its head, the fox returned a mischievous, devilish grin. I laughed and teased. You little clown, that smile of yours is more disturbing than when you cry. The fox sulked, nuzzling my hands for comfort. Xinqing Luo was busy taking inventory of the things I'd bought. Seeing the large quantities of glutinous rice and flour, she happily asked, "What's all this for?" I replied, "To brew rice wine with the glutinous rice and make buns and bread with the flour." Surprised, she asked, "Husband, you can brew wine?" Proud, I declared, "Your husband can do anything." I then told the 4 women to close their eyes. When they opened them, I surprised them with candied hawthorn skewers. They squealed with delight, snatching them up and savoring the sweetness with squinting, joyful eyes. Next, I took out silver hairpins and placed them on each of them in turn. Wanru pretended to grumble. "Silly man, you should be saving money." Grinning, I promised, "Don't worry, I'll never let you guys go hungry." Finally, I asked, "So, who's keeping me company tonight?" Xinqing Luo shyly said in a soft voice, "Husband, it's me." I lifted her into my arms and carried her into the room. The bed creaked all night long. Early the next morning, I was up and energized without feeling the slightest bit tired. I gently touched Xinqing Luo's face and said, "Rest well, you worked hard last night." Blushing, she burrowed into the blankets. Chu Wanru made meat buns for everyone, and the aroma was mouth-watering. While eating, I thought to myself, I really need to buy toothpaste next time. Salt water just isn't cutting it for getting rid of bad breath. After breakfast, I sent 4 of the slaves up the mountain to chop more cypress trees. To build all these rooms, 40 trees wouldn't be nearly enough. We'd need at least 300. After 3 days of work, we had another 60 trees, and I, along with 2 slaves, completed the foundation for the building. Over the next 3 days, we sawed the timber and crafted beams until the courtyard was brimming with lumber. Villagers came by to watch the commotion. Some laughed at me, saying, "Only an idiot would think of building such a grand house during a famine year." Others said I'd starve to death soon. I paid them no mind and continued working. With the help of 6 slaves, Aunt Wang, and myself, and even the women pitching in, we completed 6 rooms within 5 days. We added a storage room, a kitchen, and even built beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs. The massive project was finally done. I gave the village head some silver to file the paperwork. The village head had always treated me well, so I wasn't stingy. I gave him 20 taels to grease the wheels. With the new grand house and spacious courtyard, a new sense of hope filled me. No longer would the wives have to squeeze into one room, dealing with poor soundproofing and squeaky beds. Now I took the largest room for myself, while the wives each had their own rooms along the sides. At night, we took turns sharing a bed. The slaves were assigned their tasks and shifts between working and guarding the courtyard. The crow often accompanied me on hunts, and the little fox I nicknamed Clown had grown bigger and more lively, happily guarding the yard. With my divine distilling skills, I guided the slaves in brewing wine. We freed up a side room for a distillery and dug a cellar for storing the liquor. The wine was brewed using spiritual spring water, ensuring top-tier flavor. 1 month was needed for the wine to mature, though half the time had already passed. During these 2 weeks, I didn't sit idle, hunting whenever possible. I caught 3 wild boars, a deer, some mountain goats, rabbits, wolves, and even 2 massive grizzlies. Selling the animal parts in town earned me over 60 taels of silver. With the help of the system, my future looked brighter than ever. In chaotic times, heroes emerge, and my ambitions extend far beyond this small mountain village. 2 days later, over 20 men showed up at my gate, brimming with hostility. At the forefront were Cyclops, Beard, and Monkey. Cyclops shouted, "Lu Changfeng, come out. Play nice, and maybe you'll keep your life." The slaves armed themselves with long sticks and stood their ground, fiercely guarding the gate. Inside the house, the wives were busy sewing clothes for me. Startled by the commotion, they listened cautiously. Fong Linger recognized the group, her face turning pale. "They're here for me," she said. "Husband saved me when I was captured by them." Not wanting to drag us down, she made a move to step outside, but Chu Wanru pulled her back. "Don't panic," Wanru reassured her. "Wait for husband to come back before doing anything rash." At that moment, I was on the mountain tracking a hunt. I had just caught a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds when the red fox darted toward me, anxiously signaling with its paws. The crow squawked, "Master, trouble. Trouble at the house. Some men are picking a fight." Frowning, I suspected these were thugs from the East Town gambling den. I told them, "Head back first. I'll catch up." But I walked leisurely, curious to see how the slaves would handle themselves in a fight. At the front of my property, more villagers gathered, muttering amongst themselves. "They've come for trouble. What did Changfeng do to provoke them?" Some mocked. Guess the fool's lucky streak didn't last long. Cyclops kept shouting at the gate, "Lu Changfeng, you stole from the gambling den. Come out and explain yourself." Slave 1 retorted, "Shut your mouth. Our master isn't someone you can insult." Cyclops sneered, "And who are you to defend him?" Slave 1 snapped, "You one-eyed freak, you're unworthy of even saying our master's name." Furious, Cyclops ordered his men to rush the gate. A fierce brawl broke out as the two sides clashed. Injuries quickly mounted on both sides. Watching from the crowd, Lu Er-yong, a local troublemaker, was thrilled at my apparent misfortune. He danced with glee, hoping for the worst. Meanwhile, I arrived from the mountain and could already hear the commotion. Hurrying toward the scene, it only took one glance to see the assailants were well-trained fighters. Despite my slaves' valiant efforts, they were clearly outmatched. In a sharp voice, I commanded, "Stop." Everyone paused to look at me. Cyclops, spotting me, arrogantly sneered, "So what if I insult you? What are you going to do about it?" Without a word, my expression turned cold as I shot forward, effortlessly grabbing him by the neck and hoisting him into the air. The thug stood stunned, but didn't dare step back. I declared icily, "The consequence of insulting me is simple." With that, I hurled Cyclops over 10 meters away. He hit the ground unconscious, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. The villagers watching were slack-jawed. Beard and Monkey exchanged alarmed whispers as the remaining 20 or so fighters attacked me in full force. All 7 of my slaves fought desperately to protect their master, shouting loudly, "Master, be careful." I raised my hand to motion them to stand back. "Step back, all of you. 20 men are nothing. I'll handle this alone." The slaves hesitated with concern, but obeyed reluctantly. Over 20 thugs charged at me as I moved like a phantom, slipping and dodging swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they were all on the ground. Some had lost teeth, others were in bad shape, groaning in pain. The crowd was dumbfounded. Isn't Lu Changfeng supposed to be a fool? How is he this skilled? The slaves were filled with admiration, relieved to have chosen the right master. The villagers were utterly shocked, especially Lu Er-yong, who, after initially gloating, now fled in fear with wet pants. I stood at the courtyard gate, looking at the groaning thugs on the ground. I shouted a stern warning. "Tell your boss, if anyone dares come here again, I'll beat every single one of them. Now get lost." Terrified, the thugs scrambled to their feet, supporting their leader, Lone-Eye Dragon, as they fled in disgrace. Turning to the villagers, I shouted, "Clear out and stop blocking my door, or else I'll deal with you too." Still wearing a foolish grin, the villagers didn't dare linger long and quickly dispersed. My 4 wives rushed into my arms, with Fu Linger crying uncontrollably. I comforted her. "Silly girl, with me here, no one will ever take you away." But she just cried even harder. Smiling, I teased her, "Isn't it your turn to share my bed tonight?" Blushing, she nodded shyly, while the other wives joked, "You'd better put in effort and make our husband happy." Embarrassed, she ran back into the house. Shun Qing Luo chuckled, "Husband, let's eat dinner first to regain some energy." I nodded, feeling a sense of excitement brewing within me. Dinner was simple and hearty, a big, stir-fried pot of wild boar meat, paired with pork stomach, wild greens, and fragrant white rice. The slaves joined us at the table. I never treated them as slaves. As the cool breeze of early autumn rolled in that night, I sat in the courtyard's pavilion with my wives, sipping tea and chatting. Wanru playfully teased, "It's getting dark. Shouldn't you be moving on to your real duties?" Chuckling, I nodded, taking Fu Linger's hand and leading her to the bathhouse. The wooden tub was brimming with warm water, scattered with wildflowers. I undressed first and stepped into the water while Fu Linger followed timidly, still wearing her undergarments. Pulling her close, I murmured, "How are we supposed to bathe properly if you keep your clothes on?" As the two of us washed each other, emotions flared. We soaked for 2 hours. By the time the water had gone cold, we were burning up. Carrying her in my arms, I brought her back to the bedroom, and we spent the whole night together. She eventually passed out in exhaustion. The next morning, I gathered the slaves to process the wild boar. We kept the boar head to make braised meat, carved out ribs, rendered fat into lard, and sliced the meat, half for curing into bacon, half to store fresh in the spatial storage. With the work done, I grabbed a large boar leg, intending to gift it to the village chief, Wang Huaian, to thank him for helping us secure some documents. But as I stepped out of the yard, someone called out behind me. I didn't look back, quickening my pace. Li Hongxing caught up, grabbing my arm in her sweet, coquettish voice. "Foolish Changfeng, where are you going?" Annoyed, I shook her off. Men and women shouldn't touch. But she held on tighter. "I went to the county to find work to support Dodo, but I couldn't find anything, so I came back to be with you. Are you happy?" I shook my head. "Why would I need you by my side?" She was confused by my sudden coldness. After all, I used to dote on her. Turns out, 2 weeks ago, she stupidly trusted a traveling peddler and followed him to the county, hoping for a better life. Instead, he used and abused her, feeding her leftovers and scraps daily. She later found out the so-called nephew of a rich man was actually a servant's son, living in poverty himself. Clinging to my hand, she pouted flirtatiously. Changfeng, why are you so distant? Don't you still care about me? Her hand slid downward suggestively. My eyes grew colder as I glanced at the boar leg in my hand. She nervously eyed it and licked her lips. Who are you giving the boar leg to? Just give it to me instead. Tonight, I'll be your woman. How about that? I couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Li Hongxing, take a good look at yourself. Filthy and cheap. You think I'd want you? Keep dreaming. Yanking my hand free, I sent her tumbling to the ground. She stared at me in disbelief. Changfeng, weren't you head over heels for me before? I sneered. A pit that's already been filled by so many turnips. And you think I'd make you my wife? Dream on. Grabbing the boar leg, I turned and walked away without looking back. She chased after me, trying to grab me again, but I slapped her to the ground. Still pouting in that sugary voice, she protested. It was only 7 or 8 turnips. Why are you so picky? I scoffed and ignored her. What? You think I can't find myself a decent wife? Don't make me laugh. Arriving at the village chief's house, Wang Huaiyan was so moved he trembled as he accepted the boar leg. Kids these days who actually repay kindness are rare. I'll gladly accept this. I patted his shoulder. Uncle Wang, I'll bring you more good things in the future. On my way back, I didn't see Li Hongxing again. It didn't matter. I wouldn't spare her another thought. Beauty is worthless without decency. Returning home, I saw that the courtyard had been tidied up beautifully. Grabbing the boar head, I showed Wang Ma how to cut it up, taking off the ears, snout, and tongue, removing the bones, and saving the meat and brain. Squatting next to me, Wanru asked curiously, Changfeng, do we just boil the boar head for soup? Smiling, I shook my head. We're making braised meat this time. She looked surprised. Braised meat? What's that? Pointing to the pork, I explained. Go ask the slaves to chop some firewood and get me juniper branches for smoking. I'll head into the county to buy the spices for proper braised pork head. Wanru grew worried. But you just fought with those thugs from the gambling den. Isn't it dangerous to go to the county? I pinched her cheek with a smile. Don't worry about me. I'm stronger than you think. Fu Linger staggered out of the house, her body still aching from the previous night. Leaning into my arms, she fretted, Husband, I don't feel safe with you going to the gambling den. They'll definitely try to retaliate. Stroking her hair, I replied firmly, Relax. Your husband knows how to handle himself. Though none of the wives liked it, my decision was final. Avoiding trouble wasn't an option when you were determined not to lose. Carrying my basket and accompanied by my pet raven, I set off toward the county. The fox wanted to follow too, but I told it to stay home and keep watch. Hovering above, the raven remarked, Master, the fox says it's happy to stay home and play. I chuckled and ruffled the fox's head. All right, then you guard the house. The fox huffed, jumped in irritation, then tried to smack the raven, which evaded easily, teasing it from the air. By now, I was used to their daily skirmishes. The 30-minute walk to the county was uneventful. I didn't encounter anyone from the gambling den. Inside the fragrant spice shop, shelves were stocked with bags of various aromatic herbs, each clearly labeled. The shopkeeper, a thin and hunched man, had likely struggled through the famine, his business slow. Seeing me, he eagerly greeted, What spices do you need, good sir? Scanning the shelves and noting that everything I needed was available, I felt a rush of satisfaction. Star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf, peppercorns, fennel, cardamom, angelica, galangal, dried tangerine peel, dried ginger, chili, licorice, and sand ginger. I'll take them all. The shopkeeper's heart raced with excitement. It had been ages since he'd seen such a big order. Confirming hesitantly, he asked, How much of each would you like to buy? I waved my hand casually. Everything you've got on display. I'll take it all. Surprised, yet thrilled, he kept double-checking to make sure I wasn't joking. After all, my simple attire didn't scream of wealth. Sorry, but I can't assist with that. Bao Dandan struck without understanding the situation, truly repaying kindness with betrayal. I had been silently observing, not expecting Lu Dakuai to insult my sister-in-law. Furious, I stepped forward in an instant, grabbing Lu Dakuai by the throat and tightening my grip. His panic was evident as he struggled to speak, reduced to muffled grunts. I leaned in closer, my voice cold. I didn't stop you because I wanted to watch you make a fool of yourself. But the moment you insult my sister-in-law, you're courting death. My sister-in-law is my lifeline. Lu Dakuai wildly shook his head, tears streaming down as he admitted his wrongdoing. His son, Lu Baodan, seeing his father being choked, clenched the hem of my clothes and kicked me in protest. Without much effort, I backhanded him, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters. Blood from his nose stained the ground under him. While he cried in pain, Lu Dakuai was filled with heartache, but physically powerless to intervene. I continued to strangle him until he was on the verge of passing out before I let go. With a strong kick to his abdomen, I sent him flying 5 or 6 meters, breaking his left leg as his anguished screams echoed. Slave number 3 and slave number 4 grabbed Lu Dakwai by each arm and dragged him out. Lu Baodan sobbed and stumbled while chasing after them, helplessly calling out. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, his mother, Li Hongxing, alongside her son, was slapped repeatedly by 3 of my women until her face was swollen and covered in tears and mucus. I raised my hand, motioning for the women to stop. Slaves number 1 and number 2 then lifted Li Hongxing and dumped her outside the main gate. I ordered the slaves to shut the gate and clean up the yard. Outside, Lu Dakwai groaned in pain while Li Hongxing cursed loudly. Lu Baodan helped his injured father, hobbling with him as they retreated. Meanwhile, Li Hongxing sat at my door wailing, her face bruised and covered in marks, but no one came to comfort her. I turned to my slaves. Slave number 1, drag this foul woman much further away from the gate. I don't want to hear her cries. Slaves number 1 and number 2 opened the gate again, glaring mercilessly at her. Terrified, she scrambled to her feet, dragging Xiao Dou to flee while crying. They ran some distance before taking a breather, only to discover the 2 slaves chasing after them. In tears, Li Hongxing yelled at them, "Why are you still following me?" Slave number 1 chuckled, throwing a dry piece of bread at her face. "The master told us to toss this disgusting thing to you. Even the lowest of us here are fed decently. What makes you think we'd want anything from you?" Finished, the 2 turned back. Slave number 2 glanced over his shoulder to remark, "The master said letting you into the house was purely for you to feel jealous and be enraged." Li Hongxing, overwhelmed with fury, fainted on the spot. After spending some time with my wives, I grabbed my crow and headed up the mountain. The late autumn air was crisp, and the forests were rich with wild mushrooms, tender acorns, and unseen game. My crow scouted above, calling out to me excitedly upon its return. "Master, there's something amazing." "Is it mushrooms?" I asked curiously. The crow shook its head. "Nope. There's a massive beehive wedged near a cliffside. It's even bigger than you." Approaching the cliff, I cautiously peered down. Thick mist blanketed the depth below, making me shudder slightly. "Are you asking me to jump off and fetch it? That's insane." The crow blinked, recounting its failed attempt at snatching a small piece of the honeycomb, which left it with a swollen eye. Nonetheless, it gingerly unveiled a small section of the hive, which indeed proved deliciously sweet upon first taste. "If we manage to retrieve it, we'll have honey in abundance," the crow whimpered, voice tinged with hope despite its swollen face. I contemplated for a while before suddenly slapping my knee. "All right, let's head back first. I've got an idea." En route home, I bundled up as much straw as I could from a dry paddy field, stuffing it into my spatial storage. Back at the estate, I heaped the straw in a pile and roped in help from the slaves to twist it into rope. "My dear, what are you doing?" Wenro asked with a loving smile. "There's a beehive on a cliff. We need sturdy ropes to lower something down," I explained. Soon, everyone joined in, 4 wives, 7 slaves, and myself, working together to fabricate a durable 300-meter rope within 2 hours. To ensure the rope's integrity, I mixed in strips of blue hemp, though it was originally meant to craft shoes. My wives expressed concern about safety, urging me not to risk my life for honey. Chuckling, I reassured them the rope would only be used to hoist the hive, not myself. With fire smoldering but smoke-rich torches, I set out alongside the crow once more. This mission would need assistance. The crow returned after some time, leading a juvenile monkey by its tail. Negotiations with the animal ensued, conveyed via the crow, about the importance of teamwork in securing the hive. Understanding the plan, the monkey willingly let us haul it down the cliff with the rope tied around its waist. The operation was chaos incarnate. Bees swarmed the monkey aggressively as it worked, nearly driving it to abandon the hive. But with encouragement from the crow, it powered through. Once secured, I, alongside everyone back at the top, carefully reeled in the colossal honeycomb, weighing roughly 60 pounds. What emerged was otherworldly. The hive stretched to nearly 4 meters, its dark golden hue shimmering under the light. Regrettably, the monkey was swollen painfully by bee stings, looking like a furry balloon, yet I quickly fed it a special rejuvenating spring water, which promptly alleviated its swelling. The crow received the same treatment after suffering its share of attacks. The monkey, upon realizing the hive was gone, squeaked in dismay. I brought it out from spatial storage temporarily to show we hadn't hoarded it entirely, promising it a portion if it joined us at the estate. Hesitant yet swayed, the monkey agreed. Returning triumphantly, we unveiled the massive hive, leaving everyone dumbfounded. My gentle wife, Wenro, marveled aloud while circling the golden treasure. "Never have I seen anything so magnificent. Here's a draft of your story translated into English, using natural and culturally appropriate expressions for an American audience. Please note that cultural nuances have been adjusted carefully." I jokingly asked her, Which is bigger, the beehive or me? Wanru blushed and shyly denied answering, and the two of us burst into laughter. Shun Qingluo and Shin Furong were worried about whether the rock bees might sting me, but I confidently shook my head and said, "Even the bees know how to respect me." Fu Linger laughed heartily, and the slaves nearby secretly looked at me with admiration. Then, I instructed Wang Ma and 6 of the men to get ready to harvest the honey. Everyone washed their hands, gathered pots, buckets, and cloth, and began slicing the hive to extract honey. I joined in personally, offering fresh honey to the lovely women around me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shadow darted across the wall and leapt into the courtyard. It was a wild monkey, startling the women into screams. I reassured them, saying, "Relax. That monkey is one I brought back from the mountain. It's part of the family now." The crow helped communicate with the monkey. It calmed down and obediently stayed by my side, happily eating honey. Even the fox and crow got generous chunks of honey and devoured them eagerly. 2 hours later, the honey extraction was complete. We waited. After processing, we had a solid 30 pounds of honey, 20 pounds of beeswax, and 10 pounds of bee larvae. The beeswax was set aside for making candles, solving the problem of darkness in the evenings. The bee larvae, after being cleaned in salted water, were fried to a golden crisp. Dinner that night consisted of a pot of fried bee larvae, a plate of braised meat, and a plate of wild vegetables. After dinner, Wang Ma led the slaves in making candles from the beeswax. I lit one, and the room was instantly warm and bright. That evening was Wanru's turn to stay in my quarters. I carefully observed her mood. The candlelight flickered softly, and the bed was neatly arranged. I climbed in first, warming the sheets for her. Wanru, dressed down to her inner garments, stood gently in the warm glow of the candle, looking tender and beautiful. The room was silent except for the occasional crackle of the candle's flame. I got out of bed, lifted Wanru in my arms, and gently laid her down on the bed. Her soft cheeks brushed against me, and I teased with a grin, "You smell sweet." Wanru, clearly flustered, asked me to blow out the candle, but I insisted on keeping it lit to see her more clearly. Blushing, she chided me for embarrassing her, but I simply reassured her, calling it a display of my affection. I began telling her a story about men cultivating the land, and soon the room melted into a heated mix of passion. The night was long and sleepless. At dawn, I watched her peaceful sleeping face, feeling content and reliving the night's memories. By the time I got out of bed, Wang Ma had already prepared breakfast, wontons, and fried bee larvae. I was famished from the night's exertion and ate 3 bowls in a row. Wang Ma served me with diligence and respect. I glanced at the crow. A hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. Wang Ma offered to prepare another bowl of wontons, but I declined, asking instead that she deliver it to Madame Wanru. She nodded and left. Meanwhile, Shun Qingluo, Shin Furong, and Fu Linger were still eating slowly. I stretched my back in the courtyard, noticing the monkey and fox perched on the wall, yawning and looking exhausted. When I looked for the crow, I found it sitting on the edge of the roof, doing its business. I called for it, and it flew over. I asked why the monkey and fox seemed so tired. The crow sighed and said, "Master, while you were cozy and happy last night, these two were fighting over territory all night long." I looked up and saw the bruises on both their bodies. Angry, I scolded, "Why can't you two just get along? Fox, don't you already have your own little house? Isn't that enough? And monkey, can't you share it?" The fox shook its head, gesturing that the house was exclusively its own. The monkey also chirped in protest, wanting a space of its own as well. I chuckled and reassured them, "Fine. Fox, keep your original house. Monkey, I'll have our slaves make you a new place today." The two animals were finally happy. To help them heal, I generously shared some spirit spring water I had, and the bruises on their bodies began to fade away. Turning to the crow, I said, "Let's go hunting." The monkey and fox desperately wanted to join, and I agreed. "Don't worry about the household. The slaves can handle things while we're gone." We trekked into the mountains. The monkey, fox, and crow ran ahead eagerly. I planned to hunt wildlife if we found some, and if not, we'd collect mushrooms. But it was the dry season, and mushrooms were scarce. Frustrated, I used some spirit spring water to hydrate a grove of hazelnut trees, hoping mushrooms might sprout tomorrow. The monkey, fox, and crow had disappeared, but I wasn't worried. I knew they'd find their way back. After more wandering, I came across some orchid grass, which I harvested for my storage. Suddenly, the monkey came back, excitedly carrying a large banana leaf filled with wild plums. I took a bite of one and found it deliciously sweet. "Monkey, where did you pick these? Show me." The monkey nodded, handed me the leaf, and led the way. We had barely walked a few steps when the fox darted out, a fat rabbit in its mouth. Delighted, I exclaimed, "Good job. Not only can you hunt, but you even know to bring it to your master." I stored the plums and rabbit, and the fox scurried off again. Following the monkey, We arrived at a small valley with 2 or 3 dozen plum trees, their branches heavy with ripe fruit resembling half-red plums, though they ripened slightly later than usual. The monkey climbed the tree happily, picking plums while I gathered more into storage. When we grew tired, we sat under the tree, snacking on the juicy fruit. Meanwhile, the fox returned several times, each time carrying another fat rabbit, suggesting it might have stumbled upon a warren. By afternoon, the crow still hadn't reappeared, leaving me curious. We were walking along a mountain trail when suddenly, the crow flew in with exciting news. It chirped enthusiastically, "Master, I found a den of more than 10 wild boars." Amused, I asked, "So that's where you've been? Studying boars?" The crow shook its head. "Not just that. I also discovered something you'll really love near the cliff." Curious, I pressed. "What's that?" "Honey." The crow lowered its voice and teased, "Master, guess." I flicked its little head. "Don't play games with me. Spill it, or I might just roast you for dinner." The crow pretended to shiver in fear, playing along humorously. Finally, it said in a hushed tone, "Master, have you forgotten what you love most? You love women. Wasn't all your shouting last night for women?" Startled, I paused. "What shouting?" The crow replied, "Your little wives. Isn't it obvious?" I rolled my eyes. When did I ever say that I love women? But, after a beat, I added curiously, "So, is she beautiful?" The crow thought for a moment before replying, "Gorgeous, tall, and very well proportioned." Chuckling, I said, "All right, show me." The crow flew low, guiding me, the monkey, and the fox along an unfamiliar path. It took a whole hour to reach a cliff hidden by overgrown grass. I groaned, "What a trek!" Just as I was about to relieve myself, I heard a faint sound of crying from ahead. Startled, I held back and found another spot to take care of business before carefully heading toward the sound. Nestled in the grass lay an astonishingly beautiful young woman. She wore a rough patchwork linen dress and fraying cloth shoes, clearly from a poor family. But despite her injuries, pale complexion, and how disheveled she appeared, her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, with impeccable bone structure. I couldn't help but think she was even more stunning than my 4 wives. Perhaps my expression betrayed my thoughts, as my grin must have startled her. Her survival instincts kicked in, and despite her evident fear of me, she set those feelings aside as if pleading for her life. In a soft, weak voice, she murmured, "Help me," before losing consciousness. I quickly lifted her up, retrieving a flask of spirit spring water from my space storage. I tilted it toward her mouth, but she was too weak to part her lips. Hesitating for a moment, I took a sip myself, then gently pried her mouth open and passed the water to her. After multiple attempts, she began to slowly swallow. Assessing her injuries, I found her left leg fractured and her right arm broken. While the spirit spring water had healing properties, injuries as severe as hers would still require 3 to 4 days to fully recover. This gave me a convenient excuse to pose as a doctor and care for her. About half an hour later, the young woman awoke and realized she was nestled in my arms. She immediately struggled to get up but found herself unable. Her leg wouldn't move and her arm ached too much to lift. Fear washed over her delicate face. I gently repositioned her and spoke softly. "I apologize if I was abrupt earlier, but I acted to save your life. If you don't mind, I'm willing to take responsibility." She quickly grasped the situation and expressed her gratitude. "Forgive me, sir, and thank you for saving me." I replied, "It's improper for a man and woman to have such physical contact. I carried you here, but if this arrangement bothers you, you'll have to figure out what to do next." Panic set in as she tried to sit up, but lacked the strength. "Please, sir," she pleaded, "my left leg is broken and my right arm is injured. I can't get back on my own. My mother is gravely ill and waiting for the medicine I gathered to keep her alive. I beg you to take me home." After a moment of contemplation, I said with a nod, "If you insist, I'll see you back to your home." Her eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, "Thank you, sir. You're such a good person." Overhead, a raven cawed as if in disagreement. It seemed to know I wasn't exactly all I appeared to be. A fox and a monkey at my side exchanged no meaningful glances, goofing off occasionally. I picked up the basket of medicinal herbs she'd dropped earlier, handed it to the monkey to carry, and carefully lifted her into my arms. Together, we began the long journey across the rugged mountain trails, heading downhill. Along the way, the young woman introduced herself as Jiang Tingsu, a 19-year-old from Yongning village. She tearfully shared that her mother, 60 years old, had suffered from a chronic illness for over a year. Their family had once saved modest funds, but were now entirely destitute, unable to afford a doctor. She had ventured into the mountains to pick herbs, but unfortunately fell from a cliff. I reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm a doctor. When we get to your home, I'll treat your mother without asking anything in return. Does that sound okay?" Clinging more tightly to my chest, she declared resolutely, "As long as you're willing to save my mother, I am willing to offer myself to you in gratitude. Suppressing a smirk, I thought to myself, ah, just as I'd hoped. Carrying Jiang Tingsu, I descended the mountain and entered Yongning village. The fox and monkey trailed behind, while the raven circled overhead. The locals eyed me suspiciously, a stranger carrying their familiar Jiang Tingsu, and murmured amongst themselves. It's not what you think, I hurriedly explained. She fell while foraging herbs, and I brought her back as an act of kindness. There's absolutely nothing improper going on. One villager, unimpressed, muttered, no man carries a woman like that for no reason. Jiang Tingsu, blushing yet resolute, interjected, he's a good man. I'll take responsibility for his kindness. With teary eyes and a trembling bite of her lip, she looked incredibly fragile and heart-wrenching, though I couldn't shake the thought. What a sly little fox she was. After weaving through the chaotic streets and murmurs of judgment, we arrived at her dilapidated home. The monkey helped push open the rickety courtyard gate made of rotting wood. I carried her inside and found her house to be in shambles, a cluster of straw-clad huts that seemed to barely withstand passing winds. Pointing toward a room on the left, she said, that's where my mother rests. The door was merely ajar, the frame on the verge of collapse. Pushing it open with a creak, I was greeted by the sight of an elderly woman resting on a patched-up, threadbare bed. Her clothes were no better, and the air inside the room was stale. Despite the loud creak, the old woman didn't stir. I assumed she was in a deep sleep. After gently setting Jiang Tingsu down, I swept my gaze across the simple yet orderly room. Mother, Jiang called, growing desperate when no response came. Tears began streaming down her face. Concerned, I stepped closer and placed my hand on the old woman's body. It was unnaturally cold and lifeless. After a brief pause, I turned to Jiang and quietly said, your mother has passed. I'm sorry for your loss. No, 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 she cried in disbelief, clutching the corpse of her mother tightly as sorrow consumed her. I left her to grieve, stepping outside to sit on a wooden stool in the barren courtyard. Using what little silver I had, I sought out villagers to procure a coffin and enlisted a Taoist priest to conduct a simple funeral ritual. By dusk, the priest and several villagers carried the coffin to the house. Shielding the devastated Jiang Tingsu, I stood by as the final rites were performed. Together, under the glow of a somber moon, we buried her mother behind the mountain. That night, troubled and reflecting on the day's events, I consoled her once more. Your mother's illness was beyond saving, but I promise I'll take care of you from now on. Jiang Tingsu collapsed into my arms, trembling with grief as tears soaked through my clothes. As dawn approached, I remembered the 4 beloved women awaiting me at home. Worrying that they might grow anxious, I scribbled a quick note, had to attend to urgent matters, don't worry, I'll return soon, and tied it to the raven's leg. At home, Chu Wanru, my intelligent and caring wife, was beside herself with worry alongside the others. Just when they decided to search for me, the raven flew in. Reading the note, Chu Wanru smiled faintly, recognizing my handwriting. He's fine, she reassured the others. Let's prepare dinner and trust he'll be home soon. Though feelings of unease lingered, they nodded silently, reheating dishes and waiting for my return. As night fell, the oppressive silence of the impoverished countryside blanketed the village, and not even the bark of a dog could be heard. Times were so harsh, after all, that the very dogs had likely long been eaten. In the crisp early autumn air, a gentle breeze rustled tree branches, carrying a faint chill through the quiet night. Yongning village. I was carrying Jiang Tingsu, whose heart was shattered with grief, and had just buried her mother. I slowly walked back from the back mountain to Yentu village. I said to her, your leg is injured, I'll take you to my home to treat it. Once it heals, if you want to go home, you can do so at any time. I will never force you to stay. If you're willing, you can also live with us. Worried about the pressure on her, I let her know about the situation at home first. I have 4 wives. Jiang Tingsu asked curiously, us? Who else? I told her frankly, I have 4 wives. Jiang Tingsu felt a little disappointed, but then relieved. Brother Lu is so good, so having 4 wives makes sense. I said, stay at my home for now. My wives will take care of you. Once your injury heals, you can decide then. Jiang Tingsu nodded in agreement. Carrying her to the front of my house, Jiang Tingsu was astonished by how well off the place was. A knock sounded, and Nu Yi quickly opened the door, excitedly shouting, Master is back. Jiang Tingsu was surprised that Brother Lu's home even had servants. The 4 enchanting wives, Chu Wanru and the others, came out, and, seeing me carrying Jiang Tingsu on my back, looked surprised and worried. Chu Wanru asked, Changfeng, why are you back so late? I shook my head. I dealt with something. Let's go inside and talk. I set Jiang Tingsu down on a chair and introduced her to my wives. This is Jiang Tingsu from Yonglin village. She fell and was injured, and I saved her. Her mother just passed away. Please help take care of her. Then I introduced my wives' names to Jiang Tingsu. Jiang Tingsu lowered her head and bowed, timidly saying, "Hello, for sisters. Sorry to trouble you." Chu Wanru helped her up and said, "Once you've entered this house, we're sisters. Don't be polite. Recover properly." The four wives took turns comforting Jiang Tingsu and showing their concern and care. Jiang Tingsu said sadly, "My left leg is broken, and I can't even lift my right hand." Everyone felt heartache, and Chu Wanru instructed Wang Ma to prepare dinner. Jiang Tingsu was hungry, yet her eyes were wet with tears. This was her first meal since her mother's death. I gently rubbed her head and urged her, "Your mother would also want you to live well. Only after your injury heals can you truly live well." Jiang Tingsu nodded and agreed. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, sisters." Wang Ma and the servants busied themselves, and half an hour later they brought out hot dishes. Braised meat, fried beef pupae, stir-fried wild greens, stewed ribs, meat buns, and 2 bowls of plain white rice. Looking at the delicious food, Jiang Tingsu's eyes filled with tears as she slowly took her first bite. Jiang Tingsu had never eaten anything so delicious. Her gaze drifted toward the dishes on the table, and she secretly looked at me and the 4 sisters, her face full of caution. She wanted to eat, yet was somewhat afraid, restrained and shy. Seeing this, Chu Wanru smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, little sister. We eat these dishes every day. Eat with peace of mind. There'll be more next meal too." I nodded and stuffed a big meat bun into her hand. "Eat. Have it with the dishes." Only then did Jiang Tingsu relax. She grabbed the bun and ate greedily, her hunger fully showing. Chu Wanru was afraid she might choke, so she gently patted her back and said, "Slow down, don't choke." Shen Qingluo handed her a bowl of water. After eating the bun, Jiang Tingsu continued eating rice. When she ate the braised meat, she suddenly started crying. No one asked why. They simply let her release her emotions freely. After finishing the braised meat, stir-fried wild greens, and stewed ribs, she avoided the fried beef pupae. I picked up one and handed it to her. "Open your mouth. I'll feed you." After hesitating, she tried it and said in surprise, "Insects can actually be this delicious." After the meal, Wang Ma cleared the table. A knock sounded at the door. Nu Wu brought the physician over, who set Jiang Tingsu's left leg and applied a bandage. Late at night, I arranged for her to rest in the side room, and before she slept I had her drink a pot of spirit spring water to ease the pain. Then I went back to my room to rest. Less than 3 hours before dawn, it was Shen Qingluo's turn to keep me company for the night. I had been at it for 3 hours, and by the time dawn broke, the 2 of us finally fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Chu Wanru, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger got up early. Though sleepy, they didn't sleep in. Jiang Tingsu also got up and was helped by a slave to the front hall to sit down. Breakfast was big meat buns, fried pork ribs, and stir-fried wild greens. Jiang Tingsu looked at the sumptuous breakfast with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Her family had been poor, and she had never had enough to eat, let alone such delicious food. Chu Wanru handed her a bun and added a few more ribs, saying, "We eat these every day, so don't be polite. We can't finish all this meat anyway." Jiang Tingsu nodded gratefully. After breakfast, Chu Wanru had the slave help her to the courtyard to play with the fox, the monkey, and the crow. At noon, Shen Qingluo and I got up. Shen Qingluo was exhausted, while I was full of energy, so I told her to rest more. After we got dressed, we went to the front hall, where Chu Wanru had already had Wang Ma set out the food. Everyone sat around to eat. During the meal, I fed Jiang Tingsu some spiritual spring water and said, "You stay home and recover well. Your sisters-in-law will take care of you. I'm going into the mountains to hunt." Jiang Tingsu nodded obediently. Brother Lu, go ahead." Chu Wanru smiled and said, "Changfeng, don't worry and go. We'll take care of Tingsu here." I took the crow, the fox, and the monkey up the mountain. The crow said it had found a den with more than 10 little wild boars. We found a 1,000-year-old tree, its trunk thick and massive, with a large hollow at the base. The little wild boars were hiding inside, and the adult boars were not there. I put 12 little wild boars into a sack, handling them with great care. Since the space couldn't hold living creatures, I could only carry the sack by hand. After that, I hid behind a rock and waited for the adult boars to return. 2 adult boars appeared one after the other, and I was surprised that they had actually gone out together. By the time the boars noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. I drew my bow and shot 2 arrows, and the adult boars fell to the ground. I circled them with a smile and said, "One weighs 300 to 350 or 60 gene. 2 together makes 700 gene. Little Black, you made a huge contribution." Little Black let out a few proud cries. The fox and the monkey refused to accept it and turned to head back into the forest. Little Black had made a great achievement, and I had a full harvest. I noticed the two adult wild boars beginning to stir, and I didn't know what they were up to, so I shouted, "Where are you going?" No one answered, and I could only shake my head helplessly. What naughty little fellows. I collected the two adult wild boars into my space and carried the 12 little wild boars to the hazelnut forest where I had sprinkled spiritual spring water yesterday. Back then, I had watered it with spiritual spring water while waiting for the hazel mushrooms to fruit. Now it was mushroom season, and with a splash of spiritual spring water, mushrooms were sprouting everywhere. It had been half a year of drought before. Then after the flood there was drought again. Border wars raged on. The emperor was foolish and corrupt, and the common people lived in hardship, so mushrooms simply couldn't grow. Spiritual spring water could cure illness and also speed up crop growth, so by tomorrow this patch of mushrooms would surely be ready to pick. I also sprinkled water in other coniferous and broadleaf forests, hoping to see bolete mushrooms tomorrow. Today's harvest was good, so I didn't linger and went straight home. Jiang Tingsu was sitting in the courtyard, letting the wind blow over her, her mood low. Chu Wanru and the others kept her company and talked with her, but she remained downcast and dazed at times. When I came back, she snapped out of it. "Brother Lu, why are you back so soon?" I smiled and said, "I came back from hunting." She looked at me in surprise as I carried a sack of little wild boars. I set the sack down and smiled. "I found a litter of wild boars. I'll raise them as domestic pigs, and we'll have meat to eat forever." Jiang Tingsu was delighted, and Chu Wanru and the others were overjoyed as well. I gestured to the other game, then suddenly produced two large wild boars and placed them in front of her. Jiang Tingsu was stunned. These really are wild boars." She reached out to touch them. "Brother Lu, can you do magic tricks?" I laughed heartily. "Of course. And there are also 6 big fat rabbits and a pot of wild plums. All of these had been found for me by the fox and the monkey. I'd forgotten about them because I'd been busy saving Jiang Tingsu earlier. I told the servants to handle the rabbits and prepare dinner. Then I handed the pot full of plums to the women, and after tasting them, they were delighted. So sweet. In a year of drought, we can still eat plums this sweet. I told them the monkey had led me to pick them and asked them to praise the monkey when it came back. Jiang Tingsu also nodded and praised me for being amazing. There were still many wooden planks left in the backyard, so I had the servants build a large pig pen, leaving enough space for the grown wild boars and the future piglets. The servants answered and immediately started working. In the kitchen, the servants helped Wang Ma process the rabbit meat, and the rabbit fur was kept to make scarves. I put the adult wild boars back into the space, then sat in the yard chatting with Jiang Tingsu, feeding her half a pot of spring water. When the rich aroma of stir-fried rabbit meat spread through the courtyard, a thought sprang up in Jiang Tingsu's mind. Become Lu Chongfeng's woman as soon as possible and stay here forever. With white rice, meat, and vegetables every day, who would want to leave? But she did not say it aloud. Once her injuries healed, she would act. When it got dark, I didn't eat the rabbit meat in the hall. Instead, I made a temporary tripod, and the whole family sat around the courtyard to eat. Even the slaves were given rabbit meat and steamed buns. So happy they seemed like the luckiest people in the world. Nothing happened through the night. The next morning, I got up early and, after breakfast, took the crow to the county town. I sold a wild boar at Chunfeng Tower. It weighed 356 jin and sold for 11 taels of silver. Then I bought polished rice and flour, bought a silver hairpin for Jiang Tingsu, and bought 6 strings of candied hawthorns. I kept 1 string for myself and brought 5 strings back for the women at home. While I was eating candied hawthorns, there was suddenly a commotion ahead, and the crowd rushed that way. I asked a passerby, who said, "Something happened." It turned out that manager Wang from the Wang household wanted to take the daughter of Song Ningmei, the shopkeeper of Xiangyao Pharmacy, as his 48th concubine, but Song Ningmei refused. The manager brought servants to snatch her away, and the shopkeeper tried to protect his daughter, but he was knocked on the head and died. I frowned. There were too many such things in this famine year. I didn't want to get involved, but my feet still carried me towards Xiangyao Pharmacy. I had seen Song Ningmei before, a peerless beauty. If I saved her, perhaps, out of gratitude, she would marry me. When I reached the edge of the crowd, I saw Song Ningmei lying on her father's body, crying her heart out. After an inspection, the county office made a perfunctory conclusion, claiming that the shopkeeper had fallen and died on his own, and they even searched and took the silver from the cash box. I snorted in contempt, knowing the county office had been bought off by the manager. They truly treated human life like grass. My status was low, so I couldn't confront the officials openly. I could only make plans in secret. Wang the manager took the servants and left, leaving Song Ningmei, crying herself unconscious. Someone pinched her philtrum to revive her. I watched everything without saying a word. At noon, after the onlookers had dispersed, I bought some buns and squatted down to say to Song Ningmei, "Eat a bun." She recognized me as the man who had bought the braising spices that day and shook her head, crying, "My father is gone. I can't eat." I checked under her father's nose and said softly, "Your father isn't dead. He still has one breath left." Song Ningmei was overjoyed and begged for help, willing to do anything in return. I suppressed my thoughts and said, "With only one breath left, he won't be easy to save. If you trust me, go find AD." I promised not only to save Song Ningmei's father, Song Qingshan, but also to secretly help her deal with Wang the landlord and the county magistrate in the future to avenge her. I stressed that it could not be done openly. It had to be done through underhanded means. Song Ningmei solemnly agreed. "As long as you can save my father, I'm willing to do anything, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire." I smiled and said, "You don't have to go through all that. Just be my wife." As I spoke, I held the spirit spring water in my hand, gently pried open Song Qingshan's mouth, and carefully fed it in. The spirit spring water trickled from the corner of his mouth, soaking through his clothes. Song Ningmei knelt nearby, anxiously staring at her father, but after drinking it, Song Qingshan showed no reaction at all. She looked up at me, her eyes full of pleading and doubt. "Big brother, why hasn't my father woken up yet?" I continued feeding him another half pot of spirit spring water and said calmly, "Don't rush. Everything has its time." The doctor from the nearby clinic sneered, "Bringing the dead back to life is a fool's dream. Your father is seriously injured and beyond saving. Hurry and prepare for the funeral." He even handed Song Ningmei 2 taels of silver, saying it was money for her to preserve his life, and urged her to accept reality and grieve in peace. Tears streaming down her face, Song Ningmei refused the silver and stared fixedly at her unmoving father. Suddenly, Song Qingshan opened his eyes. She cried out, "Father!" Tears poured out like a flood. The doctor turned back in shock, unable to believe the miracle before his eyes. Song Qingshan raised a hand to rub his head and said, "I was dizzy just now and almost crossed over to the underworld. When I heard you calling me, I suddenly woke up and managed to escape the ghost officer's pursuit. A beam of light shone on me, and that's when I came to." Song Ningmei cried bitterly, "Father, it was Brother Liu who saved you." The doctors all said there was no hope. Song Qingshan looked at me gratefully and nodded his thanks. "Young man, I'll never forget this life-saving kindness." Song Ningmei spoke up. "Father, I promised Brother Liu that as long as he could save you, I would repay him with my body." Song Qingshan frowned, not responding right away. After all, he didn't know me, and he couldn't bear to let his daughter make such a promise so easily. He deliberately changed the subject. My head hurts terribly." Song Ningmei hurriedly helped her father inside to rest. I silently helped as well. Although I had secured a promise, I did not press the matter. Song Qingshan had just awakened, and in his dazed state his instinct to protect his daughter was obvious. In time he would understand the situation and feel at ease in trusting his daughter to me. For now, it was not over yet. There was still Jiang Tingsu, and Song Ningmei hadn't tasted womanhood yet. With these idle days ahead, she would sooner or later have to fall to the bottom rung, crying out for her husband. After Song Qingshan was helped into the inner room to lie down, he said to Song Ningmei, "This life-saving favor must be repaid handsomely. Ningmei, take out all the silver in the cabinet at home and give it to this young master." Song Ningmei shook her head in tears. "Father, what silver is there left? After they knocked you unconscious, the county office came, closed the case without a proper investigation, and even ransacked all the valuable things in our home, taking away the incense materials as well. Our family is truly penniless now." When Song Qingshan heard this, he suddenly sprang up from the bed and staggered outside. The incense materials were the Song family's lifeblood, passed down for 3 generations. Without them, the family business was ruined. Song Ningmei held him back, crying, "Father, the incense materials are really gone." Song Qingshan burst into loud sobs. I spoke up, "Uncle, don't cry. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as the people are still here, the business can be rebuilt." Song Ningmei echoed, "Yes, Father, as long as you're alive, there is still hope for everything." Song Qingshan stopped crying, remained silent for a moment, then looked up and asked me, "What's your name, and where do you live?" I replied politely, "My name is Lu Chongfeng, and I'm from Yentu village. I'm 19 years old." "Good." Song Qingshan sat up straight and placed Song Ningmei's hand into mine, saying, "Ningmei lost her mother when she was young, and I raised her all by myself. Today I'm entrusting her to you. Cherish her well." I was delighted, but kept a calm face. "Uncle, I already have wives at home, more than one, but I treat them all fairly, with no distinction between main wife and concubines." Food and clothing are the same for everyone. If Ningmei and uncle are still worried, you can come with me to Yentu village. I'll honor you as I would my own father. When I spoke of supporting them in old age, Song Qingshan was so moved he cried. Ordinary people long for their children and grandchildren to support them in old age, but he only had a daughter. Hearing my promise, he finally felt at ease. Song Qingshan made his decision. Good son-in-law. Just for that promise of providing for us in old age, my daughter is marrying you for sure. Come on, we're going to your house today. Though I felt things were moving a bit too fast, I happily replied. All right, father-in-law, your son-in-law will take you home right away. The moment I called him father-in-law, the father and daughter were both deeply moved. It showed that I understood etiquette, had a sense of responsibility, dared to offend the powerful, and had saved them from danger, truly convincing. At this moment, the physician Yang Henny from the clinic had not yet left. He admired my superb medical skills and my courage to challenge the powerful, and held me in very high respect. Hearing my conversation with the Song family, he hurried forward and bowed, saying, Brother Liu, you are Hua Tuo reborn. Just now this old man was rude. Please forgive me. I waved it off. Yang Henny suddenly knelt down and pleaded loudly. Brother Liu, I've studied medicine for decades and feel I'm not even a fraction as good as you. Please take me as your disciple. Everyone was stunned, and I was even more baffled. Take me as your disciple? You're older than my grandfather. Teaching you medicine would be a wasted effort, wouldn't it? Then Yang Henny came to his senses. His own youngest daughter was in the prime of her youth and loved medicine dearly. If she could become my disciple, combining and passing on the medical knowledge of both sides, what could be better? He stood up and said earnestly, Brother Liu, I'm already old, but my little girl is clever, eager to learn, and well-behaved. Please take her as your disciple, would you? Yang Henny tried his best to beg me to accept a disciple, even willing to give all the silver in his household so his daughter Yang Jingyue could study under me. I did not give an answer. After all, I had never even met Yang Jingyue and was worried my disciple might be ugly. To me, taking on a disciple was like taking on a wife. Over time, affection could grow, and I could expand my space and get better gear. I told Yang Henny to bring his daughter to Yentu village another day so we could meet, and if fate allowed, I would take her as my disciple. Yang Henny became extremely excited upon hearing this. All his life he had been obsessed with medical principles, and he had read the books of the household countless times. His daughter Yang Jingyue was also influenced by him, and had become a fanatical devotee of medicine and herbs. I carried Song Qingshan and Song Ningmei back to Yentu village on my back. After arriving home, Song Qingshan looked around in astonishment at the spacious and impressive courtyard. The servants at the gate greeted us, making the two even more surprised. Servants are rare in the countryside. For beautiful women came out from the main hall. Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger. Song Qingshan praised them endlessly, marveling that his son-in-law had wives and concubines in abundance. And Song Ningmei also felt greatly reassured. In the main hall there was also Jiang Tingsu, who was recovering from her injuries. I introduced her as not yet a formal wife, and Jiang Tingsu blushed without saying a word. Soon, Wang Ma brought out a lavish meal, and a rice steamer full of white rice moved Song Qingshan and his daughter to tears. After years of war, the two had not tasted such delicious food for a long time. A pot of cured pork exuded fragrance, fried spare ribs were steaming hot, and there were also beef pupi and crispy meat cakes. Song Qingshan and his daughter were drooling at the sight. I personally served a bowl of rice and handed it to Song Qingshan. Father-in-law, please enjoy your meal. Song Qingshan picked up the cured pork and kept praising how delicious it was. While we were eating merrily, the courtyard gate was suddenly pounded with loud knocking. It was Yang Henny, who had brought his daughter Yang Jingyue all the way to the door. I wanted to judge by appearance first. If she was ugly, I wouldn't open the gate. If she was beautiful, I'd let them in. But Yang Jingyue had been wearing a veil the whole time, and only when her father called her down did she gently remove it. The moment I saw her, I was drawn in by her tall, striking beauty and the faint scent of medicine about her. Yang Henny urged her to pay respects as a disciple, but Yang Jingyue blurted out, calling me her husband. I froze, and Yang Henny immediately accepted it with delight. He explained that his daughter wore a veil and called herself ugly. The man willing to lift her veil would be the husband she had chosen. I kept a calm face, but inside I was shaken beyond words. I was overjoyed. What man wouldn't be tempted by this stunning woman before my eyes? But since I already had several beauties at home, I still had to make things clear first. I said, I already have several wives at home. Everything is equal, so I have to explain that in advance. Yang Hennian waved his hand. I heard everything you said to Song Qingshan at the spice shop. It's fine. Yang Jingyue smiled shyly. I'll listen to father. After dinner, I introduced Yang Jingyue to everyone and had just agreed to marry her as a wife. Chu Wanru had tears in her eyes. Wonderful. The Lu family is going to thrive. The other wives muttered to themselves. Now that another sister has joined, some of the burden can be shared. With the strength their husband had, when it came to serving him at night, there'd be no chance of sleeping. Marrying two beautiful wives in one day was simply every man's ultimate dream. Song Qingshan thought to himself, how did Yang Henian even marry off his daughter too? But he quickly let it go. Only a highly sought-after son-in-law could show that he had good judgment. At this moment, it was noon, and the two fathers-in-law were sitting in the front hall drinking water. I brought them water, and with a thought, 2 pills appeared in my hand. The pills dropped into the water and dissolved silently without a trace. I said, this water has been specially prepared and can prolong life. Please make sure you drink it all. The two of them drained it in one gulp, repeatedly praising how good the water was. Those pills were the absolute loyalty pills rewarded by the system. In troubled times, hearts were impossible to judge. Only after taking them could one remain absolutely loyal. Sounds of pig bristles being scraped filled the courtyard. On the ground lay a 400-gene wild boar, while 4 slaves squatted beside it scraping off the hair. I sat nearby, teasing the monkey, fox, and crow in my arms. Yang Henian quickly stepped forward and, trembling, recognized it. This is the scarlet flame red fox. The scarlet flame red fox was something rarely seen in 100 years. Its flesh and blood could cure chronic illnesses, and it was extremely intelligent. He then recognized the monkey as a rare white-browed spirit monkey, whose flesh and blood could also be used as a medicinal guide. The monkey seemed to understand what was going on, while the fox fled in fury, afraid that its old father-in-law would treat it as medicinal material and bleed it dry. As night fell, I personally braised the big wild boar's head to entertain the 2 elders. The old father-in-law tasted the delicacy for the first time and was stunned beyond belief. Although Yang Henian said nothing, he wolfed it down, afraid he wouldn't get his share. As it grew darker, Yang Henian declined to stay the night, saying there was an old wife and a clinic waiting for him at home. Before parting, I asked Wang Ma to prepare half a pot of braised meat for him to take back. When it came time for Shen Furong to serve me in bed, she thoughtfully suggested that the newcomer should go first. I pretended to decline, but she insisted that I favor the newcomer first. I called over Song Ningmei and Yang Jingwe and explained that Ningmei would enter the bridal chamber first today, while Jingwe would come tomorrow. Jingwe nodded and left, while Ningmei stayed behind and sat across from me. Wang Ma called out, Master, the water is hot. You can bathe now. I took Song Ningmei's hand and led her to the washroom. After closing the door and securing the latch, the bathtub was steaming and the atmosphere was sultry. Song Ningmei's face was flushed red, and she didn't dare look directly at me. Experienced as I was, I pulled her into my arms at once and easily removed her clothes. Song Ningmei let out a series of coy moans. After washing, I personally dried her off, changed her into clean clothes, and carried her back to the bedroom. That night was long. The new bed was sturdy, yet the sounds still kept coming. It was past midnight before I finally finished, exhausted, while Song Ningmei was already sound asleep. With the morning light came, I woke up and looked tenderly at the sleeping Song Ningmei. Then the system chimed. 5 bonds formed. Reward. Divine level archery. Understanding beast speech. A spatial spirit spring. And lost sword techniques. Items. 20 absolute loyalty pills. 200 taels of silver. 10 taels of gold. And 3 bolts of Sichuan brocade. I was so excited I wanted to jump up. One more woman. And I got so many more rewards. Song Ningmei struggled to get up and offer tea and greeting. I immediately pressed her back down. Silly girl, you worked hard last night. Rest well today. She tried to get out of bed, but found her legs weak and unable to walk, so she had no choice but to rest in bed. I stepped out and ran into Song Qingshan, who had gotten up early. The old father-in-law saw the bite marks all over my neck and awkwardly looked away. I forced myself to suppress my embarrassment. Morning, father-in-law. Song Qingshan gave a brief response, but his eyes still couldn't help glancing at my neck. After breakfast, I headed straight to the backyard to check on the little wild boar. The yard was spacious, with room for expansion, and I planned to build a few more side rooms for my father-in-law to live in. Song Qingshan walked over with his hands behind his back. My son-in-law, I've got an idea. My heart tightened, worried that my father-in-law was about to tell me to be gentler with his daughter. Song Qingshan said, living together with you young people isn't appropriate. Move the wall out a few meters and build a few side rooms for me to live in. I was secretly delighted, but kept a calm expression. What you say makes sense, father-in-law. The side rooms can start construction tomorrow. I took 6 slaves up the mountain to cut cypress trees, and the felled wood was hauled back home. The villagers had mixed reactions when they saw it, mostly envy. Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, and the hooligans Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing were burning with jealousy. and they discussed going to the county town to file a complaint. Zhou Qing came up with an idea. The county magistrate is a lecher. Just say that Lu Changhai's family has a great beauty. Let's see what he does. The four of them grew more and more excited as they thought about it, even planning to take advantage of the chaos to grope a little. I had no idea what they were scheming and was straining every muscle to carry wood and renovate the house. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, and I set up a big pot in the courtyard to cook slaughtered pork stew. Fat and lean meat, ribs, pork tripe, large intestines, potatoes, and wild vegetables were all mixed together, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. After the meal, I chatted happily with Song Qingshan, while the women laughed and played nearby. The monkey and the fox were also roughhousing and fooling around, creating a lively, warm scene. Today was Yang Jingyue's turn to keep me company in bed. Though she was a physician and understood the structure of the human body, this was her first real experience. I had already been itching with anticipation, wanting to see what reward the system would give me. Yang Jingyue acted unexpectedly proactively. After bathing and returning to the bedroom, she was the first to lean in and kiss me. She looked adorably blank and asked, "Husband, do you feel anything yet?" I nodded furiously. Her movements went from gentle to fierce, like solving a math problem, moving from the shallow to the deep. Yang Jingyue was gasping for breath. This night, I experienced an unprecedented joy. Yang Jingyue, being a skilled healer, truly knows her craft. She personally demonstrated that theory aligns with practice. Come the next morning, I awoke to a delightful gift from the system. Strength level 5, the combat power equivalent to 18 grown men. Additional items included a black iron sword, 1,000 pounds of premium rice, and 1,000 seeds for each type of vegetable. Out of all the gifts, I especially cherished the sword and practical supplies. The seeds were a thoughtful touch. When Yang Jingyue woke up, she sweetly asked, "Husband, where are you going?" I replied, "To the mountains to pick mushrooms and make mushroom soup for everyone." She grew excited. "I want to go with you." I chuckled. "That depends if you're able to walk. But I doubt you can today." She tried taking a step, only to grimace in pain, her legs feeling like they were made of lead, with certain parts of her body throbbing as if ripped apart. Resigned, she obediently lay back down and asked, "Husband, when will this ailment pass?" I teased as I gently pinched her cheek. "You're a healer. Didn't the books teach you?" She pouted. "No, they didn't." I reassured her with a grin. "Don't worry, half a day's rest, and you'll be fine." After freshening up and breakfast, I prepared to ascend the mountain alongside the fox, monkey, and crow. Jiang Tingsu shyly approached. Her right hand had already healed, while her left leg, with continued consumption of the mystical spring water, would likely heal in 2 days. She softly muttered, "Brother Lu, I want to stay here." I leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Girl, do you realize what that means?" Blushing, she remained silent. I smirked wickedly. "From now on, you are mine. Your heart belongs to me alone." Embarrassed, she nodded, her face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. I pinched her cheek gently. "Silly girl, rest up and heal. Big brother will take care of you." In the wild hazel forest, mushrooms grew in abundance. I squatted, humming a tune as I picked, while the monkey enthusiastically piled them into a small mountain. The fox dashed around alerting us wherever it spotted mushrooms, calling the monkey to gather them without any usual squabbles. Meanwhile, the crow, half asleep, tumbled from a tree, only to awkwardly claim it was just training reaction time. After collecting all the hazel mushrooms into my space, we moved on to harvest porcini mushrooms. Just as we were about to leave, the fox and monkey each returned, proudly clutching a wild pheasant in their mouths. The monkey roughly twisted the bird's head under its wing and tossed it at me. The fox, attempting to outdo the monkey yet failing, snapped its bird's neck outright and dropped it at my feet. Sighing, I gathered the game. In one mountain hollow, a brown bear was chasing a wild goat. With a precise arrow, I took down the goat. Startled, the bear turned to flee, but 2 more arrows sealed its fate. Fox and monkey, thrilled, circled the fallen bear. The crow, unimpressed, snidely called them lackeys. Within 2 hours, our haul was immense. Returning home, a black carriage was parked near the gate. Inside, Yang Henyang paced anxiously. "Good son-in-law, you must be careful. That landowner Wang has heard that Song Qingshan and his daughter weren't killed but rescued," he said. He was clearly concerned to learn that the Song family had been saved and that landowner Wang was investigating. I chuckled. "Father-in-law, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. That old dog hasn't even begun to pay." Yang Henyang, grave-faced, warned, "But landowner Wang isn't easy to deal with. He's wealthy and has connections with the magistrate." From his pocket, he pulled out a pouch and handed it to me. "This is all I have saved, 80 taels of silver. Take it and move everyone somewhere safer." I was moved and quickly refused. Don't worry, father-in-law. I have plans. Let them come. I'll deal with them all. I invited him to stay for lunch, teasing him with the promise of wild mushroom and pheasant stew. Ecstatic, he said, it's been years since I had that. I even dream about it. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan worked in the side room, sawing wood to make a grand chair. Hunyang joked that he was hopeless at carpentry, leading to a spirited argument between the two. I fetched the hazel mushrooms and porcini, instructing Aunt Wang to wash them, as I prepared the pheasants myself. With the stew simmering in the large pot, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the entire mountain village, drawing villagers from their homes, wondering where that heavenly scent came from. At our gate stood my aunt, Li Tzulian, sniffing the stew's aroma while cursing, eating mushrooms. Hope it poisons the lot of you. Widow Li Hongxing sat crying outside her door, regretting the chance she hadn't grabbed to marry me. Smacking herself, she sobbed. Li Hongxing, you fool of a woman. Our family gathered around the iron pot, devouring the meal in peace and contentment. It took us 2 hours to finally drop our chopsticks. Yang Hunyang left for the county in his carriage, while I prepared to go there myself, intending to sell the bear and ask him for a supply of poisons. I used the 3 attribute points gifted by the system, distributing them between the fox, monkey, and crow. These looked like small glass orbs, which took effect the moment they were consumed. The crow, the first to react, let out a sharp cry of pain before collapsing. The fox and monkey also froze before crumpling to the ground. After a while, they stood, delighted with their newfound strength and enhanced forms. The crow flapped its wings, its speed now like a bolt of lightning. Each point was equivalent to the power of 10 men, making all 3 formidable. As I was about to leave, a loud kick jolted our courtyard gate. Standing outside was a rotund man with a beer belly, his pale face exuding arrogance, flanked by 6 servants armed with long sticks. I stepped out, my voice cold. You're the one kicking my gate. Smugly, the fat man replied. Yeah, so what? I smirked. You're the first dead pig to have the guts to kick my gate. A slap sent him sprawling, for teeth flying from his mouth. His 6 servants charged, only to be swiftly dispatched by the fox and monkey. The man cursed through his broken teeth. I'm Wang Qianxi. Hurt me, and my brother Wang Wanshi won't spare you. Squatting down, I dealt him slap after slap. All the more reason to hit you. After reducing his face to a swollen mess, I kicked him onto the roadside. Grabbing the crow, I marched straight to the county, carrying the 600-pound bear carcass through the streets. Passers-by marveled. What strength this young hero has. I sold the bear for 100 taels of silver and headed to my father-in-law's clinic. Pulling me aside, he anxiously reminded me, that landowner Wang is after you. Don't stir up trouble. I reassured him nonchalantly. What's there to fear? I'm only here to request some potent, undetectable poison. Despite his unease, Yang Henyang fetched what I asked for without protest, delivering it secretly into my hand. At this moment at the county yamen gate, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing were driven out by the county runners. They wanted to accuse me of illegal construction, but the officials said I had the proper permits. They then wanted to accuse me of having multiple wives, but without a bribe, they couldn't even see the county magistrate. The 4 left in disgrace, grinding their teeth in hatred. Zhou Qing slapped his thigh. I've got a plan. My cousin works as a gatekeeper at Wang Wansai's house. Yang Laosan asked, what use is knowing Boss Wang? Zhou Qing said, Boss Wang is lustful and has married 48 wives. If he knows Lu Changfeng has a beautiful woman, he'll definitely be tempted to snatch her. Everyone burst out laughing and decided to go dock Zhou Qing's cousin. When they arrived at Wang Wansai's gate, they saw Wang Qianzai being carried back with a badly swollen face. The 4 were delighted. Lu Changfeng dared to beat Wang Qianzai, so Wang Wankai would definitely deal with him. Heaven is helping me. I brought the crows back to the village and gave the liquor to my father-in-law, Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan said it was too much trouble in words, but was beaming with joy. I had Aunt Wang fry peanuts to go with the wine and kept my father-in-law company for a few drinks. As night fell, we suddenly heard footsteps from afar and torches lit up at the gate. The courtyard wall was surrounded on all sides. Outside, Wang Wankai roared angrily, Lu Changfeng, get out here. Song Qingshan was startled awake, his face full of fear. Wang Wankai ran amok in Nanning County, with many strong and skilled retainers under him. He was lustful and already had 48 concubines. Whichever family's daughter he took a liking to was doomed. Song Mingmei ran over crying. Father, husband, it's Wang Wankai. Should we hide? I pulled her into my arms to comfort her. Don't be afraid. He's just a small landlord. I'll go beat him. Then I told the servants to open the door. Torchlight revealed a pot-bellied fat man, his gaze vicious and cruel. Someone whispered a reminder. Master, that's Lu Changfeng, the one who took away Song Qingshan and his daughter. and he also beat second master. Wang Wankai asked coldly, "You're Lu Changfeng?" I folded my arms and replied calmly, "That's right. Who the hell are you? What are you shouting about at my door?" Wang Wansai's servant rushed up and yelled, "Who are you calling a dog? This is our master." Before he could finish, the monkey flew in and slapped one of his eyes. I stood still, ready to test out the exclusive swordsmanship and the mysterious iron sword awarded by the system. As soon as I drew the sword, I couldn't help exclaiming, "What the hell? The sword's rusted." Before I could react, a servant swung his club at my head. I swiftly unsheathed the sword and made a single slash. My broken sword sliced through the wooden club like it was cutting through hair, sending several servants flying, coughing up blood from the shockwave. More servants rushed at me, but I sheathed the sword and started swinging left and right barehanded. In mere moments, over 50 servants were on the ground, arms broken, legs twisted, ribs shattered, crying out in agony. On the yard wall, my wives and father-in-law watched silently. Shen Qingluo sighed. "I always knew my husband was skilled at hunting, but his swordsmanship is extraordinary." Yang Jingyue clapped her hands and laughed. "I need to go tell my dad tomorrow. He's landed a gem of a son-in-law." Song Qingshan wiped his tears in excitement. "A lifetime of hard work has finally led to blessings from my son-in-law. Thank the ancestors for this fortune." Wang Wankai, witnessing his servants completely defeated, was trembling with fear. Step by step, I walked toward him, and he plastered a nervous grin, trying to please. "Brother, let's talk this out, shall we?" I laughed loudly. "Sure. Hand over some silver as tribute, and I'll let you go." Then, with one strike, I severed his left hand, followed by a punch that knocked out 8 of his teeth. Smirking, I said, "Wang Qianchai lost 4 teeth earlier. As his elder brother, losing 8 seems fair, doesn't it?" Wang Wankai, scared out of his wits, wet his pants and stumbled away as his remaining men scrambled to escape. I turned to my wives, grinning smugly. "Pretty impressive, huh?" Immediately, all my wives rushed over and hugged me, showering me with endless praise. Suddenly, I noticed a few shady figures lurking near a distant tree. Recognizing them as Lu Eryong, Yang Lao San, and their lot, I chuckled coldly and ordered, "Go and mess up their faces. Beat them senseless." The monkey, fox, and crow leapt off the wall, and soon enough, wretched screams echoed through the yard. Today it was Shun Furong's turn to serve me in bed. After drinking, I was in high spirits, and she begged for mercy all night long. In the middle of the night, I got up to urinate and called over the monkey, fox, and crow. "Crow, do you still remember what I said during the day? It's time to act." The atmosphere in the magistrate's mansion was grim and eerie. The doctor had just set Wang Wansai's bones and fitted him with gold teeth. 48 concubines were kneeling all over the main hall, crying. Wang Wankai cursed in fury. "They stole my women and beat my brother. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this and no longer be a man if I don't." He led his retainers to the gambling house on the east side of town to find thugs. Late at night, 3 masked animals walked silently along the roof of the magistrate's mansion. The crow flew in to scout and stole a key. "This is Wang Wansai's residence. Split up and find the treasury." The monkey, taking advantage of the retainers' inattention, slipped into the rockery passage and used the key to try opening the heavy iron door. A room full of gold, silver, and jewels came into view. They each picked only gold and jewelry, filling 3 sacks, then escaped from the magistrate's mansion under cover of night. In the first half of the night, they stole the goods out of the mansion. In the second half, they carried them back to Yentu village. The next morning, I went to the bathhouse to inspect the spoils. The floor covered with gold, silver, and jewels made me overjoyed, and I directly stored them in my space. I took out some honey to reward the monkey, fox, and crow. "Keep emptying Wang Wansai's house, and once you're done, go to the county magistrate's house." Having suddenly acquired a large sum of silver, I hadn't gone into the mountains to hunt for 2 days. Only later, feeling bored, did I go up the mountain, where every day I could bring back a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 caddies. On the 5th day, I took my father-in-law to the cellar to open a jar of wine brewed a month earlier. After taking a sip, the taste was excellent, and Song Qingshan praised me as a living immortal. The next day, I went to the county town to sell wine and braised meat, opening for business at Song Qingshan's old shop. At first no one paid attention, so I changed tactics and gave away free wine and meat to passers-by for tasting. Everyone who drank it praised it, and business instantly boomed. All 200 caddies of wine and 30 caddies of braised meat were sold out, earning 11.5 taels of silver. Though profitable, it was still far less than the 50,000 taels stolen by the monkey. But with a stable income, I decided to keep running it and renovate the old shop into Luxiang Zue Fong. Life at home remained the same, hunting wild boars during the day and keeping my wife company at night. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, After the whole family finished their late-night snack, we chatted in the pavilion in the courtyard. Jiang Tingsu's injuries had healed, and it was her turn to serve me in bed. She washed herself clean and waited demurely for me. I got ready, drank some wine to set the mood, and spent an unforgettable night with Jiang Tingsu. The next day, I received a reward: Strength level 6, Space level 6, Bonded People, 7 items, Red Sky War God Armor, 100 Absolute Loyalty Pills, 500 Taels of Silver. There were also 200 sacks of seeds, wrinkled peppers, cilantro, rice, potatoes, and eggplants. In a great mood, I summoned. Shen Qingluo anxiously called out from outside the door. "Husband, go check on big sister. She keeps dry heaving." I hurried out and saw Chu Wanru, her face pale after just throwing up. Even after giving her spiritual spring water to drink, she continued to vomit. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. Chu Wanru is pregnant. I was overjoyed. Not only was I going to be a father, but I'd also earn rewards. The system issued rewards for 1 month of pregnancy, 200 taels of silver, enhanced attributes for Chu Wanru, a bonus skill of immense strength for the child upon birth. There were also 10,000 seeds of various types, 1,000 free-range eggs, 20 large watermelons, and 20 buckets of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles. I hugged Chu Wanru tightly and reassured her. "It's nothing. It's good news. You're pregnant." Everyone around us offered their congratulations. Shin Qingluo was moved to tears and said, "Big sister is carrying the first child of our family." Yang Jingwei rested her fingers on Chu Wanru's wrist, smiling as she said, "The child has been growing for a month now. Both mother and child are healthy and doing well." There were originally 7 servants in the family, but Wang Ma had taken a few to run the liquor shop in the county. Only 2 remained at home. I decided to head to the county market and purchase more servants. From my spatial storage, I took out a large watermelon and some eggs, instructing Shun Qingluo, "Cut the watermelon and share it with everyone. But Wanru can only have a small amount since she's pregnant. Monkeys and the fox will stay to guard the house, and I'll take the crow with me into town." Meanwhile, at the Yuanwei residence, a servant reported, "Master, the Eastern martial expert has arrived." Wang Wankai, whose left hand I had severed, was still recovering from his injury. The moment he heard the news about the expert, he rushed over in excitement. In the training hall at the gambling den, the Eastern fighter, Shirtian Poyi Lang, stood tall like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wang Wankai was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Excellent! That bastard Lu Chongfeng will finally be beaten down." At the slave market on the east side of the city, I only looked at the tall and mighty ones, and there were only 3 that suited me. There was also a female slave named Su Qinghuan, the daughter of an official family in the capital. After her father offended the powerful, all the men in her family were killed. She was skin and bones, her face covered with festering sores, and no one had bought her for 5 days. The slave trader was preparing to dispose of her. I decided to buy her, and the slave trader was astonished. "Are you sure, young master?" I laughed. "It's fine, I just like ugly ones." "How much?" the slave trader said. 1 tael of silver to take her away." 3 slaves cost 9 taels, Su Qinghuan 1 tael, 10 taels of silver in total. Just as I was about to leave, I was surrounded. Wang Wankai shouted first, "Lu Chongfeng, for the grudge of my broken arm, today is the day you die." I laughed. "You want to break my arm? Come on." The gambling den boss, He Beishan, said coldly, "I have an expert from Japan. Fight him, and if you lose, you'll cut your own throat today." I laughed. "If I lose, I'll cut my own throat. If I win, you'll cut yours?" Wang Wankai hurriedly said, "If you win, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver." He Beishan sneered, 5,000 if you win." I said to the slaves, "Back up a little. If I win, I'll take you with me. If I lose, run for it." The slaves straightened their chests and stepped forward. "Master, if you lose, we'll die with you." Su Qinghuan anxiously pulled me aside. "Young master, that Japanese man is not easy to deal with. Don't fight him." I lightly patted her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll never lose. If I win, how about you become my wife?" Su Qinghuan was shy yet self-abasing. "I'm too ugly and not worthy of the young master. I only wish to be your servant." I laughed. "I'll cure those sores. You're not bad at heart." Su Qinghuan was so moved that tears fell. Ishida Hirekaro strode over, his feet seeming to whip up the wind, roaring madly. I folded my arms and laughed. A little Japanese runt. "Your name is Ishida Hirekaro? I'll call you Sienran Banban." The onlookers burst out laughing. Ishida Hirekaro was furious and threw a punch, bringing with it a fierce gust of palm wind. I still stood there with my arms crossed, unmoving, and lightly pushed to deflect his fist. Ishida Hirekaro cried out in pain and fell down with his arm broken. I clapped and mocked him. "Just a little Japanese brat. and you can't even take one punch from me. Are you here to make a joke? Wang Wankai and He Beishan were terrified and prepared to run. I shouted, "You haven't paid the betting silver yet. Trying to run? No way." In a flash, I grabbed both of them by the collars like catching rats. I snatched the jade bracelet from Wang Wansai's hand. "This will cover 300 taels. I'll come to your house for the rest later." Wang Wankai said anxiously, "That bracelet is worth at least 800 taels." I shoved him to the ground and said coldly, "I said 300. Say another word and I'll break your other hand." My gaze turned to He Beishan, forcing him to tremble all over. He Beishan tried to test me. "Brother Liu, how about giving 500 taels first?" I grabbed his collar, yanked him up, and flung him hard. He crashed 4 or 5 meters away. "I'm not discussing this with you. If you don't hand over the silver, I'll beat you to death right here today." He Beishan struggled to his feet and ordered the one-eyed dragon, "Quick, bring 5,000 taels for Brother Liu." Not long after, 3 men carried over 4 large chests, all heavy with silver. I had the silver checked, ordered 3 slaves to carry the chests, and shouldered 2 myself. Su Qinghuan followed me all the way home. Behind us, Wang Wankai and He Beishan. They were so angry they were blowing their beards and glaring, almost coming to blows. Wang Wankai pointed at the groaning Shirtian Poichiro on the ground and cursed. "You said he was the best fighter in the East? He couldn't even take one move from Lu Chongfeng. Give me back the 1,000 taels." He Beishan flew into a rage. "I've thrown in 5,000 taels. The gambling house is nearly empty, and you still say I'm cheating you." As the two argued, even the servants behind them broke into a brawl. Wang Wankai was the local notable, with a strong connection to the county magistrate. He Beishan was a man of the Jianghu, dealing in both the legal and the underworld. After this fight, the two became mortal enemies. Before, their common enemy was me, Lu Chongfeng. Now, they were enemies of each other. I brought the slaves and Su Qinghuan back to Yantu village, already calculating in my mind. Now that the two sides had fallen out, it would be much easier for me to take advantage of the situation. When we got home, the door opened with a creak. Slave 4 and Slave 5 ran over to open it, and the women greeted me back sweetly. When they saw Su Qinghuan, her face covered in ugly sores, they showed no disgust. Anyone brought back by their husband must have her own merits. I pulled Su Qinghuan over to my side, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Wives, this is my newly married wife, Su Qinghuan. From now on, we're sisters. No old soldiers bullying the new recruits." Fu Linger smiled. "Husband, when have we ever had old soldiers bullying new recruits?" I explained Su Qinghuan's background. She was the daughter of an official family. Her father had offended the powerful, and the whole family had suffered disaster. The men were killed, the women exiled. She had gotten separated from her family and had been left alone, waiting to die. Feeling sorry for her, I bought her and asked everyone to take good care of her. Yang Jingyue asked, "Should we prepare some medicine for her?" I shook my head. "I can treat her injuries. She'll be fine in a day or 2. Su Qinghuan froze, tears streaming down her face as she knelt and knocked her head to the ground. I smiled and helped her up. "It's just a minor injury. You'll recover soon." Gratefully, she called me husband, but the sores on her face stung painfully. The wounds had been oozing pus for a long time. Without silver, no one was willing to treat her. Feeling sorry for her, I took out some spirit spring water from my space and let her drink it. After she drank half of it, she was pleasantly surprised to find the pain easing and the sores beginning to improve. After dinner, I arranged for Shun Qingluo to set up a bed and room for Su Qinghuan. Her body was covered in injuries, and she didn't even have shoes. She had suffered terribly. I told her to rest more, then took the fox, the monkey, and the crow into the mountains to hunt. We were lucky today. Wild boar, wild goats, and wild cattle all turned up. In truth, with the animals scouting the way and my system's divine skills, every shot was a hit. After returning home, I fed the newly bought slaves the absolute loyalty pills and had them process the game. Then I went to the backyard to drink with my father-in-law, Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan liked to sit in the pavilion, drinking and humming tunes, living a carefree life. When he saw me coming, he brought out some fried peanuts, and the two of us ate and chatted. At night, Wang Ma and the others, who sold braised meat, came home to restock. I reassigned everyone's duties. Wang Ma stayed home to take care of the women, especially Chu Wanru, who was pregnant. The Braised Fragrance Tavern was handled by Slave 1 through Slave 5. Slave 6 and the new slave stayed home to help out. After everything was arranged, the women washed up and went to sleep. I sat in the pavilion gnawing on watermelon. The fox, monkey, and crow all came over. The crow landed on my shoulder, while the fox and monkey sat on either side. I lowered my voice. "Tonight, we act. First half of the night, steal County Magistrate Su Wenyuan's treasury. Second half of the night, steal He Beishan's gambling house silver. Don't leave a single coin behind." The three animals' eyes lit up with excitement. The crow asked in a low voice, "Master, should we find out whether Wang Wankai has made any moves?" I nodded. "Go investigate. Come back and report if there's any news." The three animals vanished quickly into the night. In Nanning County, at the residence of an estate owner, Wang Wankai, with his big belly, wobbled toward the secret vault behind the rockery. Seeing more than a dozen servants standing guard, his old face was full of smiles. He patted his belly and muttered curses at Hebation for being a fraud. Opening the vault, he was overjoyed. "My silver! I'm here." On the roof across the way, a crow, a monkey, and a fox stared motionlessly. A cunning smile appeared in the crow's eyes. It asked the monkey and fox in a low voice, "What do you think? Will that short little pumpkin cry out loud?" The fox shook its head, its eyes fixed on the rockery, grinning with excitement. The monkey squeaked a few times, its face full of schadenfreude. Sure enough, from behind the rockery came Wang Wansai's tearful screams. "Where is my silver? Where did it go? Was it you who stole it? Someone come. Catch them." The guards protecting the vault hurriedly defended themselves. "Master, only you have the key. We can't open the vault door. We're innocent. We've been guarding it the whole time and didn't see anyone go in." Someone anxiously begged for mercy. "Spare us, master. It really wasn't us. Run. Old Wang's gone mad. He'll beat us to death." Wang Wankai sat on the ground howling, his cries shaking the whole street. The key had always been under his own pillow. No one could have entered the room. How could the silver have been stolen? It was so heavy. How could it have been carried out? Could it be that a ghost had done it? He carefully recalled when the theft might have happened. Aside from the time he went to the gambling den, no one could have entered his home. Who had a grudge against him? Lu Changfeng. But Lu Changfeng had never been to his house, didn't know the address, and certainly didn't know where the vault was. Excluded. The only person who had ever come to his home for tea was Hebation. And the time he left home happened to be when he went to find Hebation. It was definitely Hebation using a diversion to lure me away. That scoundrel. Thinking of this, Wang Wankai wiped away his tears and snot, then stumbled toward the county yamen. He had to ask the county magistrate, Su Wenyuan, to arrest Hebation. On the rooftop, the crow, monkey, and fox watched him cry in such a miserable state, dancing with joy. The monkey almost did a backflip on the spot. It only held back because it was afraid of making noise. After fleeing far away, the crow said to the monkey and fox, "Act according to the master's orders. You two go steal the goods first. I'll go report to the master." First half of the night, the county magistrate's vault. Second half of the night, old he at the gambling den, understand? The fox and monkey nodded in unison. It had just gotten dark, and I still wasn't asleep, sitting in the pavilion drinking a little. I found that after drinking, it got longer and harder, so I had to have a cup before bed. Just after finishing my drink, the crow flew back, first asking for a cup of spiritual spring water, then reporting Wang Wansai's situation. I nodded and laughed. "Good. Make that old pumpkin mad to death. Crow, go handle the job. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me." The crow muttered, "Afraid I'll disturb you while you're hugging a woman to sleep?" I laughed loudly. "Good that you understand. A lifelong bachelor who can't even get a wife wouldn't get it." The crow flipped me the middle finger and disappeared into the night. Secretly, I thought I'd marry a female crow tomorrow and anger him to death. The crow flew to Su Wenyuan's house, where the fox and the monkeys had already found the treasury. The treasury was in a side courtyard deep inside the county yamen, where no one lived and dust had piled up. A huge iron lock sealed it tight, with steel-reinforced iron walls all around, and several expert yamen officers standing guard outside. Want to steal it? You'd have to deal with the officers first, and you'd also need the key. The key had been turned into an ornament and hung around Su Wenyuan's neck. He never even took it off when he slept. At that moment, he was on the bed with his young wife in his arms. He put his 36 arts to use, and his young wife moaned sweetly again and again. A low report came from outside the door. "Master, Wang Wankai asks to see you." Su Wenyuan was practicing the Kuan character fitness technique, drenched in sweat, and flatly refused. Not seeing him, Wang Wankai was turned away at the door and didn't dare say more. He pulled out some silver and handed it to the officer. "Please report again and say I have something extremely urgent." The officer took the risk and knocked again. "Master, Wang Wankai insists it's extremely urgent." Su Wenyuan ignored it and kept practicing. Half an hour later, a shout came from inside, as if something had burst out. He came out slowly and kicked the officer hard. "How many taels did he give you? Hand it over." The officer trembled and gave it up. Su Wenyuan weighed it in his hand and put it back into his pouch. When he saw Wang Wankai, he said coldly, "Wang Wankai, you'd better really have something urgent. You're interrupting me and my woman sleeping at night. Do you know how that feels?" Wang Wankai couldn't care less and fell to his knees. crying his eyes out, with snot and saliva everywhere. Su Wenyuan was startled and quickly helped him up. Brother Wang, what happened? Wang Wankai cried intermittently. Brother Su, save me. I can't go on living. My treasury is gone. I suspect it was stolen by He Beishan. Su Wenyuan was stunned. Wang Wankai cried as he spoke, telling him about offending Lu Changfeng and going to look for He Beishan. Su Wenyuan already disliked He Beishan and had long wanted to deal with him. After hearing this, he slammed the table and shouted, "Come here. He Beishan is suspected of theft. Arrest him immediately." Seeing Su Wenyuan leading the officers to raid He Beishan's house, the crow knew the situation was going perfectly. It immediately whispered to the fox and the monkeys, "Brothers, the chance is here. Move fast." The fox and monkeys squeaked in reply. The officers guarding the courtyard saw that Su Wenyuan wasn't around and dozed off on the ground. They thought that with things like this happening every day, nobody would dare steal anything. On the roof, the monkey silently lifted 5 tiles. Then it leaped lightly down into the room. The room was full of gold, silver, and jewels, far more than Wang Wansai's house. I fought hard all night and slept until noon. The sleeping partner was Shun Qingluo, standing in for the pregnant Chu Wanru. Just after I got up, the crow came to report. Master, last night in the first half, we stole 30% of Su Wenyuan's gold and silver. In the second half of the night, we stole half of He Beishan's. The goods are all in your bathhouse. Hurry and get them. I followed the crow to the bathhouse. Because there were so many women, the bathhouse wasn't enough to use. So I built a larger one, with 4 compartments, able to bathe for people at once. Every day before sleeping, the women and I would take an intimate bath together in the private bathhouse. In the past, the bathhouse had no lock, so anyone could enter. Ever since I had the 3 animals do the dirty work, I fitted it with a key. The key was locked in my space. No one could get it. When the monkeys moved the treasures, they came in by lifting the roof tiles and jumping down from above. Seeing the gold, silver, and jewels covering. Walking out of the bathhouse, I went to see Su Qinghuan. The sores on her face had mostly healed, and she happily threw herself into my arms. Darling, the medicine is amazing. I took some spring water out of my space and let her drink more. After she finished, she rubbed her belly and smiled. Darling, I'm almost full. I don't even need to eat. Thinking of the 20 buckets of instant noodles rewarded by the system, I walked into the kitchen. Wang Ma, no need to make lunch. I've got a new way to eat. After boiling a large pot of hot water, I took out 9 buckets of instant noodles and set them on the table. 8 wives plus my father-in-law, Song Qingshan, 9 people in all, sat around the table. Chu Wanru, protecting her belly, asked what this was. I explained gently, instant noodles. They're delicious. Wang Ma poured in the hot water and covered the lid. Because Chu Wanru was pregnant, I had Wang Ma fry 3 poached eggs for her. The aroma of the instant noodles was overwhelming, and everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. As soon as I said, "You can eat now," the crowd surged forward. Fu Linger praised, "Darling, these noodles are so delicious." Shin Furong blew on her noodles because they were too hot. "These divine noodles are so tasty." Yang Jingyue wolfed hers down, not looking anything like her usual well-behaved self. Chu Wanru ate the noodles while biting into an egg, trembling with satisfaction. My father-in-law Song Qingshan kept praising as he ate. "Son-in-law, this old man has never eaten noodles this delicious in his life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd never have had the chance to taste them." I patted his shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, father-in-law. Eat as much as you want. There will be plenty of this stuff from now on." Inside the county Yamen prison in Nanning County. "Sir, I've been wronged." He Beishan sat in the cell, filled with grievance. "I've been in the gambling house all this time and never went out. There's no way I could have stolen Wang Wansai's treasury. It was because of the Japanese. They deliberately set me up." He hurriedly pleaded, "Sir, let me out, and I'll give you half of my family's silver." "How about that?" Su Wenyuan said coldly. "Whether you did it or not still needs to be investigated. If you have nothing to do with it, you'll naturally be released. If you do, you'll be severely punished." He ordered He Beishan to hand over the key to the treasury. He Beishan claimed the key had been lost a few days ago. Su Wenyuan flew into a rage and signaled his men to do it. He Beishan was tied up and taken to the torture room, where he was beaten until his flesh was torn open. Su Wenyuan led people to search the gambling house, controlled the thugs, and seized the treasury. After smashing the door open several times, it was finally opened, only to find the treasury empty, not a single tael of silver inside. He did not believe that a gambling house with such huge cash flow could have no money on hand. He suspected that the valuables had already been moved away by someone else. Even angrier, he ordered his men to thoroughly search the residence. They only found some worthless jewelry from He Beishan's women. In a fit of rage, he dragged off one of He Beishan's pretty concubines to vent his anger. As he left, he couldn't help but think, Wang Wankai had his own pleasures in stealing another man's wife. He should learn to be a chow thief, too. After Su Wenyuan left, crows, monkeys, and foxes on the roof gloated over his misfortune. The crow sneered, "How funny. This county magistrate didn't get any money. He only stole wives. We took all the silver, so what is he robbing?" The fox laughed madly, and the monkey even poked its own butt to sniff it. The fox was so furious it chased after it and bit it. Inside, chaos reigned. The women were crying and making a scene, and the captured underlings were being held down. No one paid attention to the three animals' antics. The crow said, "Enough fooling around. Let's hurry to Su Wenyuan's residence and empty his treasury." At this moment, Wang Wankai sat motionless in the hall, his heart aching like it was being cut to pieces. A concubine softly comforted him. "Don't be sad, master. You still have shops, farmland, and houses in the county. You're much richer than most people." Wang Wankai came to his senses and regained his confidence. He sat up and ate the first meal he had had in several days. 2 days later, Su Qinghuan had fully recovered. Her skin was fair and tender, and she was radiant. The face reflected in the mirror moved her to tears. She had once thought her life would be bleak, but she never expected her husband not only to take her in, but also to heal her face. She made up her mind that when her husband returned, she would take the initiative to serve him. At dusk, I came out of the mountains. That day, the monkeys, foxes, and crows helped me hunt down a wild boar, 10 pheasants, and 1 roe deer. Just as I was preparing to head down the mountain, the monkey ran over excitedly, chattering nonstop. The crow translated, "There's a huge beehive in the tree, as thick as an adult's arm." I said happily, "Wanru is pregnant and needs protein supplements. We have eggs at home, but bee pupae are even more nutritious. Let's go get the beehive." After packing up the game, I followed the monkey to a large tree at the edge of a cliff. The beehive hung from the tree, swaying precariously. I told the monkey to go pick it. The monkey was afraid, its belly fur sparse. I comforted it. "Don't be afraid. If the bees sting you, just drink some spirit spring water." The monkey and the fox climbed the tree from the left and right, while the crow bit the top of the hive to help. After the hive was taken down, I drove away the bees and stored it in my space, humming a tune as I headed down the mountain. When I got home, I tossed the beehive into the courtyard. Wang Ma led the slaves to collect the bee pupae and filter the honey. Dinner was golden, crispy fried bee pupae. The women ate until their mouths were greasy, completely satisfied. Night fell, and by the order of serving in bed, it should have been Shun Forong's turn. But she thoughtfully gave the chance to Su Qinghuan, saying that the newcomer should serve her husband first. Of course, I was more than willing. In the evening, I first had a few drinks with my father-in-law to soothe my body and mind in preparation for later matters. Su Qinghuan washed herself clean, removed her clothes, and climbed onto the bed on her own to wait. I took a quick bath, returned to the room, and slipped under the covers, immediately feeling happy. Su Qinghuan was gentle and delicate, clearly having learned much about serving a man from Chu Wanru and the others. "Husband," her voice was soft and watery, full of tenderness. "Please have pity on me, husband." I responded in a low voice, and the two of us became entwined. The bedboards creaked. On the roof, the monkey lifted a tile and secretly peered inside, making a scissors gesture with its fingers. The crow asked in a low voice, "Did you see it?" The monkey glanced again and quietly retreated. The fox poked its head in, took one look, and left in silence. The crow hopped to the opening and looked carefully. It clearly saw my snow-white buttocks and Su Qinghuan's long legs, while the bed shook and the curtains swayed. The crow shrank its neck, flapped its wings, and flew back to the wall top. The monkey and fox also came over, and the three animals burst into laughter together. The crow sighed, "Master's combat power is really strong. That big but was shaking back and forth, so intense." The monkey covered its face and squeaked, while the fox bounced around laughing. After the laughter died down, the crow reminded them, "You must keep your mouth shut. Don't let Master know we were spying. If he finds out, he'll rip us apart." The monkey and fox immediately nodded, and the courtyard wall fell quiet again. Just as the crow was about to close its eyes and rest, the monkey started acting up again. After digging at its eyes, it let out a foul stench and brought it close to the fox's nose. The fox was so disgusted it nearly vomited, and chased after the monkey, biting wildly. The crow sighed helplessly. The monkey is good at everything except for this disgusting habit of picking at its eyes. Who knows who it learned that from? Master certainly doesn't have this habit. The fight was nearly over, and the crow shouted for them to stop. "Enough! Quit fooling around and hurry up to move Su Wenyuan's treasury." The fox and monkey stopped, then followed the crow to the county yamen. As usual, they came down from the roof, packed the gold, silver, and jewelry into bags, hung them on their bodies, and flew back. Though the things were heavy, I had enhanced their strength. The combined power of the three animals was equivalent to that of 3 adults. Even the crow could carry a bag full of jewels in its beak as it flew. The stolen treasures were all hidden in my bathhouse, waiting for me to come collect them the next day. In the private quarters behind the county office, Su Wenyuan was leisurely drinking wine and enjoying donkey meat. While the people suffered through drought and hardship, he lived a life of abundance. In his arms was a charming young wife, curvaceous just to his liking. The young wife fed him donkey meat, and Su Wenyuan playfully pinched her on the behind with a smile. Good girl. She squealed and snuggled closer into his embrace. As she acted coquettishly, he took a sip of wine and scooped her up, asking, "Where does it hurt? Let me take a closer look." At dawn, Su Wenyuan woke early and headed to the jailhouse to continue interrogating He Beishan. The night before, he had searched the He family's treasury only to find it empty. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. With a fierce glare, Su Wenyuan stared down at the barely breathing He Beishan and barked, "Where did you stash the stolen gold and silver? I searched your home last night and found nothing." He Beishan forced himself up despite his condition. Impossible. There were over 8,000 taels of silver in my treasury. How could it be empty? Suddenly realizing something, he accused, "You must have taken it all and are lying to me, claiming there's no money." Su Wenyuan dismissed him with a wave. "If I wanted money, I'd just open my mouth to demand it. Why would I bother with all that effort?" He Beishan's jaw dropped. So there really was no silver in the treasury. Su Wenyuan nodded. He Beishan suddenly grew agitated. "We've both been tricked by Wang Wankai. He's got a grudge against those Eastern devils and pretended his silver was stolen by me to get the authorities involved. He lured you here to deal with me, but secretly, he's stolen my silver and hidden it for himself. We're both just pieces on his chessboard." Anger flared in Su Wenyuan's chest. "Men, go, bring me Wang Wankai." Earlier that morning, I gently leaned over to comfort Su Qinghuan. "You're not feeling well. You should rest today. Wang Ma will bring you your meals." Looking at her frail and pitiful appearance tugged at my heartstrings. Just as I put on my shoes, I couldn't resist and took them off again. Climbing back into bed, I stayed to train with her. On the roof, a crow, a monkey, and a fox watched in disbelief. The crow grumbled, "Master's always dwelling on old memories instead of focusing on important things." The monkey and the fox whispered in agreement, puzzled by my persistence. Meanwhile, Wang Ma had prepared breakfast and knocked on the door, only to find no response. Disappointed, she returned to the front hall. There, Song Qingshan and the women were waiting for breakfast. Chu Wanru smiled kindly at Wang Ma. "Don't worry about them. Once they're up, you can take their food over." Our morning battle of endurance had stretched to noon. Determined and unwavering, I pushed on, driven by the poetry and dreams of distant horizons in my heart. Su Qinghuan had long passed out from exhaustion, but I was still brimming with energy. A sip of spirit spring water left me completely refreshed. The women showed little reaction whenever they drank it, so I hadn't told them the water could ease pain. I wanted to save that advantage for critical moments. After every time they accompanied me at night, I'd make sure they had a day off from all chores. No work, just pure relaxation. It was my way of compensating for their hard efforts. Looking forward to today's system rewards, I summoned the transparent panel with a thought. Name, Lu Changfeng. Age, 19. Strength, level 7 combat ability, comparable to the fighting power of 24 adult men. Space, level 7, 700 cubic meters. Bonds, 8 people. New attribute points, 3. Resources, a plentiful stock of fine rice, potatoes, seeds, walnut saplings, and strawberry seedlings. I closed the panel, immensely satisfied. My strength and spatial abilities had doubled, and the rewards were practical and abundant. I headed to the front hall, where Wang Ma had already prepared lunch: wild vegetable and pork rib soup, fried beef pupi, and stir-fried mountain chicken. I offered her some potatoes from my space, saying, "Please make a plate of stir-fried potato strips for me." Wang Ma was astonished at the sheer number of potatoes I had and happily took them to prepare the dish. She peeled, sliced, and stir-fried, creating a fragrant plate of golden, shredded potatoes. The long-lost aroma of stir-fried potatoes brought a dreamy comfort to my senses. After the meal, I wandered through the mountains, coming back with 2 mountain goats that I stored in my space for later use. With that done, I planned to head into town to check on the business at my shop, the Lu Fragrant Drunken Workshop. County Magistrate Office. Wang Wankai was dragged before Su Wenyuan by the Yamen runners. Startled, he trembled all over as he struggled to his feet. "Brother Su, what's going on? Why did you have someone arrest me?" Su Wenyuan slapped the table in anger, splashing tea everywhere. "You damned Wang Wankai. You actually dared to deceive me." Wang Wankai looked bewildered and aggrieved. "I didn't do anything. How did I deceive you?" Su Wenyuan exposed the fact that He Beishan's home had been searched and his gold vault was empty. Wang Wankai broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening. Brother Su, are you saying He Beishan's vault was emptied? Su Wenyuan gave him a cold look. Cut the nonsense. Say where the silver went. I'm innocent. My own vault is empty too, Wang Wankai said, scratching his ear. There's something wrong here. Then he suddenly shouted. Brother Su, go check your own vault. What if yours is gone too? Su Wenyuan sneered. What a joke. My vault is tightly guarded. Not even a mosquito could get out. He asked sternly. Where did you put the gold and silver? Return it to me within a day, or you'll go to prison. Wang Wankai cried and pleaded his innocence, but Su Wenyuan would not budge. Wang Wankai left looking utterly disheveled, crying his eyes out. After Wang left, Su Wenyuan thought back to his own vault. Though he was confident it was secure, he still decided to check it. When he reached the entrance, the iron gate was locked, the iron pillars were solid, and he nodded in satisfaction. He opened the door, with the guard standing outside. The moment the door opened, the vault was empty. The chests were wide open, and there were only a few scattered copper coins on the floor. He let out a tragic howl. Where's my money? Where did the money go? He rubbed his eyes, pinched his leg, and tried to convince himself it was a dream. But when he came to, there was still nothing there. The enormous vault, which had originally contained at least 200,000 taels of silver, 50,000 taels of gold, and countless jewels, was now completely bare. The money was gone, and so was his life. He stamped on the ground and coughed up blood, screaming in anguish. With a thunderous crash, Su Wenyuan collapsed unconscious to the floor. After Su Wenyuan woke up, he sent people to investigate. They discovered that 4 roof tiles had been removed and used as a passage for the thieves to transport the stolen goods. But the gap between the tiles was too small for an adult to pass through. The Yamen runners found several kinds of footprints on the roof, plum blossom-shaped prints, a trail of small child-sized footprints, and bird claw marks. The court runners in charge of criminal investigations judged them to be the footprints of foxes, monkeys, and an unknown bird species. Monkeys and foxes stealing from a vault? Preposterous. Su Wenyuan was so furious that he issued a wanted notice and ordered a citywide search for the thieves, urging the public to report any suspicious people around them or anyone who had suddenly become rich. Wang Wankai was once again pressed to hand over money. No matter how hard he argued, it was useless. In the end, he had to agree to give Su Wenyuan part of his shops and farmland before he was allowed to go home. Before leaving, Wang Wankai told Su Wenyuan a crucial clue. You mentioned fox, monkey, and bird tracks, and it suddenly reminded me of when I went to Yentu village to find Lu Chongfeng before. My monkey had once injured one of Wang Wansai's servant laborers. He recalled that a fox and a crow had been standing on the courtyard wall at the time. He suspected that the county office theft had something to do with me. The crow on the roof beam heard everything clearly and flew off from the eaves after Wang Wankai left. At this moment, I was not in Yentu village, but in my father-in-law Song Qingshan's Lu Xiang Zue Fong in the county seat. It sold braised meats and wine, and the business was booming. Occasionally, merchants would send people to cause trouble, but they were beaten back by my enslaved underlings. That day, 3 local punks came to stir up trouble. One thin-mustached man beat a gong and shouted that he had gotten diarrhea after eating the braised meat from the shop. The other 2 echoed him and even rolled around on the ground, refusing to leave. I asked the slaves whether they had actually bought any braised meat, and they remembered that these men hadn't bought any. I cut a piece of braised meat myself and tea, sitting in the shop, watching the slaves at work. Ever since the crow, fox, and monkey stole a huge trove of treasure, there was 500,000 or 600,000 taels in cash in my storage space, so I was completely short of nothing. The shop was still open, making money was slow, but as long as I could earn a little, I would. This hooligan incident made me think. Rather than relying on the shop to sell my goods myself, it would be better to cooperate with taverns. Sell the braised meat and liquor to them at a high price, and I would only need to handle delivery, making business move faster. My plan was to expand into neighboring counties and form an industrial chain. However, the output of braised meat was limited, and there were not many wild boars on the mountain. I thought of capturing wild boars alive and raising them at home, letting sows give birth to piglets to breed and grow stronger. The 12 little wild boars I was currently raising were doing well and had adapted to the environment. While planning the business blueprint, the crow flew in and landed on my shoulder. I knew it had something to say, so I took it into the house. Go on, little black, what's the matter? The crow recounted word for word the intelligence it had just heard in Su Wenyuan's county yamen. I laughed in anger. That bastard Wang Wankai? I had intended to leave some room for maneuver, yet he actually stirred up Su Wenyuan to come after me. They all deserve to die. At that moment, a commotion arose. In the county courthouse, Su Wenyuan, dressed in his official uniform, sat sternly behind the judge's desk. The words, "Justice High and Bright," gleamed conspicuously above his head. On either side, the bailiffs stood with batons, shouting mighty in unison. The atmosphere was imposing, but it didn't faze me in the slightest. Su Wenyuan was a notorious corrupt official, oppressing the common people and pocketing disaster relief funds. In my mind, I calculated that if I confiscated his stash of relief grains, my wife and I could live comfortably for decades. Su Wenyuan roared. "Who stands before this court? Why do you not kneel?" I crossed my arms and replied disdainfully. "I kneel to heaven, I kneel to earth, and I kneel to my parents. But why should I kneel to a corrupt official like you?" Enraged, Su Wenyuan glared at me, his beard trembling, and barked for the bailiffs to act. They swarmed toward me, but within seconds, I had subdued them all. Su Wenyuan was shocked, stammering as he struggled to process what had just happened. I didn't even bother to move closer. Instead, with a flick of thought, I conjured my bow and arrow. I aimed and released. A single arrow grazed his head, slicing off some of his hair. Terrified, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Aren't you just so high and mighty? Why do you look like a stray dog now?" I taunted, eyes cold. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Wenyuan didn't dare to refer to himself as this official anymore. "Someone reported that your wealth, your house building, your marriage expenses, came from questionable sources. I merely came to investigate as requested," he stammered. I asked, "Who accused me?" Su Wenyuan answered fearfully. "Wang Wankai claimed your animals' footprints resemble those found at the roof of a theft site. Another, Lu Eryong, accused you of suddenly becoming wealthy." I thought to myself, I'll have to make those animals of mine step more cautiously and cover their tracks in the future. As for Lu Eryong, oh, he'll get what's coming to him. You summoned me here and think you can let me leave as if nothing happened? Think again. I sneered. Su Wenyuan stammered back. "Young hero, anything you want. Anything at all. I'll do if you spare me." "Anything." I gave a wicked smirk. "Then let's start by breaking your legs." Refusing at first, Su Wenyuan had little choice when I swiftly kicked, snapping both his legs. His agonized screams tore through the courthouse roof, startling the birds above into flight. With Su Wenyuan writhing in pain on the ground, I turned and walked away without a glance back. Before leaving, I threatened darkly, "File a case against me, and you'll vanish from this world." The trembling man wet himself on the spot. That very same evening, under the guise of a simple bathroom trip, I secretly slipped back into the courthouse. With my monkey and crow as accomplices, we searched every room, looting anything of value. Vases, calligraphy, paintings, gold, silver jewelry, down to the belongings of Su Wenyuan's concubines. I stored everything in my space dimension. After clearing out the entire courthouse, I returned home to rest. Meanwhile, my clever animals were dispatched to Wang Wansai's residence. Upon their return, I began a second raid at home. The ruckus woke my wife, but she had no complaints, knowing it'd all be worth it. By dawn, wails and miserable cries erupted from the county courthouse. Su Wenyuan's agonized howls intermingled with the lamentations of others, drawing crowds of curious villagers eager to see what unfolded. Early in the morning, Su Wenyuan submitted an official complaint, accusing me of disrespecting a court official and causing him permanent harm, demanding the state office send someone to arrest me. I had anticipated this move, knowing Su Wenyuan wouldn't let things slide. First, I focused on eating breakfast and taking a bath. Just as I was about to leave, a crow appeared with news. Wang Wankai has been dealt with. Poison wine was used, and he succumbed to it. The poison residue is hidden under his bed, and a forged letter is tucked beneath his pillow. Evidence will accuse Su Wenyuan of framing hebation. Calmly, I gave orders. The crow was to rally the fox and monkey for an ambush. Their mission: intercept the constables en route to the state office and stop the lawsuit. I also instructed the crow to poison Su Wenyuan's wine tonight, ensuring his demise. The crow, brimming with excitement, gleefully praised how much they loved such wicked deeds. At the dining table, Aunt Wang had already prepared hand-cut noodles, braised pig ears, stir-fried potatoes, and steamed buns. Everyone sat down together to eat. After finishing the meal, I geared up to go hunting in the mountains, hoping to catch wild boars and expand the braised meat business. Just as I headed out, Yang Jingwei rushed after me carrying a bamboo basket, asking to join me in collecting herbs. I readily agreed, and the two of us set off into the mountains. Meanwhile, Su Wenyuan's constables were galloping toward the state office. Along the way, the fox and monkey ambushed their horses, startling them. The horses stumbled, throwing the constables off. The monkey swiftly seized them, while the fox gagged them with a ball of grass. They subdued the constables and shredded the complaint papers, scattering them to the wind. Task complete. The three animals stealthily infiltrated Su Wenyuan's estate. In the mountains, Yang Jingyue and I walked slowly together. We didn't encounter any wild boars, but we did manage to hunt down a wild goat and a few rabbits. Without extra hands, the progress was slow and inefficient. Eventually, we gave up hunting and focused on gathering herbs, enjoying the tranquil time together. Watching Yang Jingyue bend over to pick herbs filled me with a strange, warm emotion. This season, there were plenty of bellflowers and buplurum. By noon, Yang Jingyue's basket was full. We strolled leisurely, almost like we were on a date, collecting herbs where we found them, hunting animals where we saw them. After 4 hours, we came across a flat grassy clearing. Exhausted, Yang Jingyue sat down, panting, her hands on her empty stomach. Husband, I'm starving. Let's go home and have lunch, she said. As I looked at her face and the rise and fall of her chest, certain thoughts sprang to mind. Sensing it, Yang Jingyue teased. Husband, are you thinking of sleeping with me? Flustered, I suddenly remembered the vacuum-packed meat buns Aunt Wang had made, still warm and fresh in my storage space. I retrieved the buns and handed them to her. Thrilled, Yang Jingyue ate them delicately, savoring each bite. I also handed her a bottle of spring water from the space to help her wash it down. Revitalized after the meal, she seemed energized, perfect for what came next. The grassy ground was soft as a bed, Yang Jingyue was as supple as willow, and I unrelenting as steel. For 2 hours, amid the silence of the forest, our physical training gave the tranquil mountains an air of passion. The sweetness lingered in the air. By dusk, though reluctant, we rose, and I carried Yang Jingyue into my storage space before making a slow descent down the mountain. The bumpy journey was fulfilling, leaving us both perfectly delighted. Upon returning home, Wang Ma had already prepared dinner. During the meal, I noticed my newly wedded wife, Su Qinghuan, had reddened eyes. After dinner, I went to her room. As soon as I opened the door, she hastily wiped her tears to hide her sorrow. What's wrong, my love? I asked softly as I pulled her into my arms, my broad hand gently stroking her head. Is something troubling you? Have you been crying? Su Qinghuan nodded, sitting down by the table and accepting the spring water I poured for her. Tears welled up again as she began to slowly reveal the truth. She is the daughter of Su Shan, a vice minister at the capital's Court of Justice. Her father, while investigating a case, angered Chancellor Jia Tsuani, who falsely accused him of treason. Her entire family was implicated, their properties confiscated, and they were exiled to a remote town in southern Nannan. On the way, the chancellor secretly sent assassins to eliminate her family. Her mother, gravely injured, passed away in the chaos. Now, only her elder sister, Su Jiu, and 2 maids, Fengya and Fengli, remained from her broken household. But they were sold separately into different villages. As she poured out her heart, her tears streamed endlessly. She confessed to feeling despair and a burning desire for vengeance, but helpless in her current position. My mother made me promise to live well, she wept. Now, my life is comfortable, my husband cherishes me, and my sisters-in-law treat me kindly. But I cannot stop worrying about my sister and maids. I'm haunted, not knowing whether they're even alive. Please, husband, help me find my sister Su Jiu and the maids Fengya and Fengli. She suddenly knelt down and cried out with desperation. I beg you, husband. I am so worried for them. She then hesitated, tears sparkling in her eyes, and said cautiously, if it's too difficult or inconvenient for you, I won't insist. Just providing me a safe place here is already more than I could have ever hoped for. I stood still in silence for a moment before gently lifting her into my arms with a warm smile. Silly girl, don't worry. This is a small matter. Your sister's name is Su Jiu, correct? And the maids are Fengya and Fengli. She nodded, choking out. Jiu was sold to the neighboring Wangjia Valley, but I don't know exactly which family. As for Fengya and Fengli, I have no clues at all. I brushed her cheek lightly with my finger, teasing her fondly. Don't fret. Tomorrow, I'll start by heading to Wangjia Valley to look for your sister. Afterward, I'll track down those 2 maids. Rest assured, I'll bring them home. Overcome with emotion, her body trembled as fresh tears flowed. Husband, you're truly my savior. I don't know how I'll ever repay your kindness. Even in this life, I could never return everything you've given me. I held her tightly and chuckled. Silly girl, repay me? Just give me a few more children, and we're even, all right. Her face flushed as she nodded shyly. All right, I understand. I'll do my best. I laughed heartily. Foolish little girl. It can't just be you making an effort. I'll join you. We'll work on this together to ensure you conceive soon. She didn't reply, her cheeks brighter red than before. I softened my tone, but had to set boundaries. However, I hesitated before saying, tonight is Linger's turn. I need to keep my word. When it's your night, I'll stay with you then, all right? Okay. Though reluctant, Su Qinghuan obediently agreed. Heading back to my room, Fu Linger was already waiting, freshly bathed and fragrant, lying on the bed. That night, the bed creaked endlessly, making it yet another sleepless evening. The next morning, I took the slave Lao Chi to Wangjia Gully next door. When I left, I found crows, monkeys, and foxes following behind us. I didn't stop them, thinking they might come in handy. After walking several li, we reached Wangjia Gully. The village was even more dilapidated than Yintu village, desolate beyond measure, as if it had been looted. In several courtyards, debris was scattered everywhere, and some of the courtyard gates had been kicked in. I went to a ruined courtyard and banged on the door. An old woman with white hair came out. When she saw me, Lao Chi, and the three animals, she was so frightened that she tried to hide. I said loudly, "Old lady, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm from neighboring Yintu village. I'm here to look for someone." The old woman turned and asked, "Are you mountain bandits?" I froze. "Mountain bandits?" The old woman said, "Yesterday, more than a dozen people suddenly came. They looked sneaky and robbed the village. They seized several women." I said coldly, "No one resisted?" The old woman shook her head. "They carried big broadswords. Whoever dared to resist would be killed." "Who are you looking for?" the old woman asked. "Su Jiu, sold to your village to be old man Wang's second wife." The old woman thought for a moment. "Oh, that pretty young woman. Old man Wang died, so she became a widow. Yesterday the mountain bandits came and took her away." I grew anxious. "Do you know where the bandits live?" The old woman shook her head. I thanked her and gave her some steamed buns. The old woman was so moved, she nearly knelt down. I continued into the village and encountered an old man, asking him where the bandits had come from. Sweat was pouring down the old man's face. "The bandits live on Erling Mountain, more than 20 li away. They never used to come here. Now that they've come to rob us, they're probably heading for Yintu village." Leaving Wangjiagu, I took Lao Chi and the three animals straight to Erling Mountain. My fighting power was overwhelming. In a one-on-one fight, no one could match me. Even if there were experts on Erling Mountain, they would not be my opponents. However, I relied purely on physical strength and had no supernatural cultivation abilities. Worried that Su Jiu might suffer, I was anxious and kept urging the horse onward. I said to the crow, the monkey, and the fox, "Monkey, fox, you go to Erling Mountain first. You know Su Qinghuan's scent, right? Her older sister Su Jiu looks somewhat like her, and her body fragrance is about the same too. Find Su Jiu first and protect her safety. I'll come shortly." The three animals immediately rushed forward at full speed. The crow flew the fastest and soon arrived at Erling Mountain. The fox and the monkey were unwilling to fall behind and chased after it as if in a race. The crow flew over the smoke-shrouded, ruined village, then dove down to hide under the eaves, searching for Su Jiu. Meanwhile, the fox and the monkey swiftly followed and infiltrated the village. I arrived at the base of the mountain, where the crow landed softly on my shoulder and reported in a hushed tone, "Master, I found Su Jiu. She's locked in the woodshed. Her hands are tied behind her back, her mouth gagged with a cloth, hair disheveled." I nodded to show I understood. The crow flew back into the village, joining the fox and monkey on the roof of the woodshed, standing by to take action at a moment's notice. Standing at the gate of the stockade, I saw the three big characters, Qingfeng Stockade, written above the door. Faint barking and shouting could be heard from inside. The gate was tightly shut, with heavy wooden barricades everywhere, exuding a fierce and domineering air. Several bandits on the wall, each holding a blade, stared outside. One of them barked angrily. "Who goes there? How dare you storm Qingfeng Stockade?" I put my hands on my hips and shouted loudly, "Your grandfather is here. Open the gate now." The bandit snarled, "How insolent! What fool are you, daring to run wild in my stockade?" He immediately ordered the gate opened, and more than 30 bandits rushed out with their blades raised. I stood there empty-handed, smiling as I watched the enemy close in. Suddenly, a rusty broken sword appeared in my hand, the Xian iron sword gifted by the system. I drew the sword and swung it, sword light falling like rain. In an instant, more than 30 bandits dropped to the ground without even making a sound. The little bandit leader was terrified. Turning around, he screamed for help, only to be slain by my sword. The scene fell instantly silent. I calmly stepped into the stockade, carrying the bloodstained sword. Seeing this, the other bandits swarmed in to attack, only to be swept down by a wave of sword chi. Not long after, 2 bandit chiefs stepped out of the council hall. The elder brother, Fan Ho-Hu, was a hulking figure with a broad back, draped in tiger pelts. The younger brother, Xiao Along, was lean and wrapped in wolf furs. Both were skilled fighters. Fan Ho-Hu roared aggressively, "Who dares trespass into my camp?" I flicked the blood off my sword and smirked coldly. "I come and go as I please. Why should I even explain myself?" Xiao Elong scoffed arrogantly. "Coming here without strength to back it up?" He added boastfully, My big brother is unmatched in these 100 miles. No one can defeat him. You'd do well to drop your sword, surrender now, and spare yourself a pointless death." I wanted to cut the two of them down immediately, but my curiosity got the better of me. I asked, "Your gang never usually raids villages. Why did you start robbing yesterday?" Xiao Yilong snapped impatiently. "What makes you think you deserve an answer?" I struck him down in one swift blow, merciless and instantaneous. Xiao Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, agony written on his face. Fan Ho-Hu, terrified, lost control of his legs and fell limp, frozen in fear. I pressed my blade against his neck and demanded answers. Trembling, he stammered, "The war on the border has erupted. The Jin Kingdom has sent an army of 100,000 soldiers to the front lines, and our border troops can't hold them back. We had no other choice but to raid the villages," he continued, voice quivering. "We needed supplies to escape northward." Hearing this, I frowned. Events at the border had escalated drastically, the situation growing dire. The Kingdom of Qi is surrounded by 8 neighboring states, creating a perilous and complex geopolitical web fraught with constant warfare. Dongwu, Jin, Western Shu, Northern Yan, the Xiongnu tribes, Beijiang, and Zhao form an 8-nation standoff around Qi. Though Qi's power was once equal to its neighbors, the rise of a new emperor has brought corruption to its governance. Eunuchs and the emperor's extended family manipulate power, while the emperor himself drowns in the pleasures of the harem. This decay has severely weakened Qi. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Kingdom of Jin has risen rapidly, frequently provoking Qi along the border. Their ambitious young emperor, a man with a thirst for war, has now sent a force of 100,000 soldiers to press against the boundary, with battle seemingly inevitable. Fan Ho-Hu pleaded for his life, detailing the urgency of the frontier crisis. I responded with a cold smile, mocking his desperation. "Who said I was sparing you?" With one clean strike, I beheaded him. The 30 or so remaining bandits, stunned by the loss of their leaders, scattered in panic. I did not bother to pursue them. I searched through the bandits' camp, recovering the stolen supplies. 600 pounds of coarse grain and bran, 20 to 30 pounds of polished rice, and jewelry valued at about 50 taels of silver. I stored all the loot into my dimensional space. The mountain stronghold also had clean clothing and an ample supply of weapons, which I took as backup for future use. After confirming the inventory, I turned my focus to rescuing the captives. The crows, monkeys, and foxes I had trained guided me to a woodshed on the southern edge of the camp. Inside, I found Su Jiu, locked up alone. Her hands were bound tightly behind her back, her hair disheveled, and a gag stuffed in her mouth. Fear was written all over her face. I approached her and lifted her sleeve to check her purity mark, relieved to see it remained bright red. Only then did I remove the cloth gag and unbind her hands, softening my tone as I asked, "You're Su Jiu, aren't you?" Su Jiu looked at me with distrust, her unease clear. I added, "You have nothing to fear. Your sister, Su Qinghuan, sent me to rescue you." I dropped the next revelation with deliberate calm. "She's now my wife, and I'm her husband. I'll save you under one condition," I said directly. "If you're willing to marry me, you can come with me and reunite with your sister. I'll give you 5 days to decide. If not, you're free to stay here. I won't force you either way." Tears filled her eyes. Hearing me mention Su Qinghuan, she quickly asked, "Where's Qinghuan? Is she safe?" I smiled. "She's in Yentu village, not far from here, just past Wangjiagu. My name is Lu Chongfeng." She listened to the sounds of slaughter outside and, seeing my skill in combat, realized I spoke the truth. At last, she nodded. "I'll go with you." Helping her to her feet, I noticed her legs had fallen asleep, and she nearly collapsed. I caught her and carried her easily over my shoulder. Blushing, Su Jiu said shyly, "Brother Lu, I can walk on my own." I chuckled. "There's no need. You're as light as a feather." With that, I strode away decisively, leaving the blood-soaked stronghold behind. Asked Su Jiu. "Qinghuan said you still have 2 maids, Fengya and Fengli. Do you know where they are?" Su Jiu shook her head. "I only heard that Fengya seems to be in neighboring Qinghe County. As for Fengli, I don't know." After carrying her for 10 meters, several side room doors suddenly opened. A group of women ran out crying. When they saw me, they all dropped to their knees and begged me to take them away. These women had all just been robbed by the bandits, with varying ages and builds, some beautiful and some ugly. I asked, "Is your virginity still intact? Is your chastity intact? Whoever still has her chastity and looks beautiful will stay. The ugly ones don't count. The system only rewards taking in goddess-level women. You don't get rewards for just accepting any woman." The women looked at one another. One bold woman said, "Mine's gone, but not because of a man. I lost it myself when I fell." I sneered. "Should I believe you or a ghost?" Another woman muttered softly, "What does it matter whether it's there or not? The key is that the radish is still intact and usable. The women crying beside her couldn't help laughing when they heard that. Tears and laughter mingled, making the whole scene absurd. I said coldly, "If your chastity is gone, I won't keep you. The bandits have run off, so you can leave." Seeing there was no hope, the women dispersed in a rush while no one was watching. I took Su Jiu and headed back. Damn it, it would have been great to have a horse. Too bad Southern County didn't sell horses, and in a year of disaster there were even no horses to use, so we could only walk. The crow, fox, and monkey stayed at the bandit lair to search for things and, incidentally, scout for nearby prey. After walking for more than 10 li, Su Jiu couldn't hold on anymore and begged me to put her down so she could walk on her own. I set her down, and she followed along, but her body was too weak. In a moment of carelessness, she fell and scraped the skin off her knee. She forced herself not to cry. Feeling sorry for her, I picked her up and set her on a dirt ridge beside the road. She had been locked in the woodshed for a long time without food, pitiful beyond words. In a low voice, she said, "Brother Lou, I'm sorry to trouble you. I feel dizzy." I patted her shoulder. "It's fine. You're just hungry." I took out spiritual spring water and 2 steaming big meat buns from my spatial storage. "Drink this." She was parched and drank half a pot of water. Her spirits improved immediately. I handed her the buns. "Eat these and you'll feel even better." She nodded obediently and, while eating, couldn't help but shed tears. I smiled. "It's only 2 buns. When we get home, there'll be even better food." After finishing the buns, she was able to walk again and continued side by side with me. The road was still far. We had only covered more than 10 li out of over 20. She was frail, and her legs and feet were delicate, so she couldn't keep walking like this. Feeling reluctant, I turned back and scooped her up in my arms, striding forward. She pressed tightly against me, her body constantly rubbing against mine, and I was slightly short of breath. She was dirty, her hair a mess, and she was covered in the stench of the woodshed. She definitely needed a bath first. I changed to carrying her on my back, and the sensation became even more vivid. After finally reaching the entrance of Yentu village, she looked at the spacious courtyard and the new house, astonished. Several stunning beauties came out from the front hall, and she was dumbstruck. Then a voice cried out, "Sister." It was Su Qinghuan, brimming with joy. The two of them hugged and cried bitterly, their sobs so tragic that even I felt heartache. After crying for half an incense stick's time, I walked over to comfort them. "Stop crying. Your sister should wash up and rest first." Su Qinghuan helped her go to the bathroom. I thoughtfully said, "You've had a hard journey." On the road, I alternated between carrying her in my arms and on my back. I wondered what might be going through her mind. Later, she confided in me that her ex-husband was an old widower, dirty and repulsive. He passed away before they consummated the marriage, and she considered herself lucky to have escaped that ordeal. When she saw my beautiful house, wives of stunning beauty, and younger sisters dressed in luxurious garments, well-fed and living in comfort, she became more determined to hold on to this chance. Lunch was a feast: spicy shredded potatoes, dry-fried pork intestines, braised pork ribs, deep-fried bee larvae, wild vegetable soup, and perfectly cooked rice and steamed buns. When she gazed at the spread, she couldn't help but gulp, her eyes reflecting admiration for me. I smiled and urged her, "Why aren't you eating? Go ahead and dig in." Nodding, she picked up a rib. The rich sauce and tender, flavorful meat melted in her mouth. Su Qinghuan, my other wife, asked, "Is it good?" She nodded repeatedly. The other women chimed in, enthusiastically adding food to her plate and affectionately calling her sister, a warmth that made her heart swell with joy. After the meal, the women went to rest while Wang Ma led the staff in cleaning up. I reminded Su Jiu that she could take a break if she was tired, and she admitted she was. The events of the previous day lingered in her mind. The memory of being kidnapped by bandits, force-fed moldy wheat bran soup, and lined up to be assaulted was fresh. She had fought back fiercely, even threatening them with a broken hairpin, willing to die rather than compromise her dignity. Luckily, seeing her defiant spirit, a few of the bandits spared her and kept her in the woodshed to await the gang leaders, who were away at the time. That delay saved her from defilement until I arrived to rescue her. Su Qinghuan thoughtfully helped her into my room, guiding her to lie down on the bed. The bedding was clean, sun-dried, and carried a fresh scent. After dinner, I sat in the courtyard to cool off, accompanied by Chu Wanru, who was pregnant. I wanted to linger with her longer, but considering the potential risks during her pregnancy, I restrained myself. As we chatted, I waited for news from the crow, monkey, and fox. By dusk, they returned, gesturing animatedly. The monkey mimed eating, the fox looked at me pleadingly, and the crow squawked that it was thirsty. I instructed Wang Ma to fetch them some Ling Spring water to refresh themselves. Once rehydrated, the crow reported, "Master, near Erling Mountain, we spotted several wild boars. They were quick, so we couldn't catch any yet. Pleased, as I had been worrying about the dwindling number of boars nearby, I considered capturing some alive to raise. The crow added a significant discovery. On the northern slope of Erlang Mountain, we saw a horse, handsome and swift. Thrilled, I resolved to go capture it at dawn. After chatting with Chu Wanru a bit longer and noticing she needed rest, I helped her back to her room, took a bath, and headed to bed. The room was dark when I entered. I lit a candle, waking Su Jiyu from her slumber. Gently, I asked why she had skipped dinner. Wasn't she hungry? She admitted she had overeaten at lunch and had been too tired to get up, but now felt a slight hunger. I called Wang Ma to bring her some freshly made noodles topped with braised pork. She got out of bed to eat, and I handed her Ling Spring water for her to rinse her mouth afterward. We chatted briefly before noticing the deep darkness of the night outside. I suggested it was time to sleep. She didn't resist, climbing deftly back into bed. Undressing completely, I slipped under the covers. There was no need for further explanation. We both understood what came next. I asked if she wished to be my wife. Blushing, she nodded, then buried her face shyly into my chest. I promised to take things slow and gentle. That night, Su Jiu truly became a woman. Despite her previous marriage, it was this night that marked her awakening. When it was over, she whispered softly into my ear, "Husband, I didn't expect becoming a woman to be this painful," but her flushed face revealed the rest. She had enjoyed it. What followed were 3 more rounds, each leaving us utterly spent. It was nearly dawn when silence finally returned to the bed, the mattress no longer creaking beneath us. The next day at the hour of C, Su Jiu was still drowsy from being exhausted the night before. I got up to check my harvest. The translucent panel showed, name, Lu Chongfeng, age, 19, strength, level 8, equivalent to 27 adults, space, level 8, 800 cubic meters, bonded, 8 people detected, 8 wives already taken in, reward triggered, strength upgraded to level 9, equivalent to 30 adults, space upgraded to level 9, total 2,000 cubic meters, rewards, divine archery, understanding beast speech, spatial spring water, peerless swordsmanship items, 2 sets of Qishao war god armor, 50 sets of modern bulletproof vests, 300 absolute, loyalty pills, 5,000 taels of silver, 300 taels of gold, 300 bolts of shoe brocade, 9 additional attribute points, large quantities of grain seeds, 500 fresh eggs, assorted underwear, 20 hens that lay eggs, 2 roosters, large quantities of crayfish and white-leg shrimp, reward, 1,000-mile horse, named Red Hair. Seeing the panel, I couldn't help but laugh. War god armor, bulletproof vests, gold and silver, attribute points, and loyalty pills. All of it was in hand. Especially the crayfish, which I love. The white-leg shrimp are high in protein and can nourish my wives. As for that Red Hair, could it be the one the crow mentioned yesterday? Just as I was feeling pleased, the system warned me. The hens and roosters needed to be taken out immediately, or they would suffocate. I hurriedly put the chickens down in front of the bed. The flock clucked, and the roosters crowed loudly. Damn it. Open the door and let the chickens out. Outside the door, Lao Chi was startled to see chickens running all over the room, and quickly asked what was going on. I instructed him, "Hurry and build a big coop for these 22 little ancestors." Lao Chi took the order. After lunch, I hugged my wives one by one, then set off with the crow, fox, and monkey straight for Erlang Mountain. The 3 beasts divided the work and cooperated. The crow scouted from the air, while the fox and monkey ran through the woods. Soon the crow reported that there were wild boars 2 li to the west. I shook my head. Don't look for wild boars. Focus on finding Red Hair. Half an hour later, the monkey returned and made a lewd gesture, indicating it had found traces of a horse. Following the direction, we went 5 or 6 li deeper into the forest and finally saw Red Hair. Holy crap, incredible. It was blazing red like fire, extraordinarily majestic and spirited. It neighed and shook the mountains, its 4 hooves kicking up the wind, imposing and domineering. I laughed heartily. The 1,000-mile Red Hair given by the system really is top quality. I strode forward, but the horse broke into a wild gallop and fled. I was annoyed, thinking, isn't this horse given by the system? Why is it teasing me? But seeing such a fine horse, I couldn't help chasing after it. The crow and fox came along, the 3 beasts joining the chase. The horse would run for a while, then stop again, as if deliberately teasing me. It led me running around the forest for dozens of kilometers, not stopping until we reached the border between the 2 countries. The horse was about 20 meters away from me. If I took a few steps, it would take a few steps. If I stopped, it stopped too. It had well-developed muscles, a sidelong arrogant expression, and was very mischievous. Angry yet helpless, I took a bow and arrow from my space, aimed at the horse, and wanted to scare it a little. In a loud voice, I said, "Hey, I know your name is Red Hair. When I told Red Hair its name, the horse visibly froze, a flash of surprise and excitement flickering in its eyes, though it still looked stubborn and unconvinced. I could see it clearly. Fine steeds all have proud temperaments, and they have to be tamed. I raised my voice and warned, Red Hair, this is the last time I'm telling you. If you dare run, I'll draw my bow and shoot you. Let's see whether your hooves are faster or my arrows are. The god-tier archery skill the system gave me isn't for show. I was sure this horse had been sent by the system. The moment I called its name, its expression changed. I went on. If you understand me, then stay still. If you think it'll embarrass you, then let's make a bet. Stand there and let me ride you. If you don't throw me off, you'll obey me from now on. Otherwise, I'll let you go. The horse remained silent. After thinking for a moment, it let out a hi-hi response, seeming to nod. I walked forward slowly, and Red Hair didn't move. I said again, don't run. If you do, I won't be able to catch you, and I'll be the one losing face. Just let me see whether you can throw me off. Red Hair stared at me, its eyes full of fighting spirit. I leaped onto its back, and the horse immediately went wild, bucking and kicking in a desperate attempt to throw me off. Without a bridle, I could only lean forward and grip its mane tightly. Red Hair neighed wildly, its untamed nature fully on display. I laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, you miscalculated. Once I'm on your back, you won't be able to throw me off. I clamped my legs tightly around its belly and gripped its mane with both hands, steady as a mountain. Man and horse locked in a stalemate. The more Red Hair struggled, the steadier I became, gradually suppressing its ferocity. After a long while, Red Hair ran out of strength, calmed down, and accepted me as its master. How about it? Convinced now? I said smugly. Red Hair gave no resistance, signaling its acknowledgement. Riding Red Hair, with the monkey and fox following behind, and the crow flying overhead, I reached the edge of the forest. Below was a road leading to the border. Suddenly, I heard a woman crying out. A middle-aged woman, carrying a worn-out bundle and holding on to two girls of 15 or 16, was stumbling forward in a panic. 5 thugs were chasing after them. After only a few steps, one of the girls fell. The woman helped her up and tried to keep fleeing, but the 5 sleazy men surrounded them. Stop running. Yo. I watched from a distance, wondering whether I should step in. The 2 girls were young, but they were pretty. After being raised for a few years, they'd become beauties. If I took them in, the mother could work as a servant and the daughters as maids, useful in the future. I rode out of the woods, and Chitu let out a shrill neigh. Everyone turned to look. Several thugs stopped and stared at me, murmuring among themselves. This guy has an extraordinary bearing, but his face looks kind. Hard to tell whether he's good or bad. Anyone who can ride a 1,000-mile horse is definitely not someone to mess with. Forget it, keep going. They dragged the little girl, trying to slip into the woods. My expression changed, and I urged my horse forward. Chitta neighed again, frightening the thugs so badly that they were trembling all over. I said coldly, let them go. Why should we? Who are you? One thug asked shakily. You're not worthy of knowing. Count to 3 and get lost. If you don't, you'll bear the consequences yourself. 1, 3. You didn't even say 2. So what if you count to 3? The 5 of us aren't afraid of you. I sneered, leaped off the horse, grabbed one of them, and casually hurled him more than 10 meters away. In an instant I seized 2 more, flung them aside as well. Screams rang out across the road. The remaining 2 were so terrified they turned and ran. Chitta chased after them, bit down on one man's clothes, and threw him 5 or 6 meters away. The monkey and fox pounced on the other and scratched his face until it was covered in bloody marks. The crow cawed overhead, joining the assault. Soon the 5 thugs were beaten black and blue. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Chitta kicked them away one by one. Seeing this, the 3 mother and daughter immediately knelt and bowed. The mother said through tears, "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. These are my 2 daughters. The elder is Meng Lingi, the younger Meng Lanxin." The 2 sisters kept kowtowing. They had smeared dirt on their faces to deter lechers, but their features were still delicate and refined. I helped them up and asked, "Where are you going?" The mother, Zhou Guiyang, sighed. "Young master, you may not know this, but the state of Jin has brought 100,000 troops to our border, and the frontier only has 30,000 defenders. The border would be breached sooner or later. Once the enemy came, they would surely burn, kill, and loot. Nanyu village, Wuqiao village, and Dahu village would be the first to suffer. Their family lived off farming, but half a year ago a drought cut off their grain supply, the crops withered, and the old man starved to death. Only the 3 of them were left. I asked directly, "How old are your daughters?" "The elder is 18, the younger 17. I felt a surge of joy. Their ages were just right. I introduced myself. "My name is Lu Changfeng. I'm 19, and I already have several wives at home. If you don't mind, come back with me to Yentu village." The mother can do rough housework, and the daughters can be maids. You'll have enough to eat, plenty of meat, and a big house to live in. As I spoke, I took out 3 steaming meat buns from my spatial storage and quietly handed them to them. Don't let anyone see. The 3 mother and daughter ate while crying, secretly tucking the big buns into their pockets. Zhou Guiyang said gratefully, "Young hero, we haven't had meat buns in a long time. You really are a Buddha reborn." I smiled and said, "These buns are only my family's breakfast. And water, would you like some?" I took out some spirit spring water and handed it over. They drank carefully, and after finishing, they felt refreshed and full of vitality. I put away the water flask and mounted Chidu. "Think it over carefully. If you're willing to come to Yintu village, just come find me. Ask for Lu Changfeng once you get to the village. If you don't wanna, then just take it as me helping out by chance. I'll be off now." The horse shot off like a streak of smoke, with the monkey and fox close behind, and the crow circling overhead. Zhou Guiyang watched my retreating figure and made up her mind. "Girls, we're not running anymore. Let's go to Yintu village and find our benefactor. We can eat buns, drink water, and have protection. What could be better than that in this world?" The 2 daughters nodded firmly. Without a father or brother, they could only cling to this thigh if they wanted to live with dignity. I rode Chi Tu when I suddenly remembered the real task at hand, going into the mountains to hunt wild boars. I snapped the reins and dug my heels into the horse's belly, turning toward the woods, with the crow leading the way. Chi Tu was brave and steady, easily clearing steep embankments and slippery slopes. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Suddenly, the crow shrieked, "Master, wild boar!" 10-odd meters ahead, a large wild boar dashed past at full speed. I drew my bow and fired 4 arrows in a row, deliberately aiming for its hooves. The boar's hooves were severed, and it crashed to the ground with a thud. I leaped off the horse and pinned it down. The boar struggled and roared with all its might, but with my combat power at level 256, I suppressed it with ease. I took out a rope, tied it tightly, sealed its mouth, and tossed it on the ground to be guarded by the monkeys and foxes. I kept riding Chi Tu to hunt, and in less than an hour, I had bagged 4 wild boars. This forest was dense, with jackals, wolves, leopards, tigers, and villagers dared not go up the mountain, so the wild boars had multiplied wildly. To me, though, it was like walking through an empty land. 2 wild boars were hung on Chi Tu's back, each weighing about 300 jin, 600 jin total. I praised it. "What strength!" Chi Tu lifted its head proudly, as if it could still carry another 100 jin. The remaining 2 were even bigger, about 400 jin each, and I carried them as I prepared to head back to the village. The road was long, and carrying them was cumbersome, so I had a flash of inspiration. The space could not keep living creatures for long, but it allowed a 3-minute stay. Let Chi Tu run for 2.5 minutes. Put the wild boars into the space along the way, then take them out immediately after a burst of speed, using them in rotation. The total journey was 40 li, completed in 8 trips, and I returned smoothly to Yintu village. As soon as I entered the village, I was surrounded by the villagers, who all started discussing the huge wild boars and the fine steed. "Changfeng, your horse really is a 1,000 li horse. Where did you get it?" I said with a smile. "Found it in the mountains." The villagers were envious and astonished. "You're really lucky. The Jin army is pressing in. With this horse running so fast, you'll have security if you need to flee later." Someone advised me, "Changfeng, can your pretty wives walk that far? Have you thought about what to do?" I ignored them. There was no time to say more. As soon as the 3 minutes were up, I headed straight for my home. At the door, I took the wild boars out of the space and jumped down from the horse. I said to Chi Tu, "This is home. From now on, bring the wild boars back here. Then come find me again, understand?" Chi Tu nodded. The monkeys and foxes leaped onto the courtyard wall, squeaking, and old Seven hurried to open the door. Seeing me return with a splendid horse and 4 wild boars, old Seven was dumbfounded. "Master is amazing. You went out and brought back such a huge haul." I instructed the 3 slaves to carry the wild boars into the large pig pen in the backyard. I had previously captured 12 wild boars alive, and the pig pen had several separate stalls, which came in handy. I led Chi Tu to the pig pen and pointed to a slightly larger stall. "From now on, this will be your place to stay." Chi Tu nodded. It had just eaten hay on the mountain and was parched with thirst. I had Aunt Wong bring 2 large basins, one filled with wheat bran and the other with spring water from the spiritual spring. Chi Tu lowered its head and drank fiercely, finishing half a basin in just a few gulps. After drinking, it was much more spirited and neighed excitedly. At that moment, my father-in-law Song Qingshan walked over with a smile. "Son-in-law, impressive. You brought back a horse and 4 wild boars." I laughed heartily. "It's not even dark yet. We'll have a drink later." Song Qingshan clapped his hands. "Great." When I returned to the front courtyard, I happened to see slaves 1 and 2 pulling the wild boars over, preparing to make braised pork. I asked how business had been lately. The taverns are willing to pay a good price for braised pork and wine, and taverns in the neighboring county have come looking for us as well, 10 in total. I shook my head. The Jin army is pressing in. Business won't last much longer. Stop the braised pork and wine too. Notify the others to close up shop and go home. The slaves nodded. Slave 1 lowered his voice and said, Master, Wang Wankai and the county magistrate suddenly died. The higher authorities investigated for 2 days, and then it was dropped. Slave 2 added, the court is busy with the war and has no time to care. I nodded. Got it. Thinking to myself, the fleeing famine was imminent. The few people who had previously reported me would not escape death tonight. It was still early, so I prepared dinner. I thought of the little lobsters the system had rewarded me, and tonight I'd stir-fry a batch to satisfy my craving. Those were my favorite, and the system really knew me. I asked Wang Ma to bring 2 large pots and place them beside the water vat. Then I took 60 jin of little lobsters from my spatial storage and poured them into the pots. When Wang Ma saw those strange creatures, her face went pale. She had never seen anything like them before. The wives came out to watch. Chu Wanru said in alarm, Changfeng, what is that? It looks like bugs. Xinqing Luo was also surprised. Husband, that thing looks so scary. I smiled and said, these are called little lobsters. Stir-fried, they're especially fragrant. Yang Jingyue curiously squatted down and picked one up to examine it closely. Husband, where did you get these? I brushed it off. Where they came from isn't important. Just eat first. Lao Qi, Lao Ba, and Lao Jiu came back to help wash the lobsters. I demonstrated brushing the undersides of the shells. Just scrub like this, and they'll be very clean. Aside from the pregnant Chu Wanru, the other women all joined in. In less than half an hour, everything was washed clean. Firewood was laid out in the courtyard, and Wang Ma started heating the oil. Half a pot of gleaming oil made the women watch with emotion. I scooped up the little lobsters and tossed them handful by handful into the hot oil. The sizzling sound rang out, and the aroma spread everywhere. Fu Linger shouted, wow, husband, that smells so good. I laughed. It's just the beginning. It'll taste even better once it's done. When the shells turned red and curled, I fished them out to drain the oil. Then I stir-fried aromatics, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chilies. Added the lobsters back in over high heat, splashed in rice wine to remove the fishy smell, then added soy sauce, salt, and sugar. After pouring in water to simmer, I added perilla for extra fragrance and reduced the sauce over high heat. A huge pot of little lobsters emerged, full of color, aroma, and flavor. The women gathered around the pot, swallowing their saliva again and again. Shin Furong begged, it smells too good. Can I have one first? I smiled. If you want to eat, just use your chopsticks. She hurriedly picked one up, but couldn't bite through it, so she first licked the sauce. I demonstrated. First suck the sauce, pull off the head, peel the shell, remove the shrimp line, put it in your mouth. Ah, amazing, so delicious. Shin Furong admired me, saying, husband, you're amazing. Song Qingshan's voice rang out. No need to call. I'm here. The smell has reached the whole village. Everyone gathered around the pot and sat down to eat. I said, eating little lobsters without instant noodles won't do. Wang Ma soaked 20 buckets of instant noodles. Instant noodles dipped in little lobster sauce were the perfect match. The women ate while saying, husband, this is so delicious. While we were eating, there was a knock at the door outside. Changfeng, open up. It's your old father-in-law. It was Yang Henian, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. He rushed into the courtyard. What are you all doing? It smells so good I'm dying. Wang Ma brought bowls and chopsticks, and everyone made room for him. Yang Henian looked at the pot in surprise. What is this? It smells amazing. Yang Jinghua taught him how to peel the shrimp. Yang Henian followed along and sucked the broth, then exclaimed, too fragrant. How can there be such a delicacy in this world? He ate with great relish and simply couldn't stop. 2 hours later, only the broth remained in the pot. I said with a smile, if everyone likes it, I'll make another batch tomorrow. Yang Henian asked quickly, what time tomorrow? In the evening. He patted his belly. Then I'll come early. Don't start eating without me. I nodded. Fine. By the way, you came so late at night. What's the matter? Yang Henian's expression turned serious. War has broken out. The state of Jin has stationed an army of 100,000 at the border, while the frontier defenses only have 30,000. They won't be able to hold. He said heavily, you're capable, but even you can't beat 100,000 troops alone. If the line is broken, we'll be plundered. I came to ask you, should we flee north as refugees, or stay and hold our ground? After thinking it over, I said, you're right. I can't defeat 100,000 elite troops. We'll go north. Yang Henian let out a sigh of relief. Good. I thought I'd have to spend a lot of effort convincing you. When will we depart? 3 days later. The women were in low spirits. They had barely had time to enjoy the new house before they would have to abandon everything. But since I had made up my mind to leave, they could only accept it. Yang Henian took his leave. I'll go back and prepare first. See you in the county seat in 3 days. It was late at night, and I had forgotten whose turn it was to sleep with me tonight. Song Mingmei came over shyly. Husband, it's my turn tonight. I'll go bathe first. I pinched her cheek. Be good. Hurry up. I need to deal with something, and then I'll come. She blushed and ran off. After taking a bath, I picked up the lantern, took the crow and the monkey with me, and went out. The fox was left guarding the courtyard wall. The night was black as ink, so dark you could not see your hand in front of your face. When I arrived at Lu Dakuai's door, I heard the creaking of a bed for only 30 or 40 seconds. I sneered, spineless coward. Not even 2.5 minutes. A dog lasts longer than you. I kicked the door panel to pieces and rushed in. Lu Dakuai and Yuan Zhu were naked on the bed, stunned by my sudden appearance. Lu Dakuai cried out, "Who is it?" When he saw it was me, his panic turned to anger. "You idiot, coming to my house in the middle of the night to act crazy?" I sneered, "I'm not crazy. You're the one who's about to suffer." I strode forward and grabbed his hair. Yuan Zhu screamed for help. I struck her unconscious with one palm, and the room fell silent. Lu Dakuai struggled desperately, and I stuffed my trousers into his mouth. The monkey helped hold him down, and I tied him to the bedpost with rope. I asked in a cold voice, "Why did you go to the county yamen to complain about me?" He hurriedly denied it. I gestured for the monkey to start beating him. After several hard blows with the stick, cold sweat broke out all over his head from the pain. When I had beaten him enough, I sneered. "I originally wanted to finish you off with one knife. The Jin army is coming, and the villagers will have to flee. I'll break your legs so you can't escape, and you'll suffer on the road. Think about how interesting that is." I kicked and broke his left leg, then kicked and broke his right leg. The sound of snapping bones rang through the room. Then I tore one of his arms off. "Since you're a cousin, I'll spare your life. Remember me when you flee." I turned and went straight to Lu Eryong's house. The commotion at Lu Dakuai's place had alarmed Lu Qingyan's family. They ran out with torches, and when they saw it was me, they angrily questioned me. Lu Eryong cursed. "Coming to make trouble in the middle of the night." Li Tzuelian shouted. "If you're sick, go see a doctor." Lu Yunyao roared. "Breaking into my house at night. Are you even a man?" I said nothing and waited for them to finish cursing. After tonight, their excuses would be useless. Lu Yunyao rushed into Lu Dakuai's room and saw him bound up, his legs twisted and his left arm hanging limp. She cried out heartbreakingly. Li Tzuelian slapped Lu Dakuai's face. "Dakuai, what happened to you?" Lu Dakuai cried. "Mom, my legs are broken. It was Lu Deshazy who hit me." Lu Qingyan angrily snatched up a shovel and rushed at me. "Why are you hitting your cousin?" The shovel came crashing down. I did not move. The monkey flew up and kicked Lu Qingyan down. "Ouch! My waist." He struggled to get up, but the monkey pressed him back down again. Lu Eryong panicked and helped him up. Lu Qingyan pointed at me with trembling fingers. "Your father died early, and I helped you grow up. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude?" I sneered, crouched down, and looked down at him. "Lu Qingyan, did you really help me grow up? Which day did your wife, son, and daughter not bully me?" "They bullied me, and you turned a deaf ear. Without your indulgence, would they have dared? What I have today is thanks to my sister-in-law Chu Wanru. What does that have to do with you?" After saying that, I slapped him, leaving him stunned. Lu Eryong tried to run, but the monkey grabbed his hair and dragged him to the ground. Lu Qingyan said furiously, "Do we have some kind of grudge against your family? Haven't you already gotten revenge by beating them?" I replied coldly. "Ask Lu Eryong. He, Lu Dakuai, Yang Lao San, and Zhou Qing went to the county together to report me and get the authorities to deal with me. They didn't care about brotherhood, so why should I care?" I sneered. "I only broke Lu Dakuai's legs and arm and didn't kill him. That's already very merciful. I just want to see how he survives without legs when fleeing. No matter how miserable he is, I'll be happy to watch." Then I looked at Lu Qingyan. "Your second son was also one of the instigators. Breaking both his legs should be enough." "No." Lu Qingyan struggled to get up, but the monkey held him down. "Breaking his legs is the same as taking his life." I laughed out loud. "If he won't give me a way out, why should I give him one?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I picked up a stone and smashed Lu Eryong's legs, then twisted one of his arms out of place. The screams tore through the courtyard and echoed throughout Yintu village. The villagers' faces changed at the sound, and they all hurried back into their homes. Li Tzuelian and Lu Yunyao rushed over trying to stop me, but I slapped them both flying 5 or 6 meters away. That's enough for now. I still have to find Yang Lao San and Zhou Qing. I leaped over the courtyard wall. The monkey clawed at the faces of the two women before following after me. Old Yang and Zhou Qing, startled by the commotion, grabbed their bundles and bolted toward the village entrance. Run? Where do you think you're running to? My voice echoed from behind them. The two of them sprinted with all their might. The monkey and I acted simultaneously, each grabbing one of them and tossing them onto the ground. I questioned them. Do you know why I caught you two? Old Yang feigned ignorance. We've got no grudge against each other. I ran because I feared the Jin army was coming. Zhou Qing, playing the victim, added, Sure, I might have wronged you as a kid, but I haven't so much as touched you since. I sneered and shot back. Forgot about snitching on me to the county office, did you? The two were rendered speechless. I picked up a hefty stone and shattered the legs of both men, followed by twisting their arms until they broke. Laughing uproariously, I mocked. Lu Dakue and Lu Eryong, my two cousins, still have their hands intact to beg and scrape by. But the two of you? Useless trash. You don't even deserve to keep your limbs. Their blood-curdling screams filled the night air. All right, I sighed satisfied. With this taken care of, I can finally get some rest. My wife's been waiting for me. After scrubbing the blood from my hands, I turned and headed back to the village. As I approached my house, I caught sight of a few shadows sneaking around, peering into my courtyard. The fox sprang into action first, lunging forward and knocking one of them down before sinking its teeth into him. The man cried out, terrified. Good fox, please spare me. We're just curious. The fox paid him no mind, tearing into him until he was a bloody mess. The others scattered in fear, but the fox chased them down one by one, biting them savagely. I waved to the monkey. Go, cripple a few of them. The monkey shot forward, snapping the arms of two men in quick succession. I didn't bother to kill them. Instead, I preferred the thought of them living in misery, maimed and hopeless. Finished with its feast, the fox looked up at me smugly, as if declaring, Master, the house is safe. Don't worry. I rubbed its head and pulled out a big meat bun as a reward. The monkey, jealous and fidgety, scratched its own ears in impatience. Laughing, I handed it a bun too. Then I tossed one more to the raven. Guard the house well. It's late, and I need to spend some quality time with my wife. I turned serious and warned them. If anyone dares to spy, there will be no buns tomorrow, and plenty of beatings. All three animals nodded frantically, fully understanding the consequences. After washing up in the yard, I headed inside. Song Mingmei was already asleep, her breathing steady and soft. Sliding under the covers, I skillfully initiated some affectionate gestures. Skipping out on these things would only make her feel neglected, thinking I didn't care for her anymore. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in my head, startling me enough to pause for a moment. Ignoring it, I pressed on until the rooster's crow signaled daybreak. Only then did I glance at the reward system. It displayed, Xinqing Luo is 1 month pregnant. Rewards included 4,000 taels of silver, 200 loyalty pills, Xinqing Luo's increased stamina, master level archery beginner skill, to be gained when the child is born, 20,000 seeds, each of drought-resistant rice, grain sorghum, and tomatoes, 2,000 fresh eggs, 5 hens and 1 rooster, 100 large watermelons, 200 packets of instant noodles, a grand supply of crayfish, and 100 packs of want snow cakes. Jumping out of bed, I hurried outside to chase the chickens from the house. At that moment, Lao Chi reported, There's an old lady at the gate with her 2 daughters requesting an audience. Recognizing her immediately, I instructed him to open the gate. The trio entered, eyes wide with amazement as they took in the grandeur of my estate. Joy sparkled in their gaze. Zhou Guanyang dropped to her knees with her daughters, expressing gratitude. Young master, your household is truly magnificent. Thank you for taking us in. Noticing their tattered clothes and swollen feet, I helped Zhou Guanyang to her feet and addressed her with a smile. Mother-in-law, please stand up. Shocked by my words, she quickly turned and signaled her daughters. Call him your husband, she ordered. The 2 daughters obediently knelt, softly calling, husband. I helped them to their feet as well, handing a loyalty pill to Zhou Guanyang. Please, take this. Though uncertain of its effects, she swallowed it without hesitation to express her sincerity. Satisfied with her perceptiveness and capability, I instructed, the side room has a bathhouse. Get yourselves cleaned up, change into fresh clothes, and join us for lunch. Overjoyed, the 3 women complied immediately. I walked into the kitchen and saw the dishes Aunt Wang had prepared. I took out 30 jin of white shrimp from my spatial storage and dumped them into a large basin. I had everyone peel the shrimp together, first demonstrating once myself. With so many people, the efficiency was high, and they were all peeled in half an hour. Aunt Wang lit the stove and heated the oil, and I started stir-frying the shrimp. As soon as the shrimp hit the oil, the aroma spread, and the women began to salivate. Once they were done, I served up a full giant pot and brought it to the table. The 3 mother and daughter changed into new clothes and came out looking fresh and lovely. I arranged Zhou Guiyang beside Song Qingshan, intending to bring the two together. The two daughters sat one on each side of me. After I explained the situation, everyone welcomed them happily. Zhou Guiyang ate while tears streamed down her face, then knelt and bowed deeply. Meng Lingyi and Meng Lanxin also knelt and paid their respects, vowing to serve me for life. I hurriedly helped them up. From now on, it'll all just be homestyle cooking, nothing worth cherishing. After the meal, I rode the red hare horse and took the crow, monkey, and fox to Erling Mountain to hunt. That day's haul was plentiful: 10 wild boars, 8 wild mountain goats, 5 wild buffaloes, 1 black bear, 1 sika deer, 20 wild pheasants, and 15 wild rabbits. I stored them all in my spatial storage. In the evening, I returned home and remembered that I had promised Su Qinghuan to find maids for her, but I still hadn't done it. I went to find her, and she and her older sister Su Jiu were sitting there sewing soles on his shoes. I smiled and said, "I forgot to find you 2 maids. I'll go to the neighboring county town tomorrow and take a look." Su Qinghuan advised, "Husband, you're busy, no need to rush." Su Jiu also said, "If there's a chance, find some. If not, it doesn't matter." I rubbed their heads. "Come on, let's make dinner." The sisters each looped an arm through mine and walked out of the courtyard. I took 5 Australian giant lobsters out of my spatial storage, each weighing dozens of gene. Everyone was astonished. None of them had ever seen anything so big. Su Qinghuan asked, "Husband, are these little lobsters?" I laughed. "These are called Australian giant lobsters. They can't even be compared." After steaming them, I sprinkled on minced garlic and drizzled hot oil over them. With a sizzle, the fragrance was overwhelming. Shun Qingluo came out following the smell. "Husband, I've had a good appetite lately, but once I smell something delicious, I can't eat." I didn't tell her she was pregnant and only smiled. Being able to eat is a blessing. Everyone sat around eating lobster, and I asked, "Is it good?" Everyone answered in unison, "Delicious." After the meal, I announced, "Qingluo is pregnant." The whole family erupted in cheers. Late at night, I finished bathing and was about to return to my room. Outside the door, my old mother-in-law, Zhou Guiyang, brought my eldest daughter, Meng Lingyi, over. She pushed Meng Lingyi straight into my arms. "Good son-in-law, it's late. Hurry up and rest." I pretended to be calm. "Mother-in-law, what's this?" Zhou Guiyang said with a smile. "They're all your wives. Sooner or later, you'll have to sleep with them. Carry her into the room." She added, "I just bathed her thoroughly." I secretly rejoiced inside. This fairy-like mother-in-law is so direct. I like her too much. After Zhou, in the flickering candlelight inside the room, I held a tender, delicate beauty in my arms. Worried she might feel uneasy, I gently pulled her to sit by the table, accompanying her with some spirit water and casual conversation to help her relax. This little beauty, sharp as she was, took the lead once our chat concluded, softly settling herself on my lap. Her glistening eyes brimmed with adoration, yet carried a hint of vulnerability. "Darling," she murmured, her blush-tinted lips biting at her own before playfully nibbling at me. My heart bloomed with delight. The bed swayed gently through the night, and for certain, tomorrow would bring yet another reward. Meng Lingyi had now tasted an unprecedented sweetness in her life. Bitterness first, then incomparably sweet. A sweetness that reached deep into her very soul. Late at night in Yintu village, every household had shut its doors. Half the villagers had fled famine, half had stayed behind. People in the village said, "Lu Changfeng didn't run, which means there's nothing serious." They were prepared, but reluctant to leave their homes, waiting for me to make the first move. For households couldn't sleep: Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing's family. Their hands and feet had been crippled by me, so fleeing famine was a problem. Their families spent the night making pushcarts, ready to push them away. Cries came from inside the houses without end. They hated me, but didn't dare make a sound. At the slightest complaint, the 3 animals in my courtyard would come seeking revenge. Yesterday, Zhou Qing's younger sister Zhouing tried to use poisoned cakes to harm my animals, and the fox tore her up until she was covered in injuries. After that, no one else dared act recklessly either. In the first half of the night, I exercised. In the second half, I rested, and by dawn I felt refreshed and energetic. My new wife, Meng Lingyi, was still asleep. She had been too tired yesterday, so I couldn't bear to wake her. I opened the system panel to check the rewards: gold and silver, skills, and a large amount of food and supplies. White rice, cotton, vegetables, seafood, instant noodles, mineral water, self-heating hot pot. Perfect for fleeing famine. The system really understands me. After breakfast, I rode Chi Tu and took the crow, monkey, and fox into the mountains to hunt and stockpile food. During a famine flight, you can't guarantee you'll always be able to find forests and mountains, so it's safer to prepare as fully as possible. I didn't want to hide in the deep mountains. The pressure to defend there would be too great. The Jin army had too many men, and with bows and artillery firing together, I alone couldn't protect my family. Running was the only option, and our destination was the capital, where heavy troops were stationed and it would be safer. That day's harvest was abundant. 10 wild boars, 5 wild mountain goats, 3 black bears, 2 pythons, 10 wolves, 15 hyenas, 20 rabbits. All of them were stored in the space. In the evening, I rode to the border to check on the fighting. More and more refugees were fleeing, ragged and exhausted. I asked an old man, "How is the war up ahead?" The old man said helplessly, "The garrison in Jinan City has been struggling for 2 days. The city is about to fall." "Young man, hurry up and run for your life. Didn't the court send reinforcements?" The old man sighed. "The reinforcement commander, Wang Anping, is the nephew of the imperial censor-in-chief. Good for nothing. He brought 50,000 troops and camped 30 li away, drinking and refusing to fight, leaving Jinan City isolated and without support. Isn't he afraid the emperor will punish him? Wang Anping has a personal grudge against the defending General Guxiong, so he's taking this chance to get revenge. As for punishment, he'll find a way to excuse himself." I was furious. How could personal feelings come before the righteousness of the state? The old man left in tears. "Young man, the situation is disastrous. Hurry and flee." From afar, the frontier was lit by an endless line of beacon fires, and the sounds of slaughter rang out in waves. Although Jinan City was still holding on, its grain and supplies would eventually run out. I was just an ordinary commoner. I only wanted to move my wives to safety first. I hurried home at full speed and took 10 large Australian lobsters to Wang Ma to prepare dinner. When hot oil was poured over them, the garlic aroma was overwhelming. Even I was drooling. After the meal, I held a meeting in the courtyard. The war has lasted 2 days, and the city won't be able to hold much longer. Rest early tonight. Inventory everything tomorrow, and flee famine the day after. Everyone looked tense, but they all obeyed me. If we keep staying here and the Jin army breaks through the city, we'll be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. My mother-in-law Zhou Guiyang asked quietly, "Did Lansin serve you in bed today?" I frowned, and she smiled. "A girl becomes an adult at 15. You should take her." Looking at Meng Lanxin, our eyes met, and her face turned red. Though I wanted to rest properly, I still had to deal with things. After bathing and returning to the room, I tossed and turned without being able to sleep. I worried about how to protect my wives and the children in their bellies if the Jin army attacked the city. Thinking of the reinforcements standing by and doing nothing, my anger would not subside. At dawn, I browsed the system rewards, an upgrade in combat power, expanded space, and a large amount of supplies. My strength had risen to level 11, equivalent to that of 36 adults. The space had expanded to 4,000 cubic meters. There were also several thousand portions of compressed biscuits, beef jerky, self-heating rice, spicy strips, vegetarian tripe, and spicy enoki mushrooms. Seeing vegetarian tripe and spicy enoki mushrooms, I couldn't help laughing. The system really understands me. I took out a pack of vegetarian tripe, tore it open, and ate it greedily. It was spicy, fragrant, and satisfyingly crunchy. Meng Lanxin woke up from the aroma and said, "Husband, what are you eating?" "Vegetarian tripe. Want some?" She nodded, and the two of us each ate 3 packs, only then washing our teeth. The slaves outside got up early to pack things away. Dried rations, water skins, broken silver, clothes and bedding, pots and pans, firestones, seeds, sickles, all packed up. Aunt Wong fried dry flatbreads, and I asked her to make more and put them into the space. I also had her steam 1,000 large meat buns and sweet buns. Everyone helped. When the buns were done steaming, there was a knock at the door. My father-in-law, Yang Henian, came from the county seat with his belongings and 3 carriages. Adding mine made 4 in total. I was deeply moved, knowing he had spent everything he had to buy them. With carriages, my wives wouldn't have it too hard on the road as we fled the famine. My father-in-law asked which way would be safest to go. I looked up at the clear sky, but my heart was overcast. When the country is destroyed and the family is gone, where can there be safety? Yang Henian sighed. Yes, in the end, we'll all become slaves, whipped and humiliated by others. Though the women were illiterate, they could feel the heaviness of the country destroyed, the family gone, and their eyes welled with tears. I decided to head for the capital first. The capital has strong military defenses. Even if the Jin army is fierce, it will still need time. Yang Henian nodded. My cousin is a famous doctor in the capital. We can rely on him then. We packed all the household belongings into the space, even tossing in the chickens and wild boars from the pigsty. I had the slaves dismantle. For carriages and 24 people in the group. The 2 fathers-in-law, Song Qingshan and Yang Henian, shared a carriage. The pregnant Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo were in another carriage, attended by Wang Ma. The remaining 2 carriages carried the other wives. Slaves drove the carriages, while I rode ahead on my steed, Red Hair. Before departing the village, I used 30 attribute points from my spatial storage to enhance the team's capabilities. Each of the 24 individuals received 1 point, giving everyone combat strength equivalent to 3 people. The remaining 6 points were split between Slave 1 and Slave 2, granting each 3 points, boosting their strength to rival 15 men. Even my monkey, crow, and fox each got a point. As for myself, my combat prowess matched 36 men, armed with godlike archery skills and a divine war god armor, nearly invincible in solo combat. The carriages rolled out of Yentu village, heading toward Nanning County. The land was parched, cracked from the dry October weather. Along the border, refugees fleeing famine hurried along, wearing tattered clothes and bearing looks of utter exhaustion. When we arrived in Nanning County, the once thriving city had become a ghost town. Streets were eerily quiet, doors of homes shut tight, and broken garments and debris littered the roads. Song Qingshan sighed with sorrow, my spice shop. Who knows when it can reopen? Yang Henian's eyes brimmed with tears. The medical clinic was built on generations of effort, but now I have to leave it behind. Riding Red Hair alongside their carriage, I raised my voice to encourage them. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Once we reach the capital, everyone will be safe. Song Qingshan nodded in agreement. That's right. Staying alive is what matters most. Our next destination was Qinghe County. We detoured there because I promised Su Qinghuan to retrieve her maid, Fengya. Fengya had been sold to Lujia village in Qinghe County. However, upon reaching the village, we found the place abandoned, with no trace of anyone. Su Jiyu and her sisters wept in disappointment, forced to accept the harsh reality. In these chaotic times, finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fengya was either hiding or had fled with her buyer to who knows where. With no other choice, we turned back and continued our journey north. Along the way, we encountered more and more refugees fleeing famine. At one point, I witnessed a starving mob of refugees ambush and kill a well-off merchant for his grain. The situation quickly descended into chaos as the refugees turned on each other, leaving a trail of death and despair. The strong fled with the stolen grain, while the weak perished without even taking a bite that I was secretly delighted. This immortal mother-in-law was so straightforward. I loved it. After Zhou Guanyang left, I scooped up Meng Lingi and carried her into the room, closing the door behind me. Outside, she tapped her palm in satisfaction. Done. She walked to the courtyard wall, clasped her hands together, and said, Husband of my daughter's father, I've found her a backing. You can rest easy. After silently shedding tears and wiping them away, she returned to the bedroom. Meng Lanqin asked, Mother, where's my sister? She has something to do. Go to sleep. Did she sleep with my brother-in-law? Zhou Guanyang laughed as she turned over. Silly child, call him husband, not brother-in-law. She also reminded her, Chang Feng is a good man. We would have been dead long ago without him. Follow him for the rest of this life, and never betray him. Remember, he is heaven itself. Meng Lanqin nodded through tears. The candlelight inside the room flickered softly. Worried that she might be too inexperienced, I first accompanied her in drinking water and chatting so she could relax. This little beauty was clever. After we finished chatting, she drew Dongzuo onto my lap. Husband, she lightly bit my lips with her red mouth. My heart bloomed with joy. Tonight the bed would sway gently, and tomorrow another reward would be added to the tally. For households in the village could not sleep. Lu De Kue, Lu Er-yong, Yang Lao-san, and Zhou Qing's family. With my arms and legs broken, escaping famine became a problem. Their families made pushcarts overnight, hating me but not daring to say a word. Zhou Qing's younger sister, Zhou Ying, tried to use poisoned pancakes to harm my animals, only to be torn to pieces by the fox, left covered in wounds. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. At daybreak, I checked the system rewards, an upgrade in combat power, expanded space, and a large amount of supplies. My strength had reached level 11, equivalent to 36 men. There were thousands of packs each of compressed biscuits, beef jerky, spicy strips, vegetarian tripe, and spicy enoki mushrooms. Seeing the vegetarian tripe, I couldn't resist tearing it open and devouring it. Meng Lanqin woke up to the smell. Husband, what are you eating? Vegetarian tripe. Want some? The two of us each ate 3 packs before brushing our teeth. The slaves packed up the belongings, and Wang Ma steamed 1,000 big meat buns. My father-in-law Yang Henyang came from the county with 3 horse carts. Counting mine, there were 4 in total. He had spent everything he had to buy them, and I was deeply moved. When I asked which way we should go, I said we were heading to the capital. The capital is heavily defended. Even if the Jin army is fierce, it will still take time. After storing all the items into the space, I had the slaves dismantle the house and load the wooden boards, taking the furniture in as well. The next day, we knocked down the courtyard wall, and the horse cart set off. Everyone looked back, tears sliding down their faces. Chu Wanru was the most reluctant to leave. I held her and said, "Once the situation stabilizes, we'll come back and build an even bigger home." There were 24 people across the 4-horse carts. I used 30 attribute points to strengthen the group, and everyone's combat power was equivalent to that of 3 men. My own combat power was equivalent to 36 men, and I possessed divine archery and the god of war armor. The horse carts rolled out of Yintu village. When we reached Nannan County, what had once been a prosperous place had become a dead city. Song Qingshan sighed sadly. "My spice shop. I wonder when I'll be able to open it again." I encouraged him. "As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood." We took a detour to Qinghe County to look for the maid Fengya, but the village was deserted and the houses empty. The sisters Su Jiu and Su Jiu were disappointed and shed tears, but could only accept it. Continuing north, we saw more and more refugees along the way. With our own eyes, we saw the displaced people rob and kill wealthy merchants for food, while among themselves they slaughtered one another as well. In the eyes of the starving, the horse carts were like prey, and they were watched unblinkingly. After traveling for a day, we ate dry rations when hungry and drank spiritual spring water when thirsty. By the time we reached Yonghe County, it was already dark. We entered the city and found it abandoned. The next morning, we continued on our journey. Along the road, the number of refugees grew larger and larger, and fights over food became frequent. Selling sons and daughters was an everyday sight. A family of 7 knelt down before my horse's hooves. The head of the household begged, "Just a few steamed buns will do. Please buy our 2 daughters." The 2 girls were in tears. "Mother, don't sell me." I jumped down from the horse, pretending to be disgusted, leaned in close, and whispered, "If you can hold on, then hold on. Don't sell the children." Quietly, I slipped something into his clothes. Then I coldly drove the cart away and loudly scolded, "I wouldn't buy them even if they died. Get lost." The man's eyes were full of gratitude. Chu Wanru stroked her bulging belly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. After traveling about 5 kilometers, an old woman was wailing. Her daughter lay beside her, barely breathing. Yang Jinghua felt her pulse and shook her head. "She doesn't have much time left. My condolences." I took out some spirit spring water and poured it into the girl's mouth. A quarter of an hour later, she woke up. "Thank you, young master, for saving me." The old woman begged to be taken in, and the girl mustered up her courage. "Young master, I'm 18 and unmarried. Could you take me in?" Yang Jinghua smiled and poked me. "Husband, she's quite pretty. Take her." I sighed. "We're fleeing famine. One more burden is too much." "Forget it." Mother and daughter knelt and pleaded. The girl said, "We eat very little, just a handful of wild vegetable roots each day." I nodded. "Get on the carriage. Auntie, take this pill first." The old woman swallowed the loyalty pill in one gulp. "My name is Niu Tsuehua. My daughter is Wu Jianmei." Yang Jinghua teased. "Wu Jianmei? If she's with you, wouldn't she become a girl with roots?" Everyone burst into laughter. As night deepened, we reached a dilapidated roadside inn. We gave out steamed buns to the refugees in exchange for rooms, and 6 rooms were allocated. I stayed alone in one room, but the new bride, Wu Jianmei, quietly followed me. I pulled her inside and closed the door. She fell into my arms. "Husband, I haven't washed in many days. I'm afraid I'll stink up your nose." With a thought, a large bathing tub appeared at my feet, and I poured in some spirit spring water. She looked at it in surprise. "Am I dreaming?" "No, your husband can work magic." After changing the water once, I washed her clean. Her skin became fair and smooth, as if she were a different person. I carried her to the bed and had an in-depth conversation with her. I hadn't communicated with my wife for 2 days, and all that energy went to her. She couldn't take it and cried out, but after the passion passed, she quickly fell asleep. The next day, I looked at the system rewards. Strength level 12, equivalent to 39 men. Space, 5,000 cubic meters. Newly added, 5,000 sets of winter cotton clothing, 500 enhanced crossbows, 500 bows and arrows, and 500 sets of armor. A large supply of food as well. The system really understands me. I looked at the transparent panel, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. The system was becoming more and more generous. As my strength and space improved, the rewards followed suit. Especially these military supplies and food. Clearly, the system understood my situation. Although the reward method was strange, it was precisely this unruly style that brought me a great deal of enjoyment. I was satisfied in body and mind. Wu Jianmei was still asleep. She had been exhausted last night. Her waist and legs were sore. But I couldn't let her keep lying there. The road ahead was still long. I gave her half a bottle of spirit spring water, and her condition quickly recovered. After the others got up, I first went to Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo's room. Although Wang Ma was taking care of them, I still couldn't rest easy. I had them drink some spirit spring water to replenish their strength. Breakfast was large steamed buns and pancakes I had fried before setting out. I took a big watermelon from the space and shared it with everyone. Though the journey was hard, seeing the ruined state of the fleeing common people, I still felt grateful. At least we had food and drink. We left the inn and continued on our way. Our next destination, Pingchong County, 80 li away. Around noon, thunderous hoofbeats suddenly came from behind us. Rolling clouds of dust came with a shout. Get out of the way. Government troops passing through. Unrelated people, stand aside. The crowd scattered in panic. They were even more afraid of the troops than of ghosts. After all, these soldiers were like bandits, often burning, killing, and robbing. I tightened the reins of Chitu. The 8 war horses charged at the front, led by the armored general. Behind them followed 300 soldiers, their Wang, insignia blindingly bright. A thought flashed through my mind. This is Wang Anping and his fleeing troops. But wait, wasn't he supposed to have brought 30,000 men? Why were there only a few hundred left? Could it be that the Jin army had broken through the city, forcing a hasty retreat? I looked down on them in my heart. They wouldn't help the reinforcements, yet rushed to save their own lives. Serves them right. Wang Anping led his men to where I was from behind. Someone shouted loudly, "Who are you people? Why do you not make way when you see the imperial troops?" I held back my laughter. These fleeing soldiers were timid toward outsiders, but fierce toward their own. The 7 military officers beside them all looked puffy-eyed and sallow, obviously men hollowed out by wine and women. 300 soldiers behind them. I wasn't afraid at all, but I didn't want to provoke them. After all, I had the pregnant Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo with me, and their safety had to come first. I told the carriage to move to the side and signaled for the officials to pass first. The deputy commander roared, "No manners at all." I kept smiling and said nothing. Wang Anping didn't want trouble either, so he hurried his troops away. We continued onward. Knowing the Jin army had already broken through the city, we had to speed up. Song Qingshan lifted the curtain and told me, "The Jin army has breached the city." Wang Anping took people and ran, trying to dump the blame on the capital. I nodded. Wang Anping is selfish. He led 300 elite troops and fled first, while he didn't care at all whether the 50,000 men in the rear lived or died. Yang Henian said angrily, "Gu Xiong was the backbone of our Qi country. If not for that bastard Wang Anping, General Gu would never have fallen." I silently agreed. The capital was guarded by the Imperial Guards and the City Defense Army, so it was temporarily safe. Taking my family to the capital to seek refuge was the only option. We traveled another 10 or so kilometers. From behind us, hoofbeats could often be heard. Wang Anping's soldiers were like wolves and tigers, robbing civilians of their belongings and assaulting women and children. I drove them off several times. Around the third quarter afternoon, the road grew treacherous and the carriage jolted violently. Suddenly, 30 soldiers on horseback blocked our path, brandishing their blades and demanding to know our identities. I sneered coldly, anger boiling inside me. The leader, Wang Anchuan, arrogant and overbearing, questioned why I was riding a fine steed, an exceptional horse fit for long distances. He ordered me to hand over the war horse and all 4 carriages. His men barked threats, warning me not to argue. I felt agitated. I didn't want the conflict to escalate, but could not allow them to seize our carriages. If I lost the supplies and transport, what would pregnant Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo do? The journey to escape famine was excruciating as it was. The tension in the air was thick, and I knew confrontation was imminent. Resisting outright would mean offending Wang Anchuan and his brother, Wang Anping, who had fled earlier. Wang Anping was the border defense general appointed by the emperor and held significant influence in court. Their uncle, Wang Wenheng, was the censor-in-chief and had close ties to Prime Minister Jia Kunci. What a headache, offending such figures before even entering the capital. How would I find a foothold once I got there? Yet, I couldn't simply let them take the carriages. The great Qi Empire was already in dire straits, with both external threats and internal struggles. The emperor spent his days drinking, neglecting state affairs, while eunuchs and powerful ministers controlled the court. The common people suffered greatly. Even if I made it to the capital, seeking justice would be nearly impossible. I glanced coldly at Wang Anchuan and retorted, "These are my horse and my carriages. What right do you have to demand them from me?" Wang Anchuan, not recognizing who I was, bellowed in fury, "Insolent peasant! How dare you speak to me like that? If you don't surrender the carriages immediately, I'll kill you without mercy." Inside the carriage, the women, hearing the commotion, didn't dare lift the curtains. They could only pray silently for these soldiers to leave us alone. Both of my fathers-in-law hurriedly got off the carriage to mediate. Song Qingshan pleaded, "General, it's all a misunderstanding. Our son-in-law is young and impulsive. Please have mercy. Yang Henian added. General, you're a wise and noble man with great wealth. Surely, you wouldn't be interested in these simple carriages. This must be just a joke. Wang Anquan, with an air of arrogance, replied, I am the Vice General of Border Defense, appointed by His Majesty and leading reinforcements to the frontier. How dare you peasants compare yourselves to me? Both fathers-in-law bowed repeatedly, agreeing, Of course, of course. I stood silently to the side, knowing full well that I couldn't outfight the high officials in the capital. Unless absolutely necessary, I would rather avoid a direct confrontation and keep my family safe. Wang Anquan sneered again. This is urgent military intelligence. Only your carriage will do. Move aside at once. Their escape had been chaotic, and they urgently needed good horses to ride back to the capital. I was riding a fine 1,000-li horse and driving an 8-horse carriage, exactly what they needed to exchange for horses. Wang Anquan would never let us go. I reassured my father-in-law. Ignore him. We have to go to the capital. My father-in-law had no choice but to sigh. Everyone felt that the capital was a filthy, chaotic place, with corrupt officials as vicious as wolves and tigers. It was hard enough to avoid the Jin army. It was even harder to escape the oppression of our own officials. I moved closer to Wang Anquan and yanked hard on the reins of Chi Tuesday. Chi Tu reared up and neighed, kicking up clouds of dust. Wang Anquan's mount jumped in panic, and the soldiers nearly fell from their horses. The surrounding onlookers kept their distance and watched the drama from afar. Wang Anquan was furious beyond measure and instantly drew his sword to strike. I lightly raised the black iron sword in my hand, and the two blades clashed.